and welcome to Huntington Beach, California, USA for the International Surfing Association's World Surfing Games. With IOC members here taking a look at this sport, it is possibly the next Olympic sport.
Would have been to have won a gold medal, and I certainly have no intention of getting back into it, but I'm really looking forward to seeing.
This event will push us that much closer to the goal.
For the first time ever, an Olympic trophy for surfing.
Welcome, surf fans, to Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. The road to Paris 2024 starts right here. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. It's Sunday here, 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. You're looking at an overview of the Pacific Ocean right now. Conditions look a lot like yesterday. It's going to be challenging for our surfers, but if yesterday's scores were any indication of what we'll see today, you're in for an entertaining day of surfing. Mitchell, we are looking at the ocean right now. It's a little bit cleaner already than we saw at sunrise, so that's a good sign of things to come.
Definitely, and you're looking at also conditions that'll probably get better throughout the day too, with an increasing tide. This is what we saw yesterday afternoon, and also swell that should be arriving later today too, Chris.
Well, the waves will be arriving shortly, but I'll tell you, the talent got here early. We have one of the most incredible fields of surfers that you'll ever see in any event, period, and that's going to be starting with our first heat of the day. We're talking about superstars of this sport, Kolohe Andino, Federico Moraes. The list goes on and on and on. We started yesterday. We're going to be rolling all the way through till next Saturday, the 24th. We're going to be crowning medalists, and we're going to be seeding our first surfers into Paris 2024. The winning teams here will get their choice. They'll get an open slot for the upcoming Olympic Games.
Yeah, it's an important event, and obviously knowing how conditions change so much here in Huntington Beach too, you need to be adaptable to any kind of condition you get in front of you, and there's the qualification system. 10 eligible men, 8 eligible women from the WSL 2023 WSL Championship Tour. And obviously going into the World Surfing Games this year in 2024, each team is going to have one person, an extra slot available if they do win the event on both the men's and the women's sides.
Yeah, and that is a huge incentive for these teams to work together, to truly work as a team. Generally surfing, you think of it as a solitary sport, but in the case of ISA, teams rule supreme. The 2023 Pan American Games, which will be going down very soon. I mean, that is right around the corner. That's where we'll see more Olympians. And, of course, we'll be talking about this all week long. The host nation of Paris will have allotted slots as well. And, when you think of Paris, you think of France, and you think of the French territories included. Chopo, the end of the road in Tahiti, is our venue for the upcoming 2024 Olympic Games. And I'll tell you, all these moving pieces, all these, qualification rules and scenarios will come into a clearer picture by the end of the week. And then as we move into 2023, you're going to start to see your entire field come into play. As our teams have arrived early, and there's kind of a different feeling this year. It was absolutely joyful at the opening parade of nations and the Sands of the World ceremony. And that joy lasted through the first day, and I feel like now we're starting to see a little bit of an uptick in seriousness and competitiveness. Surfers knowing full well that even yesterday, you look at Griffin Colapinto, for example, right. A guy slotted as a lock to be a medalist. Well, he's in the repechage round, so that shows you our level. And speaking of our level, this heat we're going to start off with is an absolute hammer. 4 surfers take to the lineup. 2 surfers will advance through here on the main stage. 3rd and 4th place surfers go to those repechage rounds. And we are right into it. One thing I love about the ISA is when this train starts rolling, get out of the way. We're going all the way through. Federico Moraes, Kolohe Andino, Ruben Victoria, and Rafael Pereira. Venezuela, Spain, USA, and Portugal represented here. I would think that Federico and Kolohe have matched up on the WSL
Yep.
Championship Tour, probably the QS as well, and most definitely here in ISA competition. This is going to be an amazing way to start our day.
Yeah, I remember their heat at J-Bay a few years ago. Kolohe was winning the whole heat, and then Freddie, got a wave underneath Kolohe's priority, ended up beating him decisively. But, that's a man-on-man competition here when you have 4 people in the water. The way you compete changes drastically, and knowing Kolohe, having him compete here for many, many years as an amateur surfer, he knows this place in and out, and obviously being a semifinalist at the U.S. Open level too doesn't hurt. So I would consider him the favorite in this heat. But Rubén Victoria from Spain has won a QS before already in beach break conditions too. Rafael Pereira from Venezuela, another great surfer. And here's the Spaniard having a look. Just decent little carve to start things off for Rubén. And now just making his way through to the inside. As we're going to see a split peak situation, we're going to stick with Kolohe, Chris.
Yeah, Kolohe here in white. He's from San Clemente, California. It's about 20 minutes down the road. He's probably been competing here in Huntington Beach since he was 6 years old. Knows this wave like the back of his hand, and it shows with a nearly impossible transition to the inside. Kolohe's fired up. He was on the beach. He watched his teammate Griffin go down in the last seconds of that heat yesterday, and you can tell the intent and the seriousness that he's showing us right now. I mean, he is competing at a very high level, and looks like things are switched on.
Oh, he
But
creased
now,
his board.
Yeah, wow. So interesting scenario to start our day. 17:40 to go. You wouldn't think these waves were threatening to surfboards, but
Short break.
hey, Huntington Beach has some punch for sure.
Well, and these boards are, first of all, glass super light. And how about the recognition, though, from a world-class surfer that already knows his equipment? He's like, hey, I knew that something was going on. He went and checked it. He kind of had his doubts, and he's like, I'm not going to take any risk, because if you go back outside and you make the short break again, imagine if that board collapses when you're actually hitting the lip. It won't be good for your score. So Kolohe gets a nice little foam climb on the outside, so not a huge section, but definitely, a decent maneuver. And as you said, the transition to the inside, as good as it gets from the surfer from just down the road in San Clemente. And I love this turn right here, straight up into the pocket, into the lip line, and a good finish too. And then Freddie on the left, it seemed like this wave stood up a bit more on the outside. So nice combo there. Ooh, actually fell on the second one, and this was Ruben's wave. The one setup turn and then the carve. I think the advantage that regular footers have going left here is that they're already going with enough speed into the shorey left in comparison to the right. And as you saw there, just too many lips to that wave for Ruben to finish off. And here's the Venezuelan Pereira now.
Rafael making his way to the shore break, hopefully. I mean, I feel like in the mornings, especially throughout this week, that was a great turn to finish it.
Yeah.
But that transition from the outside to the inside, while we want to see that kind of serpentine path, you gotta make it regardless of how it looks. It's not going to be pretty every time. That Huntington hop, and kind of right now we're seeing this south side stomp. Really, the surfers having to put everything into making this transfer. It might not be beautiful, but if it's functional, the judges are going to reward it. Great finish there for Federico, and we're already looking at one of the heats of the event.
Yeah.
Just the way that these surfers are now going wave for wave for wave. First score for Kolohe comes through of notes, a 4.5. So great way to start the day here Sunday at the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Mitchell, I'm loving this matchup already, and the only thing about it that is, a little concerning is 2 incredible surfers will be heading to our repechage rounds, and any of these 4 surfers capable of medaling at the end of this week. But that is just the type of competition we have here at the ISA level. It is stacked from beginning to end.
It absolutely is, and I would consider the U.S., Spain, and Portugal to be teams that could easily medal. I think Venezuela, despite having great surfers like Rafael Pereira, like Jose Joaquin Lopez, I don't think they're really, a top 4 team. I don't consider them, to even be in that kind of discussion. I do think that individually, though, they have great surfers. And I do think that Nono before, I think he got 9th in Costa Rica one year before. But besides that, I wouldn't really say that they're a favorite to win overall. Individually, though, this kid right now, I mean, he did everything he could to get that score on the inside. And this is Kolohe's wave where he creased the board. So gets a 4.5 out of this. And those kind of transitions could easily crease your board too. I mean, it was a good turn on the inside, but those kind of stomps, as you're talking about, Like, that's where he probably creased his board.
Yeah, now that we saw that overview shot, I think you're right. I mean, he was really hammering that thing to try to get to the inside section.
And then Freddie got, you know, a decent completion right here on the inside shorey too. So a little setup carve right there, but a beautiful turn to finish things off. So that should score well. He's already on the board, but, you know, I think the 4.5 for Andino is probably going to be a keeper in his score line.
Rafael Pereira, 32 years old, from Venezuela. And these are kind of the wily veterans that fly under the radar. This guy's been surfing, you know, in competitions for a long time. You know, he's one of these surfers that is not going to make a lot of mistakes. You really have to you have to take it to him. You've got to beat him. He's not going to beat himself. Some of the other surfers still left in the draw, not as much experience, you know, just kind of getting things going in their competitive life. But for Pereira and for Ruben Victoria, who's 23, but you know, this being his first time in the ISA, he's been in a million events already.
Yeah.
So he's kind of got that prototypical QS vibe to him. For these two surfers, I mean, they're kind of the names that you look at of dangerous competitors, because not that Federico or Kolohe are going to take them lightly, but if they don't have that name brand recognition, you might not know a lot about them, and therefore they can kind of come back and sting you from the underground.
No doubt, and those are the kind of heats that you need to really be worried about, because you underestimate somebody or you take them as lightly as you do, and next thing you know, you're in fourth place needing a couple scores to move back into the top two. So right now with 13 minutes, Fred's got the best wave of 5. Kolohe has a 4.5, and you know, both Ruben and Rafael have some decent scores. But I think for today, I like this kind of activity from Rafael right now. Just under everybody else's priority, Chris, trying to get some work done.
Nice turn there. I love to see the way that these surfers use their opportunities, and that's not just, you know, the oncoming lip or the face of the wave. It's really kind of bobbing and weaving through these chops, and there's almost a way that you can use kind of some of these lumps and bumps to generate speed.
Yep.
We saw right there from Rafael, the air wasn't complete, but I loved how he got the speed for that air. It's almost like he pushed off a bump, and it gave him a quick little speed burst.
Yeah, I know, and you got to use anything that you can to your advantage too, especially as a bigger guy myself. One thing that I tend to do already is position myself at an angle, so that way I don't have to, you know, start generating speed as soon as I stand up. I'm already bottom turning into the lip, basically.
Wow. Ooh, Ruben Victoria.
It was gnarly.
It's when he stood up, I almost thought it was Kolohe. They have a similar style, you know, kind of an aggressive approach right here, and you know the way his arms are, right? It's pretty similar. So that's cool looking to see, you know. And here goes Federico Moraes. Big kid, in small waves, but and he makes it look good.
Well, he's adept at surfing any kind of condition too. Growing up in Portugal, I think a lot of people only think that they surf those big and heavy waves. That's why Kanoe Igarashi moved over there half of the time of the year. But Federico surfs a lot of beach breaks too. And when he knows that he's trying to prepare for an event like this where you're surfing beach breaks primarily, especially ones that may not be as good, you want to be surfing those things every single day, just like this guy does.
Kolohe Andino, of course, feels right at home here in Huntington. Where he doesn't feel at home is in fourth position, where he is right now. So this is a wave to get him back into one of those top 2 advancing spots.
Wow.
Super consistent, always.
He looks fired up.
Yeah, he looks sparky right now for sure. I love that finishing turn.
First time in a long time that I've seen him with a shaved head, too. You know, it's been at least, I want to say, a year and a half since he's done this. And that's when you know that he's kind of got his A game on. You know, the San Clemente posse. What do you call them? San Clemente Cyclone?
The San Clemente Cyclone.
Yeah, that they got that little vibe down there where they're just competing against each other. And there's a score, Chris, of 6.67, so the best wave of the heat. And, you know, going back to, I think, the consideration of having 4 different countries from different parts of the world competing in the same heat, it goes to show you how adept and how good all of these 4 surfers are at competing in similar conditions. Here we go.
Pereira representing Venezuela. And easily making this transfer here and actually using that difficult midsection of the wave to his advantage. Gets a little fin free there, like the finish. Read that wave perfectly.
So the good thing for Nono is that since he's so short, a lot of these short break waves, look so much bigger than they actually are. And it makes it, more impactful for the score. He needs a 3.78 right now. I'd probably say he's going to move up into the top 2. And if you're both Fred and Ruben, right now you'd be thinking, okay, a set wave, I got to get a turn on the outside. And Victoria had the one turn on the outside, remember, but he made a mistake where he looked right, committed to the right, and the left was better on the shore, and he couldn't get an inside section. So it's those kind of minute decisions that really affect your score line. So this is Kolohe's wave. Great turn on the outside, goes left, and look how he starts committing right here. He knew that he wanted to go right. He was eyeballing it the whole time, gained some speed, kind of burnt some off right there with the nice little carve back to the pocket and a beautiful finish too. So not an easy wave to ride there for Andino. Here's the land angle. So good little turn on the outside, but look at this whitewater. See how he kind of starts looking both directions first of all, and then he commits to the right. So it's those little indecisive moments that cost Victoria a good score. And for Kolohe Andino, somebody that competed here many, many times, he knows those kind of minute decisions matter in the long span of the heat.
And a compliment to his surfboard, this is a replacement board, and it is seamless. The transition from his previous board to this board, it looks like the exact same shape, the same feel. And that right there is just trust in your shaper.
Mayhems. Got to give a big shout out to Gian Bernini, too, the team manager who has not had a break since he took on that role. So props to Gian. And Nono also getting a decent wave right here. Didn't need much to move up into the top 2, and a great finish, too. And
like that.
For such a short, stocky surfer, he's very powerful, too. And he can really compress well off of the bottom as well. Needs the 3.78. Still waiting for the score.
You know what I like about this heat to start the day, too, is you could have the propensity to go out there, see the conditions. It looks tough. It looks tough to get a good score. It looks tough to get a good wave. But you're not seeing that from any of these 4 surfers. They all, from the jump, you could tell they were all in. Their intent on each and every wave was to generate something big. So I haven't seen any body language that tells me that they're, that they're disappointed at all. They're all fired up. And, I love that for some of the surfers on the championship tour that are competing here in the ISA, this is technically their off season, at least from the CT, but they switched it right back on, and now, it's Olympic season already. Yeah. So they know the importance of this event and the following ISA events. And you can tell with each and every wave that they catch, almost another split peak for Federico Moraes, who did have priority, so Kolohe had to at least give him some space to work, and that was probably a great idea because you see this wave forming up so nicely right under Federico's feet. A couple cutbacks to set things up. Solid finish there, and I just got to give full credit to all 4 of these surfers for making this inside section look so easy.
Right.
It is such a hard place to fit a turn in, let alone ride out clean, and they've all done it at least once. Kolohe now back at it. And for a surfer like Kolohe who's fired up 99% of the time, it's great to see him first heat, firing on all cylinders, doing Kolohe Andino things like that.
He looks great today.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him this determined, but he really does look impeccable. 2 waves already where I'm saying, he's going to have at least 12 points on the board. Has the 6.67 already, looking to replace the 4.5. It was a good response there by Fred, too. He needs a 4.98. Let's call it a 5. Good chance that he's going to get it, too. So this is a really, really closely contested heat right now. Going to look at Fred's first. Goes on the backhand. Nice little setup. Gets a little stuck coming out of it, but did well to read this right-hander on the reform. As you said, 1 carve. Just set things up. But it's really the strong finish on the outside as Ruben got up as well. But Kolohe's wave, to me, was really impressive. So more of a setup carve right there, 2-stager, and then a beautiful roundy right there. And he eyes this inside section and gets a nice air reverse going, too. So one of the better airs, I would have to say, we've seen in the first few days of competition. Nice and lofty. Should easily replace the 4.5.
And what I love about this heat is this is just going to send a message to the rest of the field. You better be on your A game because this is elite level surfing straight from the first buzzer of the morning. 4.5 minutes to go. Kolohe Andino well into the lead with that 6.67 and a 4.5. Still waiting for a score to drop. Pereira now jumps into second with a 5.57 and a 4.4. So for Rafael Pereira, 32 years old, a veteran, already a Pan American champion, not a surfer to be taken lightly. And
No.
I don't think anyone in this heat is taking him or Ruben lightly, just knowing full well the pedigree that these surfers have. When you get added to a team like Team Portugal, you know you've done something huge right there. Venezuela, it's a little bit different of a story, but when you start to look down and see the stats of the surfers you're going against, I mean, the Pan American champion, that is huge.
It is, and you know, they surf in the Bolivarian Games a lot too, and Nono's done well in that. He's done super well in the Alas events, and at the ISA level as well. I believe his best result has been a 9th place finish, and don't count this guy out either, Ruben, you know, former QS champion in Europe. But as you were saying, I just think it's noticeable when those guys that are top level, top tier surfers get on fire and they start getting their rhythm like Kolohe. It's hard to stop them, and it's almost impossible sometimes.
Yeah, you know, all surfers have 4th and 5th gear. Kolohe, he's got a 6th gear.
Yeah.
And I like to see him locking into that first thing in the morning.
Especially the first heat too. And same thing with Fred. You know, he had a couple of hiccups, but a great finish right there. Was looking for a 4.98. And then Andino, as you said, just another day at T Street for him.
Yeah, I think Griffin's loss yesterday, or Griffin's relegation to the repechage rounds, definitely added a bit of seriousness.
No doubt.
Not only to Team USA, but to every team. If Griffin Colapinto gets 3rd place in a round 2 heat, you know that you're in a serious field of players. As Federico now, talk about heavy rollers. This guy has all the power in the world, super consistent. Another one of those surfers that rarely makes mistakes.
Right.
So if you're going to beat Federico, I mean, you've got to do it with all systems go.
So his personal coach, Rich Dog Marsh, was telling me that before, you know, the mid-year cut, Fred was surfing as good as it gets. He just wasn't able to turn that kind of surfing into results, though. And now this is a good opportunity for him to kind of get his confidence back, Chris.
You know what is great for confidence? A gold medal.
Yeah.
Now Kolohe, a blistering series of
He hasn't made a
rapid-fire
mistake.
turns. Yeah, I mean, these are probably some of the waves that he would love to just kind of hang on to, hold on in the bank for future heats. But, you know, I think for Kolohe, now that he's really been involved in ISA competition for the better part of the last, you know, he's been in a million ISA events, but he's really kind of been in these top-tier ISA World Surfing Games that have been Olympic qualifiers for the past few years. So, you know, he knows the weight. He knows the heaviness of the field that he's going to be going against. And I think that, you know, for him, he was probably a little bit disappointed in how he did at the actual Olympics.
Yep.
You know, he surfed well, but just things didn't really go his way. It didn't go anybody's way on Team USA. So I feel like, you know, now he knows he's seen the complete picture. You know, he was one of the very few surfers that saw it from the beach. So he knows what's at stake, and I think that's why we're seeing, you know, and of course, I don't know what's going through his mind, but in my opinion, in my estimation, I feel like he has seen the whole scenario. He knows exactly, you know, the magnitude of each and every wave, each and every heat. And while, you know, these are not waves that are going to challenge you physically, mentally, they're going to be waves that have so much importance that every one of them is going to count.
Right. There's a lot of value to them, and he knows the significance of this event, and obviously being the poster child for U.S. surfing, too, since he was very young. He's always had much more pressure on his shoulders than anybody else in the sport, at least within the United States. So I'm just really happy to see Kolohe enjoying himself, and he's a father now with a family. That's something beautiful to see, and there's a life outside of surfing besides just competing, too, and it's good to see that aspect of his life now.
Well, the Kolohe Andino show entertained us all, and most importantly, excited the judges. 6.93 and a 6.67, a flawless start for Kolohe Andino on his run to potentially podium this coming Saturday. He's got a lot of surfing, a lot of days yet to come, but that right there was just a masterful heat, you know, perfectly surfed. He didn't get 2 10s, but when you're dropping high 6s, you're doing something right. So first heat of the day, great way to start. We've got much more action to come. You're watching the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back after these brief messages.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
We are back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. This heat is already firing up. We've already seen probably the heat of the event go down, first heat of the day, and now we're right back at it with another super stacked international super heat. You're watching Ellie Temperi representing Team Finland on your screen now in red. And this right here is yet another star-studded matchup. That's Gabriel Vargas from Team Peru. Always a threatening team in ISA competition. Samuel Pupo will be in white representing Brazil. Leonardo Fioravanti in blue from Team Italy. Mitchell, is this the final or?
It could be.
Is this day 2 of competition?
It is.
How are we seeing heats this stacked already, only on day 2?
Day 2, round 2. So it's not even like we're talking about round 3 or round 4.
No, this is the semifinals, I think.
It should be. And this is, a former ISA gold medalist at the junior level, Leo Fioravanti. Obviously one of the great surfers to come out of Europe. Good transitions right here, Chris. A lot of competitive knowledge on his behalf here at Huntington. And a stellar finish right there, too, going up into the lip line, up and over that lip. So a beautiful way to start. Here's Sammy. And growing up in Maresias with his older brother,
he had
Iggy.
to fight for waves.
Oh, yeah. No, and that's a wave that changes a lot, too. It turns real heavy when it's big, but then when it's small, it's rippable. But you did have to fight for waves. And so a decent start there for Sammy. And then hopefully we get to see Ellie's wave right here, too, because I love this start from the surfer in red. It's Vargas, though, his opener. So just, the fall right there at the end. But this is the wave that I'm talking about. I've seen this kid over the years, and he's impressed me a lot. Great opening turn. I would have to say, out of the 4 surfers, that was the best opening turn on the outside. Only issue here, though, Chris, I think he committed to the wrong side. He was looking left, then he went right, and he was never able to make it around that section. So left a little bit of meat on the bone. And then Vargas with the answer back going left. As you said, Peru, one of the best surfing nations in the world, and boy, did I dislike competing against them. They were great competitors, but terrible at the same time. they knew how to beat you.
Well, I think right there with all 4 of those opening waves, you just see the level that these surfers need to tap into, knowing full well that this field it's running deep with talent. Leonardo Fioravanti comes through with a 6.17. Sammy Pupo, his first wave, a 5.33, so big scores to start. Temperi with a 3.83, and Vargas with a 2. And we're back now to Samuel Pupo, who had an incredible run on the WSL Championship Tour. Great seeing him back in action here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and that was a strong finish for Samuel Pupo. I mean, he is another surfer that just looks like a completely different being than we saw 3 years ago. I mean, he is now, he's reached that level, that potential that we knew he had. He is the complete package.
He's matured physically a lot, too, and, a decent foam climb to start. Great carve to move back to the power source, but it's really been the finishes so far for Sammy that have gotten him, that 5.33, and I would say probably his best score. Beautiful way to finish that wave off, blown the tail at the end, and, we were mentioning the kind of possibilities of Brazil just reigning dominance over the last few years. Not only have they done it, but I think in the next few years, besides John Florence and maybe Kanoe Igarashi, Ethan Ewing, and Jack Robinson, I don't really see anybody else in the top 10. It's going to be really difficult to be able to beat those guys in those type of waves too.
Yeah, Brazil definitely has a relentless stream of talent, and that's not stopping anytime soon. Here's your current forecast. Thank you to Surfline, telling us 1 to 3 feet. The swell direction, the wind, the tides, these are all things that are going to come into, be factors throughout the rest of the day. The good news is looking towards the rest of the week, we're going to see an uptick in size. We're going to see an uptick in consistency and probably cleanliness through the end of the week. But Mitchell, you surf here all the time. Right now, this is a kind of day-to-day blue-collar style waves that we surf a lot here in Southern California. So it's no surprise to any of the surfers entering this event.
And to me, the biggest thing about the conditions today is going to be the tide. You saw their 10:30 3.4 low. At around 4:30, it was a 4.4 high. So a very, very small difference as far as the low and high tide.
Eli Timpari representing Team Finland, the sole representative. And he's got a lot of backing from Finland, which is just amazing to hear and see. And he deserves it. He's an incredible surfer. Fortunately, I get to surf with him a lot, and I've been kind of scouting him from a very young age, and he just gets better and better and better. I would say he was one of the standout superstars of yesterday. He was at our secondary podium, so we didn't get to see a lot of what he did, but he was the talk of the town, taking out Kalohe and Dino, getting a win in one of the toughest first-round heats of this entire event.
Yeah, and if you're able to do that, especially in the first heat, knowing that, you compete here a lot, but you're also competing against one of the best surfers to ever come out of this region before, that's a lot to say. And I think it's a very, very comparable story with him and Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo used to travel by himself with Team Italy. Nobody else, just the one delegate. And it's cool to see Eli kind of following a very similar path. Decent opener, got a little stuck and hung up when he was coming out of it. Redirected right. He likes the forehand on the shore break for some reason. I feel like if he stuck to the lefts, he can not only get more drive off of the bottom, but a little bit more spray, which is always impressive for the judges. So you see right there, just struggled a little bit coming out of it. Looking right here, gained some speed. And kind of, wrong choice of maneuvers as far as the selection goes right there at the end. Goes for a little tail slide, but got a little hung up too. So he's probably going to want to replace that in the next 11 minutes, Chris.
Yeah, you could see kind of his own reaction to that wave. He shook his head a little bit, just knowing that it was a little off time throughout the entirety of the wave. But he's got 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go, so plenty of time. And if you want to see more of Eli without a jersey on, he actually just had some incredible waves in a new independent surf film called The Shakedown.
He went to Nicaragua a lot, right?
He was in Nicaragua. This is a film that's mostly shot at Seaside Reef down in Cardiff, and the talent pool down there, they could have their own ISA team, and it would be a threat to podium, no doubt. But it's on YouTube now. You can check that out after today's competition, of course. And if you like what you see, if you want to cheer for some of these teams, some of these surfers, take to social media. Tag us at ISA Surf, the hashtag ISAWSG, among other hashtags, of course. But please, tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, who you think's going to win. It's always fun to do a little foreshadowing. This being one of the longer events that you'll see in competitive surfing. I mean, we've got a long time to really study and research the surfers in front of us.
Yeah.
We will be joined by the women starting tomorrow, most likely.
Yep.
So we'll have full teams on the beach. And that right there, I mean, that's what this is all about. Team camaraderie and the gathering of surfers from 51 different nations around the world. Italy being one of them that has rising power in surfing. As you see, led by Leonardo Fioravanti. He's definitely not taking anyone in this heat lightly. You can just see the grit and tenacity with every turn he does. And now Vargas, representing Team Peru, he makes that transition easily to the inside section, has some room to work. And it got a little messy in there, but he hung on
to
the sand. Peru's loving it.
Yeah, you got to watch out for your ankles right there. You're hitting dry sand at a high speed. That's a lot of pressure on your joints too, Chris. I've seen a lot of people get injured that way. But 9 minutes to go. Excellent use of priority by Leo. I mean, you talk about somebody who has the competitive experience of not only competing at the highest level, but also for such a long time, and the kid's only, you know, in his early 20s. Already has a 6.17. I would think that this is going to be better than that. And Sammy, within the first 6 minutes, already had an 11.6 heat total. So I would say it's going to be a battle for second place for Temperi and Vargas. Gabriel's definitely going to get his best wave, but to me, this is just beautiful surfing, Chris. Nice carve right there in the pocket. Another one, but look at how this wave stands up, and he starts attacking the lip line as soon as he can. Got a little stuck there coming out of it, but this last finishing turn as good as it gets.
Yeah, that was a fiery finishing maneuver. Judges probably take a little bit away in the flow category just because he stuck a little bit on the mid portion of that wave, but the damage was done. It comes through a 6.63, pairs that with a 6.17, and that just sent a shock wave through this heat. Now you're looking at Elliot Temperi needing a 7.77 and Gabriel Vargas needing a 7.93. Those would be the best waves of this heat so far, so a big task in front of them.
And the best of the day so far in the first two heats, so you're also comparing the waves that they need to both Kolohe and Freddy's. 7 minutes to go. I mean, it would have to be a set wave, and not to say that both Ellie and Gabriel aren't capable of doing it, but it would have to be something very impressive based off of what we've seen so far. Man, these heats are tough.
Yes.
They're tough.
Yeah, and you know, usually it's you if you're looking at these waves, you're thinking, all right, we're going against the conditions, right? I think right now, I mean, with everybody knowing that you have to start strong, you know, I feel like in the past, maybe 6-8 years ago, you know, in ISA events, superstars kind of had an easy path through, right? You know, because we had a lot of rising nations just kind of getting involved and starting off. You know, a lot of teams had maybe one or two real threats, but now we're looking at teams completely stocked with talent. So every heat, you're going to have either that one dark horse that you might have never heard of. You see one wave and you go, okay, I got my work cut out for it.
Yeah.
And I can tell that, you know, what we just saw from Kolohe, what we're seeing right now from Leonardo and Sammy Pupo, no surfer is being taken lightly. And even in the second round, I mean, they're surfing like it's a final right now.
People's motivations changed when they knew that there was Olympic qualification on the line.
100%.
And not only is that something good because you get funding through your government too, but it's also allowing you to develop your skills with other Olympic athletes too. As Leo maybe making the short, he will. Oh, little hiccup right there.
Vargas pushing a little too hard out the back.
I like the intent though. I think it's the only way he's gonna make it out of heat right now. 5 minutes 30 to go. Would love to see Ellie get a chance at a wave right here on a set wave. I've judged this kid a lot before, Chris, and I'm telling you, he is extremely impressive. But looking at the heat recap here, it was Leo's quick start, the 6.17. It put him up into the top two, and he hasn't lost a spot. And then Sammy, the youngest of the two Pupo brothers in the event, getting a quick start too, a 5.33 on this one. And he's not only looked solid, but he's also made 0 mistakes so far in this heat. And a good start from Ellie, a 3.83. Just unfortunately wasn't able to get the finish on the inside as he wanted. This is back up the 2.77. And then Leo just getting the best way of the heat so far, the 6.67. So the Italian, the former ISA gold medalist at the junior level, looking for one at the Open in the ISA World Games.
And I still think that turn for Elliot Temperi was probably one of the best turns.
Right.
Yeah, I put that right there with what Leo just did on the inside section. But one turn's not going to win you a heat. For Ellie and for Gabriel, you know, right now it's time to get scrappy. And it's really time for self-belief.
Yep.
I feel like, you know, for a young surfer like Ellie or for Gabriel, you know, who, of course, he's surrounded by superstars in Peru, but when you see names like Leonardo Fioravanti, Samuel Pupo, I mean, these are surfers that you watch throughout the year on broadcasts.
They're your heroes.
And you see them on podiums. It's a matter of you know, kind of just deleting that name from your memory banks, and they're all just a color. Okay, I need to get through blue, I need to get through white, I need to get through red. And that's not easy.
No.
I mean, trust me, I'm fanning out walking around this area, and I would hate to have to be a surfer who's maybe starting their career, or you know, has not competed around that much, and you look down at your heat sheet and go, what? I'm going against Kolohe and Dino?
Yeah.
Where am I?
That's the crazy thing about so many events in California now, that you look at every heat and maybe they're not broadcasted or anything, but you're looking at these names and you're like, Cole Hushman, Luke Weiler, all these kids,
yeah.
Ellie Perry. It's like every heat could easily be a final, and then you get here and it's a little bit intimidating because those are the people that you grow up watching. But at the same time, I feel like if you're competing with those guys on a weekly basis, it shouldn't be that big of a difference in terms of competition, because not only are their skill levels extremely similar, but you're also competing at the highest level on a higher frequency than them too.
And here we go, Ellie controlling the crowd right there. That's big for a young surfer to be able to do that with confidence. And now he's building speed. He may have got your note, Mitchell. He's almost fading to his backhand. Oh, he fades back right, which in this case might have been a good decision. Blows the tail. Can he come down with it? Flash of brilliance right there from Ellie Tempari. He was unable to hang on to his board, but I loved that he had the confidence to go upside down into the lip right there for what would have been an incredible finish. You know, he knows what he needs. 7.77 is a huge number right now.
It's basically an 8. So.
Yeah, so I love that he at least attempted that.
No, and you got to give him props for knowing that the only way he was going to make it out of this heat was by doing something as big as that, too. So just under 2 minutes to go, and here's the replay. So good use of priority right here, but got into it just a bit late. Good use of the rail right there, so a decent carve to start things off. And I did think he was going to look left. He was initially. I think he saw that it wasn't as good as he wanted it to be, though, and he relied on the forehand, gained some speed right here, and just blasted that thing, but unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of it. There's a lot of white water coming towards you from all different angles right there in the shore. And now with 90 seconds to go, I think he's probably going to have to stay in the shore break to try to get a score.
Yeah, and I think on paper, I mean, if you look at all the stats, right, this is probably the outcome that we expected. For Ellie Tempari, who moved from Finland to Encinitas, California when he was 3 years old. You know, he's 15 now and already surfing like a veteran. So got bad news for the surfers in the repechage. Ellie's coming for you, and he's now angry. So watch out. Gabriel Vargas, this isn't over yet. He needs a 7.93, and that's exactly how you want to start if you want to get a big score. So he did his work out the back, and now he's got to hope for something magical to happen on the inside section. Quick snap there. This wave bowling up. Could have a section to work with. He blasts the fins out. He likes it. Was it a 7.93? And now Ellie, last second heroics. Working to get this inside connector. He does. Goes to the Huntington Hop Classic. Like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Shout out. And Ellie goes to the air. So, you know, again, wise decision to try to do something spectacular on that inside section. And win or lose, I love what we saw from Ellie and Gabriel Vargas. Two highly capable surfers who are now just adding to an already incredibly stacked repechage round. Leonardo Fioravanti with a 6.63 and a 6.17. Just a really well-surfed heat, as usual. And Sammy Pupo, same thing, 6.27, 5.33. Both those surfers just doing what they do on a day-to-day basis, manufacturing great scores, finding the right waves at the right time. So our veterans are making good work of the waves that we have today. Leonardo, Sammy move through here in the main round. Ellie Tempari and Gabriel Vargas, third and fourth place. They're heading to the repechage. This is double elimination surfing, so everybody gets 2 chances. And speaking of more chances to see some amazing surfing, you're going to get that in just a few moments here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. Leonardo Fioravanti comes in triumphant. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And we've just seen two of the best surf heats of this entire event go down. And guess what? Heat number 3, I think it's going to follow that same trajectory. We have an international super heat. Look at these names. Round 2. And you're seeing superstars. Mickey Monabray, Elishama Beckford, Sebastian Williams, and Josh Burke. Mitchell, are you kidding me with the depth of field we have here already? I mean, I'm just going to say this all day long, so bear with me. Another final-esque heat in the water.
No, and the crazy thing about this, too, is that it's showing you how deep every single region of the world is in terms of talent. Mihimana from the French Polynesia, he's from Tahiti but competes for France. Shama, known him for years, Jamaica in the house, and the Caribbean definitely has some talent in the water right now with Josh Burke too. The Bayesian invasion is for real. Second generation professional surfer for Josh. His dad Alan, also a great surfer, and Josh competed in his first CT event earlier this year at Punta Roca. And you can't talk about Mexico without talking about Sebastian Williams. Great surfer from Chacagua, just north of Puerto Escondido. Gets incredible waves almost on the daily and loves to surf beach breaks like Puerto Escondido too. So, wow, this is a great heat. 2 goofy footers against 2 regulars in the water, Chris.
Yeah, Sebastian Williams touted as a super grom, and he was about 10 years old. And, he's kind of been in and out of the limelight. But I'd say in the past 3 or 4 years, with getting invites to Stab High, surfing in ISA events, surfing in WSL QS events, Sebastian Williams is kind of right back on track, and his trajectory is straight up. A big finish here, of course, would add a lot of confidence to Sebastian Williams, and he is definitely one of the more entertaining surfers you're going to see in this draw. He's got every trick in the book. Say his specialty is giant alley-oops. He's got those on lock. Hopefully we'll see an opportunity out there. And speaking of having it on lock, Leonardo Fioravanti locked in early. He's standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, hi guys, Leonardo Fioravanti. Beautiful performance this morning. It looked really sharp for us here on the beach. How did it feel in the water?
Oh, everything felt really good. Huntington Beach is tough conditions always. Every morning you don't know what to expect, but I think we're all ready for it, and I'm stoked to win that heat.
It's great to see Team Italy here as well. And I mean, you were surfing against a guy like Eli from Finland. He took down really big names yesterday. Were you aware of him coming into this event before?
It's so cool. I've never heard of him before, but it reminded me a little bit when I was young. I used to do the ISA since I was 10 years old. And, when I was 12, I used to beat, some bigger names. And I was just a random kid from Italy. So it reminds me a bit from, he's from Finland. So a country that's got not much to do with surfing. So it's really cool to see young talents, not only that they come from, Australia, America, Hawaii, but from countries like Finland.
Yeah, beautiful, and it's part of the games and why we love it so much. Yeah. And I'm sure there's plenty of fans at home watching for Italy, so any words for the guys tuning in?
Well, first, yesterday the surfing world has had a huge loss, Kalani David. He was a great friend of mine. Me and him are only a week apart, so we basically grew up surfing together. So can we just have 10 seconds of a little moment for him? And much love to all his family, his friends, the whole North Shore community, and everyone that loved him. He'll be loved by so many surfers, and I think we're all going to surf for Kalani in this event.
A beautiful tribute, and I'm sure well received around the world. Thank you very much, Leo. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
And thank you, Leo. That was some news that came up yesterday. Shocking, devastating for surf fans and, of course, friends and family of Kalani David. say one of the greatest dual sport athletes of all time. Mitchell, you know, you were very close friends with him, and got to applaud your strength for yesterday. And of course, you know, the immediate reaction is to think of all the incredible things Kalani gave to all of us just through, you know, not only what he did in the water and at the skate park, but who he was as a person.
Yeah.
You know, tough times for sure. And I love that sentiment that Leo put out there right there. We're surfing for Kalani today, so, and every day.
Yeah, there's a lot of people he impacted that are competing in this event, and you know, I think Kalani deserved to be here competing still. He had a lot of health issues, a lot of personal issues, but you know, we're gonna do everything in life for him now and remember him every single day. Josh Burke is one of those people that Kalani affected too, and you know, he grew up competing with Josh. So yeah, tough times, Chris, but you know, we're here and Josh is doing his thing too.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of incredible tributes come out via social media, and you know, if you have a memory or were a fan of Kalani, put it out there. Love to see it. And right there, just a great example of Joshua Burke. You know, these are all surfers that were right there in Kalani's age bracket.
Yep.
And Kalani was an ISA family member, a 2015 World Junior
2012
ISA Junior Champion. So, of course, impact in and out of the water. And I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more tributes to Kalani, who, you know, was a beloved member of our family, of the surfing family, of the skateboarding family, and the North Shore. Just his life sent reverberations around the world. So I'm sure we'll be talking a lot more about Kalani as the week, year, you know, decades go on. He's just that type of person. But back to the business at hand. Surfer in red, Mihimana Bray, representing Team France, 26 years old, from Papara, Tahiti, riding his Paisel surfboard to wonderful effect. I mean, making that transition from the outside to the inside look easy. Mihimana Bray is one of these guys that in any type of waves, including, you know, 1 to 2 foot Huntington Beach, all the way up to 12-foot Chopo to 10-foot Sunset Beach, just solid surfer, and expect big things for him to come. Well, this is going to be a treat because we didn't get a chance to talk to Ellie after his big win yesterday at Podium 2. So we're going to catch up with Ellie Temperi, representing Team Finland now, standing by with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, I do have. He was the man of the moment yesterday, and unfortunately going down in that really big heat against Leo. But Ellie, so many people have been talking about you. How did it feel to take down Kolohe yesterday in your opening round?
Yeah, I had a good heat yesterday. I had a lot of patience at the start of the heat, and then I ended up backing it up with the good wave, but didn't make up for it today. Hopefully I'll make a couple rounds in the repechage. We'll see how it goes.
And I saw the Finland flag flying high, and you've got a really proud team of supporters both here and online. How does it feel to be representing that team here?
Yeah, I've got a lot of people back at home in Finland watching it, and then I've got a couple friends down here watching me. So, yeah, it feels great to have the support behind my back.
And it's quite a big event. I mean, there's a lot of people on the beach. How does it feel to be coming from your home, you know, in the mornings and then turning up and seeing this many people here to watch you surf?
Yeah, I'm actually from Encinitas, and coming down here, being able to sleep in my own bed means a lot to me, and getting the rest that I need to come down here early in the morning and surf a heat is fun. It's really nice.
Oh, beautiful. Well, congratulations anyway. It's been a massive event for you, and we look forward to watching you surf in the future for Team Finland. Ellie.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, you could tell, you know, he's a competitor. He's angry.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying watch out, repechage, because Ellie Temperi is coming. You can just see the gears moving in that young surfer's head. And, you know, he's very serious. Right there would have been, you know, I think a lot of us would have kind of just been laughing like, yeah, you know, it didn't go my way. But he's now determination all over his face. And I'm excited to see what he does in the repechage rounds as well. He said he just wants to make a couple heats, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ellie surfs his way right back onto that main podium.
Neither would I. And a great wave to start things off for the Bayesian Josh Burke. So good turns on the outside on the back, and then a great finish on the forehand. And then you were talking about the surfer from Papara in Tahiti, the Frenchman Bray. Great maneuver on the outside on the forehand. And this is a big dude, too. he might not look as big on screen, but you see him in person, you're like, wow. You know, he's really got that Tahitian power and a great finish. A lot of experience competing here at the U.S. Open several times, too. So a 6.17 for Bray, a 7.83 for Burke. And both Williams nor Beckford have caught a wave so far. And here's Josh again.
Yeah, I feel like Josh Burke is underrated. You know, I think he is a surfer that has all the stylings of a ISA medalist and a WSL CT surfer. I mean, he's got all the tools. And, oh, that is not what we want to see. Sebastian Williams in yellow, Elishama Beckford in white. That was our first real contact of the day so far. And that'll be up to our priority judges to see exactly what happened there. You know, there was no priority on the board as this heat. The surfers had yet to catch waves. So that's just one of those scenarios, you know, you don't want to see. But that's competitive surfing for you, especially when the waves are kind of smaller and condensed like this. The field is really tight out in the lineup. So the priority judges will be looking at that. And Mitchell, I know you've been in and around a judging panel a lot of times in your life. What do you think happened right there?
It seemed like it was clearly a right to me. So bummer there for Shama. Here's Josh again, Chris. He's on his third wave already. Has a 2.17 to back up the 7.83.
Jeez, one of the highest scorer of the day so far. That 7.83 was massive, and that right there, that was beautiful surfing. We see Ellie Shama now, probably a little bit stunned and shook. Anytime you're in a heat and you make contact with another surfer, it can rattle you.
Yeah.
And even veteran competitors will be rattled. So, you know, I don't blame Ellie Shama right there for being a little thrown off on that wave. With 7 minutes to go here, there is time, and there you see Team Jamaica kind of same boat, wondering, you know, what just happened there. But, you know, the good news for them is here we go.
So luckily for Shama, since it was a non-priority situation, this should be a non-priority interference. He did get up to his feet first, but to me, it's just clearly a right. You know, he was going to have to backdoor the left. And looking at what Seb did here, this is his opening ride. So a couple of decent carves on the outside. Gets a nice setup and a decent finish, too. So he's on the board. But looking at the scores that both Bray and Josh have, his best wave is going to need to be a decent one, Chris. And both Team Jamaica and Barbados, you got the Caribbean connection right there together.
Yeah, that's, you know, kind of the other side of competition is the camaraderie that develops at these ISA events. And, you know, you have 51 nations coming together. A lot of these teams fielding, you know, one or two surfers. So they kind of have a way of getting adopted by the other teams. Ran into the surfer representing Saudi Arabia, first-time competitors here in the ISA World Surfing Games, and you know, you could see it on his face. He was beaming just being a part of this event. Surfed really well yesterday, and I'm sure he'll be adopted onto another team. And you know, while flying his own flag, he'll be kind of picking and choosing who he's going to start cheering for the rest of this event. And that's just another element of ISA competition that is just so magical and just so different than most other events around the world.
100%, and that's the beautiful thing about globalization too, is that we're being able to spread the word on how great surfing is and how it impacts people's lives, and it changes even nations too. You know, hopefully somewhere like Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan, Iran, something like that, you can make such a positive impact that it will change things from the inside out. And you know, that's the whole purpose of the ISA, a better world through surfing. But you know, looking at this heat right now, 5 minutes to go, the score still haven't dropped for both Seb and the last Josh Burke. So Bray has a 10.84 heat total. You'd be thinking that Seb's going to be looking for at least something in the 6s, maybe even a 7 to make it out of this.
Yeah, Shama Beckford now. This guy is super talented.
Models too.
Yeah, he's a multi-threat.
Yeah.
A great skateboarder as well.
Oh yeah.
And you know, just an amazing ambassador for Jamaica. Truly embodies that Jamaican spirit. And yeah, to your point, you know, it is it's so important, and it's just so incredible to be able to meet someone in person from a country that maybe you've only heard about on the news, you've read about or whatever, but when you meet someone in real life, oh, you know, I have a new friend from Saudi Arabia. This is awesome. It kind of flips the whole script, right? It changes the way you think about the world. So if you're out there watching and you're close, I would say try to make it a point to come down here at least one of the days, and you know, you're going to meet some incredible people from around the world, and it's one of the rare circumstances where, you know, everyone's come together for this love of surfing and love of sport. So it's kind of, we all have something in common already. Yep. So the commonality is already out there. So get down here, get involved, meet some of these surfers. And, you know, if you want to start traveling, I'll tell you, the ultimate pass to some of these countries is through surfing, and, you know, by reaching out and, you know, meeting them, whether it's online or in person down here. That's the only thing you need is one contact in one country.
Yeah.
There's your start right there. 3:12 to go here. Joshua Burke. I mean, he is surfing like a champion right now. That was beautiful. Another beautiful turn. You can't say Joshua Burke without thinking of such clean style.
Yep.
And, you know, he is right there. And Shama now answering back. No quit in this young surfer. So even though he does have that interference on his score line, he's not giving up, and that's what we love to see.
Still waiting on a few scores, too. The previous Burke, Seb's just came in, his first one a 4.1. So as I was saying, probably going to need at least a high 6 to make it out of this heat, I would think, because Burke's going to take the lead, only needs a 3.01, has 2 waves that are owed to him, and then Shama's going to get his best on his last. But, yeah, you're going to make everlasting memories and friends when you come to one of these events. I know I definitely did. I've known Shama for 10, 11 years now, so, and I met him at an ISA event. So really cool core memories here, but, you know, you got to remember it's also competition. So
I was going to say, we're going to find some new rivals.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
All that matters is making it through heats, and in the end, everybody wants to get a medal, too. This is a close one. 2 minutes to go. It's going to come down to the wire, Chris.
Yeah, and even though Shama is one of the leaders of Team Jamaica, you know that they're going to have a quick little coaching session.
Yeah.
When he gets back to the beach. He will have another opportunity in the repechage rounds. And those heats will be posted momentarily. As you see, the last wave from Shama, this kind of shows you his skills and ability. He absolutely rips.
Yeah, a great layback right there from Shama. Stuck with the left right here. He knew that the pure bowl left on the inside shore was going to bowl up again. And maybe just went a bit too big for how that section was right there. Wasn't able to completely ride out of it. Good effort, though, knowing that he was probably, you know, in a tough spot to make it out of the heat. This is Josh's last. Goes left, a nice hit on the outside, and redirects right. And I love the patience here. You know, this is a kid that's been competing for a long time, has made pro juniors at Newport Beach. He's won an event in Belmar, New Jersey. So despite him competing and surfing reef breaks most of his life, he's very adept at competing in beach breaks, too. And there he goes, straight to the lead. Now set down to third, needs a 6.74. First priority with 50 seconds to go. He's got a chance. Yeah.
It's possible. You know, in these 20-minute heats, as we saw all day yesterday, and we've already seen this morning, time machine style. The buzzer blows, and then it blows again, and it's over in the blink of an eye. You really got to get up and at it quick. Josh Burke and Mihimana Bray both got their first good waves within the first minute or two of this heat. Sebastian Williams, he waited about 10 minutes to get his first wave, and you can kind of see the tail right there as it unwinds in front of our eyes with 18 seconds to go. Will he have a chance? That wave just disappears.
Still, I mean, he gave it a shot, but I just want to say that was great competitive skills by both Burke and Bray. You know, they knew who they were coming up against, and they showed them the amount of respect that they needed to. So good surfing from both Barbados and France.
Well, Burke and Bray move through in 1 and 2. Sebastian Williams, another big-name surfer, heading to the repechage, along with Shama Beckford. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. We're going to bring in Shannon and Barton on the call. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. Stay tuned.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
welcome back to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games here in Huntington Beach, California. It's another gloomy morning with that onshore wind already puffing through, but we have seen more action than what we were witnessing yesterday afternoon. So we know that those conditions, they're better, just like we were hoping for when we showed up this morning for a big day of competition. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Barton Lynch. And Barton, we have a stacked heat in the lineup with Joel Vaughn of Australia, Leandro Osuna of Argentina, Cahill Shunley from Colombia, and Patrick Langdon Dark from Great Britain. And it's going to be a great day of surfing ahead of us.
It sure will be, and as you said, the waves tend to be a little bit better today. There's a little more energy, the connection seems a little easier to make, and while yesterday was a great opening day, it's nice to see the conditions a little bit better than when we had to call it off towards the afternoon yesterday. So, great day ahead.
Yeah, Shannon Hughes here alongside Barton Lynch, and it did get very slow yesterday afternoon, so I think the surfers are thankful that there's a little bit more spilling off for today.
Yeah, and I suppose you've just got to be strategic, haven't you? And we saw yesterday a 5.83 scored on an inside shore break ride without even catching it halfway out. So there's opportunity all around the lineup. You just got to get creative when the waves are like this.
Yeah, that's a great attitude to have, especially coming into an event that's so long. There's so many days of competition that we're bound to have days that are a little bit slower, a little bit smaller in the forecast. So we've got 8 days of competition we've got to run through.
Yeah, and you've got to, that's the key to being a champion at the end of this thing, is being able to handle all of the different conditions, all of the ups and downs of a competitive journey like the ISA Games. And it's an emotional roller coaster. And we've seen people be eliminated in the primary round, go to the elimination round and advance all the way through to the finals on that side. So 2 chances makes it a very fair environment.
Well, so far we've got a small score, 257 for Joel Vaughn. Now up and riding, multiple ISA World Surfing Games champion Leandro Osuna, Olympian as well, representing Argentina. Getting a little caught up on that second section, but had a nice turn to start. And you can see that reform coming in really well. Now he's looking for that finishing maneuver and just gets caught up in a funny double up section. It'll get that first wave underway.
And it's amazing how those little mistakes at the end of a ride can really impact the score.
Our surfer in blue, Patrick from Great Britain, now just eyeing off the left in front of him. Won't have too much of that on the inside as well. And we'll have a small score to come through for him. So now Kale from Colombia will be looking for his first wave. Joel Vaughn already up and riding again. He's a replacement for Callum Robson for Team Australia. Callum got injured, and Joel got the call up because he had such a good run here at the US Open. He's had such a good run on the Challenger Series that they've decided to put him into Team Australia. And we'll see what else he can get up to here in Huntington Beach this week. And he's looking real comfortable.
Beautiful inside turn, great surfing family, the Vaughns. They've got it in the blood, and you can see it there in that young man's opening ride. Didn't look nervous, looked confident, finished it up well on the inside.
Now up and riding from Colombia, Kale. Nice carve back into the pocket, and that light figure just cutting across the surface of these waves. He is our youngest competitor at 12 years old in the lineup, and it was a really nice turn to finish off with.
He's a great young surfer. I know of him well from the Blast Off, my kids' video challenge that we do international, and he's been a star in that. He lives on Maui and has surfed the great waves and great conditions there, and there's amazing surfers coming out of that area.
Great flurry of action in front of us. Patrick going in for a huge maneuver on that first section and almost sticks it.
It was a big turn. Judges were going to love that with a completion and through to the shore break. It may have been one of the best rides of the heat so far with a completion. So an unfortunate fall there for Patrick.
Well, we've got scores coming in across the board. We're going to have a situation changes, no doubt. Before we get to that, we're going to catch up with Josh Burke, who took out that last heat from Barbados.
Congratulations on that heat win. You looked really sharp following suit of Kolohe and Leo this morning. How did you feel out there in these conditions?
Yeah, I felt good. Definitely good to get some waves in my heat because my other heat yesterday I didn't catch a wave until the 6-minute mark. And yeah, the waves are super tough, but thankful that those waves came to me and surfed them as well as I can, pretty much.
And Barbados, another very proud surfing nation. We've seen the likes of Chelsea Tuak on tour on the championship side, and we saw yourself. We were just speaking about it before. Is that something that goes into your mind as well, just pushing and pushing for Barbados?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's where I belong. That's where I want to be, is on the World Tour. So that's what I'm going for. And yeah, hopefully this is the road to qualify for Olympics, but it's only for the teams. So I'm going to do my best and obviously try and win.
Beautiful. And for all the guys tuning in at home from your hometown and your country, any words for those?
Yeah, thank you, Barbados, so much for all the support. Thank you, my friends and families, and all my sponsors. And I just want to say something too. I went in that heat pretty angry, honestly, because I just watched my fellow Barbadian, Kayla Ratson over there, and he's surfing just as well as the guys in his heat, and he's getting underscored brutally. And if this is an Olympic qualifier, I'd just like to say that the judging needs to be better. They need to start scoring names and score surfing.
Well, there you go. Said from the heart, Joshua Burke from Barbados. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck in your next round.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thanks for that, Jess. And yep, got some opinions coming through from Josh Burke. And we've got a big day of surfing ahead of us. And so we'll see how that judging feels through. That was a good win from Josh.
Yeah, he surfed great, but you know, these are emotional events, and you can see he was expressing emotion for a teammate, which really, you know, while it's sort of controversial to say something about the judges, at the same time you can see the passion that he has for his team, for his teammate, and you know, you give him a little jab and you never know, you might be a 0.5 here or there. So it's an interesting situation to see that happen, but he obviously felt it and he wanted to say it and got it off his chest, and that's what sport's all about, honesty.
There we go. Patrick up and riding on his backhand. Great adjustment for the finish, and he's sitting with a 3.00 as his high score right now. He's definitely going to be getting that requirement to move himself up into a better position.
Yeah, that was a great ride. Big move, strong, powerful young man. We see the 3 and a 1, so definitely going to be his best ride. But the signs are good early that he's a powerful contender, and if he connects with the lips, here we go. Oh, a little stumble at the start, but still recovered for the re-entry. Nice foam climb. Another kind of little stumble there as well. So the nerves at that point, then making his way through the inside, building speed really fast, and that last turn was spectacular.
All right, so scores to come through. Looks like Leandro Osuna got a piece of the action as well.
Beautiful outside turn into a whitewater sort of float to carve to slide through to this inside. And you can see his board here just driving through the flat dead sections. This was that earlier ride, and he kind of has that little bit of a stumble right there at the end. And it's amazing what an influence those stumbles can make, as we see Joel Vaughan's replay as well here. Little cut back on the face, went a little flat quick and just doing that work. Look at the board, the equipment here, just making it look, that is so difficult to do. To keep the board pumping rail to rail through a section that has no energy takes such technique and ability. Joel Vaughan making that look really quite easy.
So that score came through as a 5.1, which is the high mark of the heat so far. Last of our surfer in blue just came through as a 4.47, does set him up in second position. Leandro Osuna with a 4.67 on the board is sitting in third place, just that single score on the board, and a 3.17 for Kale of Colombia.
Yes, 12 years old, as you said, and you know, Maui, he lives on Maui, and it's a hotbed of talent there.
Joel Vaughan with a nice turn out the back now, utilizing that rail once again to just ease his way through to this inside section and smashes it for the finish, making Australia proud.
You were saying that he did, he got the replacement, in part based on his performance at the US Open, and now we're watching his management of the difficult parts of surfing Huntington Beach, and he's making it look absolutely easy.
Yeah.
The speed, power, and the flow, which is a major part of the criteria, the way he's rail turning and driving through those flat sections, it speaks to a great equipment, great technique, and obviously desire representing his country.
Yeah, so excited to see him get the call up as we take another look at this one.
And the outside maneuvers on his waves haven't been that big. They haven't been that, the lips and the wave themselves haven't had that opportunity. And the 5-1 score came out of his potential to turn the inside into something, the middle section into something that you actually value, where sometimes it's like downtime and they're not doing anything. He's turned that mid-section into value, and then really comboed it up with big inside turns, and consequently, the scores have had him in the lead.
Scores in, it's a 6.17, so he betters his situation over the 5.
Yeah, it's great surfing. It's not fantastic wave selection. He hasn't been given those scores by the quality of the wave. I almost feel like the waves that he's been riding have been 4s or 5s, and he's surfed them up to 5s or 6s in the scoring, just through the talent and the great equipment under his feet.
Team Australia there with India Robinson flying the flag, Kate Scarrett as one of the coaches, and your home nation.
Yeah. Haven't been back there for about 3 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm missing family and friends back there in Australia, and Joel Vaughan signalling so that he, those signals ordinarily, if they're pointing to their wrist, it means they want to know the time. If the hands wave above their heads, they want to know the scores. So he's interested to know where he's positioned, and when he hears those scores, I imagine that takes a lot of pressure off, and he goes, well, wow, imagine if I get a really good wave. So he can go into the excellent that way.
Yeah, actually finding a wave that gives something really solid out the back and not just those kind of functional maneuvers, but a critical section.
Because everything from the ignoring the outside turn, from that point to the midsection to the inside has been absolutely as good as we've seen whole event so far, even though we're only on day 2 in the morning of it. But at the same time, a big outside turn, and those scores would go excellent, because that's the most important part of the ride is the outside. And if the outside is big and aggressive and there's risk taken, you could get the 5 or the 6 without an inside connection. So here's the replay.
One more look at last of Joel Vaughan. This one came through as that 6.17.
Look here, and you watch the ankles and the knees and the way they're just pumping and driving the board. It never stops. He's always in the process of making something happen, and that engagement that he has with the wave, the judge has with that performance. There's no opportunity to kind of look somewhere else or to not sort of appreciate what's going on, because it's constantly engaged, and that's the perfect way to get the scores out of these conditions.
Scores to come through now for another short wave of Joel Vaughan. He's currently sitting in the lead with Patrick of Great Britain. He's from Wales and loves chasing swells around the UK, filming them, as we see Joel up and riding again. He is staying so active, just picking the eyes out of this lineup.
Yeah, he was in the 4th priority, and so when you, wow.
Ho-ho!
And that was a great idea too. So you can see the competitive smarts of this young guy. The outside wasn't that spectacular. He knew he wasn't going to increase on his score. Here's Leandro using the priority.
Big hit on the outside section. Nearly hangs on to it, just gets bounced off. Kale now taking off deep behind that section. If he stays with this, he could get that inside reform, though, and give him some good scoring potential. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Pump his way through, and he's made it through for the reform. And he'll kick out without much opportunity.
The kid's got airs, too. He's got a good air game. And, I know that was on his mind there. But, at 12 years of age and up against the experience of Leandro Usana, as you said, multiple winner here at the ISA Games. And, they've got, one of those sort of leading lights of Argentinian surfing. And then Joel Vaughan and Patrick Langdon. Carl, you need the outside turn. A wave without the outside turn, you're really going to be fighting against it and trying to really wring a score out of something. But if you get the big outside turn, the score's with you, and then you can manage the rest of it in a controlled way, finish up with a spectacular turn on the inside, and perhaps go excellent.
Some great coaching from you, Barton. We've got a great coach behind Team Columbia, Cahill's team this week, in Freddie Merrimon. Now, Freddie is an ISA Parasurfing World Champion. He's actually the very first Colombian World Champion. And you'll see him around this week on his skateboard, cheering on team and coaching Team Columbia, which has been really cool, as we track now with live action of Patrick. So Patrick, good, smooth surfing out the back. He's now going to make this transition to the inside, and he's going to go hard for the finish, times it well, and he rides out clean. Now he's looking to really secure that position in second. Lele now with a paddle. He's chasing just a 2.80, but we will have a score to come through for Last of Blue, as we see Lele get some outside work done. And now looking for that closeout. Kind of eyeing it off, maybe a little indecisive on if he should go for the right, go for the left. How much opportunity there is.
Yeah, it was a complicated wave, wasn't it? There's a lot of work done there, and if you don't get the inside turn as well, you imagine there's that opportunity to start well, manage the middle, finish well. That's the recipe, and if you don't get that finishing turn, it's definitely going to impact the score.
So just a few minutes left on the clock. We've got a score to come through for last of blue as we take a look at the recap with Patrick from Great Britain.
This wave would have been higher without those couple of little stumbles, and you can see the impact of those massive inside turns, but the impact of those little stumbles on the score meant that it only came in in that 4 range, and I was thinking it was going to go higher than that, but it's because of those little stumbles.
Just about 3 minutes left on the clock, and Joel Vaughn currently sitting in the lead with surfing like this.
Yeah, and Joel Vaughn, it speaks to technique and it speaks to talent, but it also speaks to equipment, and it looks fantastic, that board under his feet. That was a difficult last turn from Patrick there on the shore break to time that to complete it. So it's got him solid in the second place, but that 4.47 had the potential to be, perhaps a whole point more without those little catches and those little stumbles. So the judges doing a good job here, paying close attention to the subtleties.
Yeah, the finite details.
Yeah.
Those little in-between moments that matter so much within surfing. Can see the Colombian flag waving there. Score did come through for last of our surfer from Great Britain in blue as a 4.27. So that betters his second place position. You can see him there with his hand on his ear trying to listen to those beach announcers. And he'll know that now Leandro Osuna is chasing a 4.07 rather than that 2.8, which is a big difference at this stage.
Totally. And Cahill is only looking for a 5.57 as well. So really, at this point in time, while Joel Vaughn has been impressive in his surfing and his consistency, he's been just constantly busy. Now he's got to the first priority. It's time to make sure you've got one of those good scoring rides to improve and make that a difficult assignment for third and fourth. 4 and a 5's. It's a type of wave, and all of them are capable of that.
Well, we love being able to visit Huntington Beach and have Visit Huntington Beach behind us sponsoring this event. And what a great place to be running another iconic ISA World Surfing Games as we have kicked off our road to the Olympics. Joel Vaughn now with a big foam climb to start and just making it look so seamless. Those transitional moments that you were speaking of, Barton, Joel's putting on a clinic for.
He really is, and that way he didn't even really have to. Here we go. Needs the inside again. Great to see him going for it, and even with the incompletions, it doesn't really matter because neither of the waves that he's gone for the air on the inside were going to be a score better than what he's already had without that air attempt. So, he's strategically making the right moves. He waited with the priority. I almost felt like after that foam climb, he kind of went, oh, that's not really what I was waiting for. And he found himself on the wave. And Kelly Slater was speaking to it the other day in a podcast I did with him, where he's like, sometimes he finds himself doing moves or making moves that he knows are wrong, but you don't have the control of yourself in that moment. You know you're making the wrong move, but all of a sudden it's too late. And I felt like that was a bigger set for Joel Vaughn, but it didn't pan out the way he wanted it to.
That's a great breakdown of it too. Even just thinking of, going for those airs on the in section, if he knows that with those turns he couldn't maybe better that 6-point ride, he's freed up. As we see Patrick with a huge section. Now this is the set of the day. We see Leandro Osuna coming in from the other side, so it looks like Lele would have had priority coming into this set.
Yes.
He's now going to take that inside section as we see Patrick out the back finished. And Lele goes for that quick finish on the inside. Nothing too explosive, nothing too exciting, but he does get that complete maneuver, and he was chasing just a 4.07. Now another huge maneuver from Kale of Colombia, the young 12-year-old from Maui, proudly representing Colombia this week. And that wave was well overhead for the grommet. As he now flies down for the in section, what's he going to bring to it? And that was some great surfing.
It's going to be interesting to see what Leandro got done on the outside. That was the wave that Joel Vaughn was waiting for. And the fact that he went that wave, that he would have been paddling back out and going, oh, that's what I was waiting for. I sort of pulled the trigger a little early rather than waiting for that big set. Heat's over. Scores we're waiting on. This is going to be really interesting.
Okay, so we've got scores to come through for red, white, and blue. For Kale, for Leandro, and for Patrick. Joel Vaughn Didn't get a wave in that last exchange, so his high scores will stay as the 5 and the 6. Let's break this down.
Oh, well, so the outside turn was rushed. It had to be rushed. There wasn't a lot of space or time, but it wasn't that critical. It wasn't that spectacular. So there was a little bit lacking there. The midsection was kind of a bit of downtime, and even that inside turn, it was a big set wave. He's got that to his advantage, but the surfing on the wave face really didn't maximise the opportunities that might have been in that wave. It's going to be interesting to see.
So scores still coming through. Lele now breaking it down with his team, with Team Argentina. Leandro Osuna being the very first Argentinian Olympic surfer. Proudly represented his country, Tokyo 2020 last year.
What an honour that is. And these are nervous times. These where you've done all the work and now you're just sitting on the beach, and that's a very close ride. I don't know how you feel about it, but
I agree.
Not sure. I don't know.
I think it's so close, and considering now your thoughts on Patrick. So he only had that single turn, right?
But it was
Could he be bettering his 4s with the single turn?
I feel like it was a big face and it was a big turn, and when he got to the bottom, he saw Leandro coming towards him and it scared him almost, and he turned away and got out of the way because he didn't want to interfere because he was in the priority roster below him. So that was a big turn, one of the bigger turns of the heat, and it may improve on the 4, and we know that length of ride and quantity doesn't match the quality.
And let's talk about the wave that we saw from our surfer in white, Kale. He had a huge section out the back, and he had a very sharp finish chasing just that 5.57.
Yeah, maybe the outside turn was a little horizontal and not quite aggressive and powerful enough. Look at Kale there. There's the outside turn. Nice float. That's a good angle of it. It looked a little more critical from that angle. And then he I feel like through here there could be some rail-to-rail turns. The judges would like to have seen a little more through here. But here he goes. He gets the connection, pumping and driving the board, waiting for it to stand up in front of him, hits the lip. That was his best wave of the heat. So what have we got there before that? Just looking at the scores before.
So before that, he had a 3.17 as his high score.
He's definitely going to improve on that, obviously.
And what a way to finish either way.
And it was exciting, the finish, wasn't it? Everyone got a chance except for the person in first. So.
Yeah. Except for Joel Vaughn.
Put the cat amongst the pigeons, that will.
Kale now taking care of his media responsibilities. Young surfers learning that so quickly. All right, so we've got some scores through.
Leandro, 3.67, so really the wave was bumpy and lumpy and it didn't open up and give him enough space to show what he was capable of. So I feel like that was well scored. I didn't really feel like it was going all the way. It was possible, but just short, and I feel like that's the right place.
And last for Patrick in blue was a 1.53, so judges would have deemed that incomplete.
Must have.
Must have.
Yeah.
On that turn, kind of ducking out of the priority situation.
But I feel like it could have been better than that. But again, the eyes would have been on the priority surfer as well.
And scores through for our surfer in white. He does improve his situation, but it's not enough to take the advancing top tier position. He gets a 3.83. So both Leandro Osuna and Kale will be heading into the repecharge round, which will be starting right after this. So they'll have a couple of heats on hand today. And we'll be rolling straight into heat number 17. So we've got 2 more heats, Barton, left in round 2, and then we'll be running into repecharge round. Of course, we've been running heats at the South Podium as well. So that side's been running through round 2 this morning and had some heats there yesterday. And we'll just continue on down the way as we take a look at the surfers in this heat. We have Japan, Chile, Italy, and Venezuela. Keanu Kamiyama, Joaquin Reyes, Jesse Mendez, and Jose Lopez in the water. And it's going to be another exciting heat. That was a good flurry of action to finish off.
It sure was. It was, and Joel Vaughn, while his wave selection, he wasn't like he was on the best waves and he won the heat because he was on the best waves. He won the heat because he surfed the best, and that was great to see. A really strong, dominant performance, and the work he made those waves look fun, didn't he? He made like wow, he showed the potential.
Yeah, he definitely made me want to get out in the water, get a few good ones. So lots of time on the clock. We've just started the heat, just over 18 minutes, a little bit of a lull in the action, which is no surprise because we saw just a flurry of waves come through right at the finish of that last heat.
Yeah, good point.
A little bit of a wave rolling through here, but it's just going to be too small, and so these surfers will just patiently wait out. Maybe a little line rolling here. We got our surfer Jesse Mendez representing Italy, which is a new change. So Jesse Mendez, Brazilian surfer, competed on the championship tour in 2018 and 2019. Married to Tatiana Weston-Webb, who just finished number 3 in the world on the Women's Championship Tour.
A power couple.
A power couple. And Jesse just making the change to represent Italy for this year's ISA World Surfing Games for the first time ever with that Olympic dream in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have the world champion Adriano de Souza as the coach, or a coach for the Italian team. So Brazilian influence there.
Oh, it's huge. Now, I had a chat with Jesse in the lineup at Trestles a few days ago, and he said that him and Adriano's always been a great he's been a great mentor to the Brazilian crew, right? The years that Jesse had on tour, the years on the qualifying series getting to that stage. And he was always open with his time, but Jesse never wanted to take advantage of him. He wanted to pick the brain of the world champion, but he didn't want to kind of push that boundary too much, knowing that Adriano was always competing as well and kind of respect that distance.
Yes.
But he said now that it's flipped and Adriano is his coach, he was going to be picking eyes out of everything he possibly could on understanding competition, how to be a better surfer, everything he could think of. He was going to take full advantage of having Adriano as his coach.
And so, yeah, so you should, you know. And while Jesse, you know, there's always something to be learned, isn't there? You know, and especially from a world champion. And Adriano is a dogged competitor. He understands. While he's a fantastic surfer, he also is a fantastic competitor, and you need that combination, I suppose, to become a world champion. But it's, you know, there's a lot of great surfers in the world, a lot of good surfers, and an enormous amount of good surfers, and then there's a lot of great surfers too, and it takes that competitive nous to succeed on a world tour or in these world surfing games. So no better coach really than the Brazilian world champ.
Yeah, great to see that change for Team Italy. Now in the last heat, we saw Joel Vaughn making things look so easy. Jess Grimwood, let's catch up with him.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to be here with the Australian teams, Joel Vaughan. Congratulations, Joel. How did you find that situation out there for you?
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. The waves are quite hard to surf. You don't really know if you're going to get an inside. You just got to kind of try to pick a good one and hope it doubles up. And quite happy I picked a couple of good ones with a good inside section. Throughout the end, I had a bit of a bad mistake with priority. Went a pretty average wave, and then a bomb came at the end, so it made it a little nerve-wracking, but I'm stoked to make it through the heat.
Yeah, and you had a pretty tough field to overcome. You had, of course, the Argentinian, the Olympian, multiple medalists. Do you think about that going into these heats, or are you just totally on the Team Australia program?
No, I try to keep to myself. Just worry about what I can control. Can't really do much about the other surfers. Everyone surfs so well, so if you get caught up in that, you can go down the wrong track. So I just try to stay in my own head and just, yeah, keep it simple and surf as well as I can.
Sweet. Now, I know, of course, the whole of Australia, all the Vaughan family and the North Shelley board riders would be at home screaming you on. It's so good to see your flying mullet over here in America. Any words for the guys at home?
Yeah, just a big thanks for everyone that watched. And, yeah, I'm stoked to be representing Australia.
There you go. Joel Vaughan, Team Australia. Congratulations, mate, going on through.
Thank you.
Love hearing the Aussies chat to each other.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, mate. That was great. Stoked to see the Aussies have been rocking the mullets for a while. Connor O'Leary's been running around this week, and Jackson Baker.
I was about to say, what about Jackson Baker's haircut?
That's pretty extreme. The Aussies are definitely bringing the attitude this week.
And Jess Grimwood.
Jess Grimwood, yep.
Yes,
She's got a great haircut, our sideline reporter today. So fun to have her on the team. She's an excellent surfer. She's got a copper medal from the ISA World Surfing Games years ago. She's got a team silver medal for Team Australia. So she's got some great experience behind her in the jersey. And I was just so excited she was able to make the trip over and join us on the broadcast this week.
Absolutely.
Now, no scores, no waves ridden yet. We saw that flurry of action at the end of that last heat, and it's left us with that dead zone for at least the first 6 minutes of this one.
And interesting to see Joel Vaughan recognise the mistake with the priority and how he could have waited a short period longer and got that good set wave, and that wouldn't have put any tension into the environment at all, because he would have consolidated, been on that best wave of the heat, as well as the lead that he'd already created. So yeah, it's good. It's great when they acknowledge and understand what they've done wrong, and you see that there's that room to improve.
Yeah, that's such an important part of the judging panel as well. Just having that having that priority judge there to pay close attention to what's going on, to be able to have those eyes on the lineup as we take a look at our format. We've got 3 men, 3 women per team represented this week. Some teams have full teams. They've got 6 surfers. Some of them don't quite have that filled out, but we're hoping in the future they will. Of course, it's those top 2 waves that count and are averaged out. And the judging criteria there, speed, power, flow, sort of summarizing it all.
Yeah, variety and the combinations, meaning putting the moves together. So that commitment and degree of difficulty, the innovative and progressive, they're kind of similar concepts, aren't they? And then you put it all together into a performance. It really should have on there quality of wave, because it is a very large part of the criteria. And you imagine that the quality of the wave allows the quality of the performance. You're on a bad wave, your performance is kind of paralysed by the quality of the wave and stuck in a space that the wave won't allow the performance to grow to or the scores to grow to. So wave selection important as well.
Yeah, and that's the way you phrased it yesterday too, that every wave has a certain scoring potential, and you could surf it up a little bit or you could surf it down a little bit depending on your actual surfing.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it's not necessarily going to mean that a wave that has a very low scoring potential could end up getting an excellent score in the scale.
Yeah, it rarely happens. Obviously, you could do something innovative and progressive that the judges have never seen before, and it would warrant the score going to that place, but ordinarily the wave dictates the performance largely, and the best competitors, the best surfers catch the best waves because their relationship with the ocean, their understanding of it, their connection to it is the best or the deepest, and that's always been the sort of, I don't know, the hallmark or the sign of a great surfer, a great champion surfer, is that connection to the ocean.
Well, in this lineup, we've got a lot of surfers in their 20s. They've all got that experience. None of those really young, fresh names to competitive surfing, between Keanu, Joaquin, Jesse being the oldest with the most experience of championship tour level surfing, but then Jose as well. So Japan, Chile, and Venezuela putting together some surfers who have had some great runs, some great results themselves, all sitting in those early 20s. And I think for those nations as well, it's a huge achievement to even make it onto the team to be here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Thinking of a nation like Japan, having an Olympic silver medalist in Kanoe Igarashi on the team, to be able to have, last year they had Hiroto Ohara competing in the Olympics, Shun Murakami is on the team, and Keanu, replacing Hiroto on the team this year. He had a very tough draw of surfers to make it through within that Japanese tour this year to qualify and be selected for this team.
Yeah, just to get here. And it was interesting to see, you can see the Japanese area, they've brought the rope down, put the flags out, and they've kind of roped off their own little area there on the beach. I noticed that this morning. There was sort of hardly anyone on the beach at that point. The teams were starting to filter in, and they kind of roped off their little area and went, this is our camp for the day.
It's almost like they're prepping for the Aloha Cup ahead of time.
Exactly.
Where we have the little tapered off areas, the top 8 teams from the team medals from the last year's standings then compete in an Aloha Cup style, and you got those, the kind of tape worn it off, and everyone runs down to the beach to surf. But I like that approach. They're here, they're focused. They had great success at the Olympics last year. I mean, imagine that. Imagine for Keanu now on a team where they had both a man and a woman win an Olympic medal last year.
Yeah, that was amazing, and especially on home soil, that really, that must have felt fantastic, And I feel for the competitors at that Olympic Games without the spectator involvement and that joy that would have, imagine that beach full of Japanese spectators and that what we watched go down. It would have been just such an electric vibe. So looking forward to 2024 and that opportunity for surfing to be a part of the Olympics again. And last night we both got to watch the impossible wave.
Yeah, that was incredible. Well, just a quick note on the heat.
Yes.
I did just hear the buzzer sound, and the judges have given a restart. So we clicked down halfway through the heat. Gotcha. They've just added 10 minutes to the clock. So we're back to over 19 minutes now, and right on time. Maybe a little bit of a set rolling through. Doesn't look like anyone's going to have a paddle for it. But we do have some fresh time on the clock.
Fantastic. And that's one of those sort of innovative rules that really has made a big difference, because you could have all of a sudden had these 4 guys in a 10-minute heat, and you need, there's 4 of them, they need 2 rides each, you need 8 good waves in the 10 minutes, and there's, all of a sudden it's a scramble and a dogfight, which can be entertaining. and can be good to watch. But that creates a fair opportunity. The thing that I noticed in that overview shot was how close they were to the pier, and I felt like that where they're sitting next to the pier is called the Pier Bowl, and it's got a right and a left off it, and it's the sort of best route to the inside. It kind of wedges up off the pier, and you get that good connection through to the inside, as we see the Italian team and Leonardo Fioravanti there talking and animated in his explanation of something.
Feeling it with Team Italy. He had a great heat earlier today. Saw him going for some big airs on the inside section as well, similar that we saw Joel Vaughn attempting for at the finish.
And I wonder if this close proximity to the pier is because they're sort of wanting to hold the inside position. And there's a little bit of cat and mouse because I feel like they're in too deep a water almost right there.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty far out. I mean, when it is breaking on that kind of outside section, it'll break past that T in the pier where they're kind of currently sitting. But this is an interesting one. I mean, it's so slow. There was maybe that last little set was catchable.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, if they were a little bit further inside and maybe the cat and mouse and the positioning, because the surfer on the inside or closest to the breaking part of the wave before priority is sorted out has the right of way, and it's always a complicated time in a heat, and that's when interferences can happen, and it's a, you imagine you're sorting stuff out at that point in time, and there's some sort of alpha behavior that goes on in trying to control and dictate and make sure that you're the one controlling the heat. And I wonder if that's what's happened at the start of this. They've ended a little further out and a little bit towards the pier, and they're in some deeper water. And but the judges signalling and restarting would suggest that there wasn't opportunity that they have missed through that positioning. So maybe it's just lulled.
Just a long lull as we see some great representatives down there from Team Chile cheering on Joaquin Reyes.
Have you ever been to Chile?
I have not.
Me neither.
But I've heard some incredible things about it, and it's my husband's favorite country. If he could go on a surf trip anywhere right now, I think he'd pack his bags and he'd head straight to Chile.
Yeah. Well, it's on my list as well, and the idea of being able to snowboard and surf in the same day, which you can do down there, is something that's been on the list for a long time, and then there's left points all up and down that coast. So Joaquin Reyes, he's only 19 years of age, so a young guy. He's got some sponsors, local sponsors there, from Curanipe? Curanipe?
I'm not sure where that is on the coast there, if it's in the north or the south, but he's a great surfer. He finished second at the national championships for the juniors back in 2021. So still within that, that kind of younger pack coming through into the World Surfing Games.
And you see the flag being held there? That would not be, I don't feel like that's just a flag flying. I feel like that's a communication tool that is indicating something to the surfer in the water. And we know that that's something that's gone on for a long time in surfing, whether it's someone with a bright T-shirt who's giving you hand signals or a bright towel that they use to indicate and illustrate, suggestions of where you could sit and what you could do. So perhaps there's some communications set up there using the Japanese flag.
Yeah, that's something that we see so often now in surfing when, surfers do have a coach behind them, no matter what level it is, where there's a towel being used, whether it's being hung over a railing or it's, an arm in a certain direction or kind of those two hands held up. It's a great technique to be able to actually assist because there's no other way to communicate with the surfers that are sitting that deep in the water.
Absolutely.
It's not like a soccer pitch where you can go shout, the coach can shout right there from the sidelines or the players can run past or anything along those lines.
Absolutely. Off the pier, perhaps, but then from the pier, you don't have the view from the beach. You don't really, the pier is the height of it, and it's not a very good place to be coaching from.
Yeah, it changes the entire perspective and actually kind of warps it.
Exactly.
Doesn't really give you that feeling for what's happening in the water.
And we see it from drone angles, don't we, where you see the drone angle and it's beautiful, but it doesn't give you a real idea of what's going on, what the surfing is, how the wave's looking from a judge's point of view. So that communication from the beach, really important. These guys being very patient. We talked earlier and saw yesterday that at certain points on the tide, people got points, good points, out of inside waves that they didn't even surf on the outside. So there's that opportunity at some point in time. Still 15 minutes, so the restart has been fantastic for these guys and really taken the pressure off, because without it, and if we were at 5 minutes and 36 seconds now, I imagine you'd be seeing people starting to scramble to the inside just to get a couple of scores.
And that's what had anyone caught maybe a first wave, we would be absolutely witnessing that. If there's the moment, so to our audience that's listening in, if you're unaware, the moment that a wave is caught, restarts are not possible. Even if it's just a single wave right off the buzzer, within the first 30 seconds, one surfer stands up and their hands leave the rail, even if it's a 0.50, that means the heat is underway, and if there are no more waves for the rest of that heat, that person's going to win with a 0.5.
Exactly. So that's, and there have been heats, I know, where people have communicated and gone, should we just sit this one out? We've only got a couple of minutes to go, and we get a fresh clock, and they'll sit it out. But at the same time, if there's waves that have come through and the judges deem that you've missed them because of your positioning or because you're hassling with your opponents or whatever it is, at the same time, they may deny you a restart. So the fact that they got the restart indicates that there hasn't been opportunity so far.
Surfers coming up in the next heat. Miguel Pupo took out a great finish in Tahiti this year on the championship tour.
Makes
so
me want to cry again now.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful win. He's a great surfer. He's been committed and dedicated for a long time. His younger brother Samuel joined him on the World Championship Tour and kind of almost immediately had success that almost overshadowed his older brother's position and efforts over the years, and then he got his just desserts. Miguel Pupo winning the Tahiti Pro, and that is one of those events that, that's one of the most important events to win. It's like the Pipeline Masters, isn't it? It's up there where it's, it's great to win any World Championship event, but those ones that are in those crazy, incredibly difficult waves, they're the ones you really want.
Well, we officially have a heat on our hands. Jose of Venezuela scratching into the very first wave ridden after a restart and 7 minutes into this next heat. That cannot quite find that inside section, but we're definitely up and riding now. Keanu from Japan. That was a nice backhand slash.
Sure was.
For his opening turn. Now, it looks like he's going to make this transition through. This wave is going to have just a little bit more juice in it to give him an opportunity to finish off. Japanese flag still waving high, and we got some scores come through. Very proud of their surfer.
And Jose's got that famous surfing surname, Lopez, the great Jerry Lopez. My hero as a kid. Oh, interesting situation there, Shannon.
Yep, no priority would have been established between those two yet. And Joaquin ends up on that wave over Jesse Mendez. Now, Jesse's going to end up with first priority of the next set that comes through. But I kind of got that sense from Jesse, paddling so heavily into that he's feeling it out there now. Having a look here for Jesse Mendez. Straight into the lip for that first turn. Now, nice rail work to get him back into the pocket and find that little space for a transition. This could be one of the best waves that we're seeing ridden in this heat so far. The two-turn combo on the inside will get it for him.
And there was pressure because you were the last to catch a wave, and you waited so long, and everyone else had waves, connected them, completed them to the inside. The teams are going up. The pressure's on. He backed out of that one before where he didn't want to chance any type of interference, but the patience paid off.
Well, we are just about to low tide. There's hardly a change in the tides this morning, but yesterday we had that continuous increase to high tide through the afternoon. There actually was no low tide except for like the middle of the night. Today we go from a 3.5 down to a 3.4 at 10:30, which is in about an hour. So we are seeing that subtle change, and then it's going to increase to over a 4-foot tide through the afternoon. So hopefully we start to see a little pulse in the action. But let's break down these replays for our first waves ridden.
Pumping and driving through to the inside. Frantic, missed it. The outside turn was nice. Shame not to get the inside. Keanu, nice backhand re-entry out there. Went flat through this inside, and I thought, he's not going to make it at this point. But then there was this moment of speed, and he got this little bit of chop that sent him through to this inside section. And he gets a beautiful last turn, frontside re-entry. You could see the head and the shoulders flare that. Oh, and a backhand re-entry. That was live. That was an unfortunate mistake. That looked like a pretty decent wave.
Yeah, quick in and out there from Jose Lopez. So his first score, 1.5. First of our surfer in white from Chile, Joaquin, a 2.83. Now waiting for first of red and first of yellow. The judges are going to take their time with it, check those replays, because those were 2 decent waves. They had the outside work. They also had that inside work done. And it looks like Jose now starting to really just get that campaign underway, get himself a couple of waves. And
a 5.67 for the Japanese surfer. I feel like Jesse Mendez may get the best of that opening exchange. He's the most experienced competitor out there, and I suppose on paper would be the favorite going into this heat.
So scores are through. Jesse Mendez gets a 5, just shy of the 5.67 that came through for Keanu for Japan. Let's take a look here at this 5-point ride.
I suppose it speaks to the aggressive changes of direction on the outside and on the inside. I feel like this inside here with that 1-2 combo, that turn and into the closeout turn, I was like, oh, that was a great inside connection. Maybe the backhand re-entry on the outside lacked a little punch. That had some punch, but unfortunately he didn't. If he'd completed that, cut back into the whitewater, got the connection, the outside turn was enough to give it a good score.
Now up and riding again. Finds a wave with a little bit more push, but just can't make it through that flat section once again for Jose. And here we go, a little bit of action now. Joaquin chasing a 2.18 to get the advancing position. Gets through that first section, but hits that gutter really quickly. Looks like I thought maybe he'd be able to make that transition through the inside.
That was a priority wave. He had the priority. It looked like a good one at the start.
Keanu now finding a little bit of a pocket, throws a lot of spray. Love that style. That looked like a little Jerry Lopez moment.
That was that little stylized moment.
That was really good. And now he's got this section that will open up in front of him. Turns into the pocket, and great snap to finish. Stays super low and compressed.
Yeah, good energy. Jesse Mendez.
Jesse clicks into the section. He's going to stick with this just to eye it off, and he'll go down in the foam. So he's going to get that backup score on the board to increase his heat total slightly, but I feel like he would have really needed maybe that second section to put something substantial on.
Yeah, definitely. And then Jose, we've seen him kind of scramble. He was down the priority roster, and he was sort of scrambling on waves that were, never going to be, I suppose, is the reality. They're never going to be the sort of score that you want. All the other guys got the waves, cleared the lineup. He's now got the priority, and this is an important moment. The Venezuelan needs to take some time and make sure that that next ride is something that puts him into contention. It needs to be a 4+ or a 5-point ride to put him into contention with the others and use that priority well. There's only 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, so he needs to get cracking, but he can't do it unless the wave lets him. So now it's just a matter of patience and using that priority well.
So scores through to 3.43 for Jesse for that single turn. So that does set him up into the lead. He's having a look at this one now. And just a quick in and out. He's sitting with that third priority. He'll probably hold on to that. And how are you watching the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, whether it is on YouTube or on Facebook at International Surfing Association? Can check out the Instagram for some photos and great stories of what's been rolling through this week at ISA Surfing. And it's been a fun week here on the beach. If you're down here watching, then go ahead and tag or hashtag Surf City USA in your post this week.
I need to do that too. Love Huntington Beach. The people of Huntington Beach are great characters. It's such a fantastic place to be. Such great energy in town, in the afternoons. There's people everywhere, and there's all types of people. It's a fantastic. If you like people watching, there may be no better place than Huntington Beach.
Yeah, Huntington Beach definitely has its characters. It's a surf community, the community that like to hang down by the pier. We've got just a whole class of people and some great restaurants there on Main Street. I love that the pier just runs straight out from Main Street, and during the pandemic, they opened up that street. They actually kind of closed it off, opened up that space for all those restaurants to be able to have some outdoor dining, and they've kept it that way.
Yeah.
It's a really cool environment now.
Yeah, it's a sort of European feel to that end of the street, isn't it?
6 minutes on the clock, and our surfer in red from Japan is sitting in a solid lead now. He's backed up his 5.67 with a 6.10. Jesse Mendez in yellow with a 5.00 and a 3.43. He'll be looking to increase that to put a little bit more pressure, but still at this stage, it's been just really that wave selection that's facilitated a score into that 5-point range. Now, with only 5 minutes on the clock, we may not get another wave that offers that kind of scoring potential for Joaquin or for Jose.
Yeah, you've got to take advantage of it when it's there, and if you miss that opportunity, you as you said, we saw 10 minutes at the start of this heat that didn't break, so you go, well, there's 5:20. I may not get another chance, but you've got to play it out. There's no use going something that's not going to improve, not going to be there. You've just got to wait it out. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. But you've got to use that priority and sit and wait. Interesting to see the priority is the exact flip-flop of what the heat results are. First place is in fourth, second place is in third. And so first and second priority are in third and fourth in the heat. But the good news is that they've got that priority. That's what without that priority, you could almost at this point in time go, well, they're gone, Nelly, and write it off at this point in time. But with the priority, the door's still open. They just need the, 5s and 6s. So they're scores that it's distinctly possible. And here's looks like some kind of a set on the way.
Okay, so first priority sitting with Surfer in blue. He's chasing a 6.93, and he's having a paddle at this one. Now up and riding on his forehand. We've seen him go left quite a lot. We haven't seen him find the right. Nice snap, little tail drift for that first turn. And unfortunately can't make the connection, and that's going to hurt the score line. Priority now sitting with our Surfer in white, who's chasing a 5.60.
Yeah, it's not going to be the 6.93. He'll go to the bottom of the priority roster. The outside turn was nice, and it was a good-sized set wave. With the connection, I feel like 6.93, you either need an air somewhere along it, or you need 2 on the outside to get to that place. So when he got the 1 on the outside, the chances of getting the score he needed, they diminished significantly. Here's white.
Just digs that rail in a little bit too much on the opening turn. Jose now in blue on the paddle back out, sneaks into this one. Now he's going to have to do something impressive on this inside to get into that 6-point range. And he goes for the air, and he nearly rides out of it. That was awesome.
Well, that shows he's got the potential.
Yes.
And with a connection on the wave before it and that type of a completed air on the inside, a 6.93 was distinctly possible. He's got the talent to get through this heat. Whether he's got the time is another thing.
Yeah, the time is certainly racing against him as he's just pumping down the line, and then he flew into the air.
And the board responded so beautifully under his feet, looked crisp and fast, and he got the height he needed. The rotation was coming around. I suppose it was really the pressure of the moment and the importance of the moment that might have come to bear a little bit and create the incomplete, but shows the talent.
2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. You can see Yellow raising his arm there, wanting to know that time call and the requirements now on the board, knowing that those other surfers had waves. Now, when you're in the water like that and you got guys catching waves behind you, you can't always pay attention to what they actually got done.
And because you're looking out to sea, you're trying not to pay attention to what they're doing and give them your energy. And when you hear the teams go up, because they would have hooted and hollered at the air, you don't know what's happened, and you don't know whether they've got the score or not until you hear it. So that information's so important.
And a paddle now. It looks like on his way back out again, Jose just staying busy, trying to sneak his way into something. And now he's kind of got that energy. He knows that he can go big on that inside section. Mm-hmm. It's going to facilitate speed for him. It's going to facilitate the section to go into the air.
And he's still only looking for a 6.66. But when you look at his scores, the 1.77 and the 1.5, it's because the whole performance hasn't been put together. Waves have either had the outside turn and no inside, or the inside turn and no outside. And quite easily, with a couple of 4s, he could be getting through this heat.
I agree.
So the surfing potential is there. It's just been that taking advantage of the right waves at the right time, hasn't it?
Jesse Mendez looking to increase on a 3.43 to put more pressure on the rest of the field. Gets that outside turn, and now just setting it up here. Nice smooth rail work. Readjusting for that left. First connection, and he goes down.
Wow. The outside, here we go. It's going to be interesting to see this angle. Nice backhand re-entry, vertical. Now he starts to just work, looking for that inside connection. Keeps the board pumping rail to rail. Nice, easy connection. He's confused. He goes, yep, left's the way. Nice turn. And he pulled that one down quickly because he could see that section in front of him starting to barrel, really. And there wasn't enough time to get two. Might have been a situation where one big, clean one with some speed built into it might have been the better option. But still in second place, and with 30 seconds, he might be safe.
30 seconds on the clock, and scores through. It's a 3:17 for Jesse. That doesn't factor into his top two scores. But now it looks like the time is against both Joaquin from Chile and Jose from Venezuela. And what a wild heat this has been. I mean, in the end, they've ended up with about 30 minutes on the clock, which is a lot of time to be sitting out there. I mean, typically that's, not that long of a heat. A 30-minute heat's kind of standard in a lot of events. But for ISAs, 20-minute heats, and sitting out there for a lot of these guys with all that pressure, all that anticipation and excitement as we're waiting for those sets to roll through. And we finally got a few. So great result for both Keanu and for Jesse Mendez advancing through. Now the other day we had a great opening ceremonies before kicking off the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Let's have a look at all the action that went down there.
'96 was the first time that we have an event of the ISA called World Surfing Games. Used to call ISA World Championship, and we wanted to be sure that all the top professionals were part and every team was a dream team. Imagine, in '96 we were 30 surfing nations in the ISA, and now we're 111. Two of those teams are going to take a third slot, an additional slot for Tehupo. I wish you the best. Enjoy. It doesn't really matter because you guys are here. You guys are champions. You guys took the time to come here. Your families, your friends supported you. So celebrate yourself, pat yourself in the back, and say, yes, we were there in this day of 2022. I just want to finish saying, long live surfing, long live the clean oceans, and long live the surfing and lab revolution. Let's continue to be ambassadors of our waves. They need us more than we need them. Imagine how much they need us. Best luck in the competition, guys.
And we're back at the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games here in Huntington Beach, California. We had such a fun opening ceremonies the other day with the sands of the world being poured, with all the countries, with the parades and their flags, and all the teammates being able to walk down Main Street here in Huntington Beach. As we've got some live action out in front of us. We're into our last heat for round 2, heat number 18, and up and riding is Jean Gonzalez with a good inside and he goes down on the finish right into the sand. He'll definitely have some sand in that hair, and his ears, and his face, and his jersey. But what a great way to kick things off. He's got that wave under his belt, which means no restarts in this heat.
Yeah, this heat's on, and it was fantastic surfing. Looked sharp and fast. It was like excited me. I was like, whoa, this guy's ripping.
Panama, Brazil, Poland, and Spain in the water was Jean Gonzalez, Miguel Pupo, Maximilian, Michael Waski, sorry for the pronunciations on that one, and Luis Diaz. Luis now up and riding on his backhand. He's taken out the win here at the U.S. Open on the pro junior level in some exceptional heat surfing that we saw back in the past. And so for him, he's got that winning feeling here on the sand. Nice snap on the inside and puts on a clean finish. And he's looking ready to go for Team Spain.
Yeah, really polished, controlled. That felt professional. It was like he knew what he had to do, and he only did what he had to do. He didn't push it too far, didn't do more than was needed to turn it into a score that potentially could keep at the end of the heat. And in the opening stages of any heat, getting scores that are of value enough to keep at the end of the heat is the focus. So now he's just getting started, catching anything just to get started, just to get rid of nerves. People say get your feet in the wax is kind of something we hear a lot of. But for me, they need to be waves of value that you can keep in the end, or else you're just burning time off the clock.
Scores to come through for Luis, representing Spain, resides in the Canary Islands, loves getting barreled, and loves competition. So a real competitive character we've got in the lineup. Surfing maybe not barreling waves here at Huntington Beach, today, but on a good day, you can get some very solid late autumn kind of swells that roll through classic offshore conditions and some great barrels here at the south side of the pier. As we see Miguel Pupo, championship tour surfer representing Brazil, and has been on a great streak this year. He's had some of the best heats of his life. And I would pick him, as he pulls off a great finish, as a winner for this event this week. Just with the rhythm that he's had, Barton, he really seems to be, I mean, he's always been a great person to see around at events, but he just seems to be really in the moment this year.
Absolutely. And then, you know, you imagine you've got a younger brother. You've both grown up together with a dream of being professional surfers. The older brother makes the tour. He's there. He's off the tour. He's back on the tour, and then the younger brother joins him. And that's their father Wagner is a friend of mine and surfed back in our day, competed on the tour. So generational talent there, coming through the DNA from Dad. And he could definitely go on and win this event for sure, Shannon.
Let's take a look at his first wave.
Outside turn was nice. Then this part here, I felt like there was the opportunity to try and find some foam climbs or do something through that midsection, because nothing really happened until the shore. And the wave had that kind of bit of green face at the bottom and white water at the top, where with a good line you could have made something more of that wave. So I think there was a few points left on that wave for Miguel.
All right, I love that breakdown. Judges have brought the score through as a 4.53. Now for Luis, he got some work done through the inside.
That's in contrast. That wave didn't even look like there was opportunity on it.
Now up and riding in red, Jean Gonzalez from Panama. He caught that first wave, dropped through as a 2.33, and he's staying super busy on this one. Now with a good section to finish with. Love that little hang time there in the foam to finish and step out on the sand.
I'm impressed by Jean Carlos Gonzalez. The energy, the power, the technique, the style, he kind of lit that wave up. And Miguel Pupo, 4.53 for his first one. He's up again.
Miggy, nice slash to start on his backhand. Just weaving his way through, having to go to that standard Huntington hop to make it through the section. Smaller inside here as it begins to build through to the sand. Nice click. And finding one more turn, gets that combo as he kicks out. Now we've got scores to come through for Miguel Pupo. We've got another set rolling through, so we're going to stick with live action. Luis Diaz also just having some fun out there. He's going to kick out and hold on to that priority position, or at least keep himself higher in the priority rotation, as yellow Maximilian has just jumped into first priority. And a wave coming here maybe now for Max. Let's see if he's going to go for it. He decides not to. And John Carlos also on the paddle back out. So we have some scores to roll through, but in the last heat, Barton, we saw a great performance from our Japanese competitor, Keanu Kamiyama. And we've got Ben Wei to have a chat. Take it away, Ben.
Thank you very much, Shannon. So here we are with Team Japan's Keanu Kamiyama, the winner of that heat number 17, round 2. まずおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今日はもう最初の10分、もう半分になって波来なくて、半分が終わったら波なかったらそのリスタートのルール、それ分かった？
分かりました。
でも今日はもうそれヒート中でもう初めて。
ヒートで初めてリスタートになって、まあ焦りはなかったですけど、まあいい波乗れてよかった。
So I was saying, if you've ever had that 10-minute, we have that rule. If half of the heat goes by, we have to do a restart with no rides. So the ocean went to sleep. He said it's the first time it's ever happened in competition for him. He didn't know of the rule. まあそれでは一番ハイテンス、その最後のショートブレイクもう全然浅くて、もうギリギリもうフィンが折れそうな感じ。その一番最後のマヌーバーはもう一番ハイテンスが出てた。どこでそういう練習ができる？
まあ日本で湘南とかでまあショアブレイクで来る前ちょっと練習したので、それがいい感じになったと思います。
福沼ですか？
茅ヶ崎。
もちろん。So I was asking him what beach in Japan lets you practice that final maneuver on the sand, practically digging your fins in. And he said Shonan, which is just outside of the Bay of Tokyo, it's right on the sand, so it's a great place to practice. ありがとうございます。ご苦労様でした。またよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you guys. Back to you in the booth.
Oh, thanks so much. Love that insight. First time ever having a restart in a heat. Can practice at a wave, you know, close to home for him there for those just that commitment level that it does take when you're riding onto nearly dry sand.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, his 2 scoring rides had the big turn outside, the big turn inside, and it was always the last turn that we went, whoa, that was great, and it got us excited, got the judges excited, got the win, and stoked young man.
All right, so we've got some scores that have come through. At the moment, our surfer in red is sitting in the lead. He's got a 4.13 as his high score, so he increased after that first one. We've got a score to come through now for last of blue. His high score, that 4.33. He's looking for a 2.13 to take the lead. Miguel Pupo with that 4.53 now has another score to drop in, so he's going to end up with a second on the scoreboard. And our surfer from Poland, Maximilian, with a couple of throwaway scores, just a 0.5 and a 0.83 at the moment. But he is sitting in that first priority position, so he's got the pick of the lineup.
Yeah, and in these inconsistent conditions, it's a powerful advantage to have. Interesting to see the 4.13, the 4.33, and the 4.53, and sort of look at those 3. I thought Luis Diaz's surfing and Juan Carlos Gonzalez's surfing was maybe better than Miggy's. But Miguel's wave was kind of bigger and better, and it gave him the better score. But Miguel's going to have to pick up his performance as he gets his second score there of 4.67, because these guys, they've got great. Look at this ability through the flats. Really impressive.
Super impressive now as he transitions through the inside for Luis, and that is some sharp surfing. He's going to pull off that maneuver. And like you said, just those transitional moments are seamless for him.
And sharp is the word. His surfing is super sharp, always on a rail, never hopping, never standing, never waiting, constantly working, constantly generating, you know, what should be scoring opportunities.
Miguel now up and riding, goes for a huge air, goes for the rail grab as well. Now that's commitment as well, right?
Absolutely.
Looking for the outside section and going that big, knowing if he falls, he risks the rest of that wave.
Yeah, it's a throwaway score, obviously, and it's not going to count in the end, so there's a lot of risk there. I suppose when you've had the 4.67, the 4.53, and you're in first place, you feel like that's the time to do it. And that's the professionalism and the experience that Miguel Pupo has at that World Tour level as well, that's sort of indicated that now's the time to go for it.
Yeah, he's got those scores down. Nothing too substantial, but at the moment he does have that leading position. And so going for something just a little bit different on that outside section. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And this wave's had so much more action than the last one, Barton.
Yeah, there's been a lot of waves. That was a lully heat, the last one. Jean Gonzalez representing Panama since he was 13 years of age. His first international competition was the Ecuadorian ISAs. He left there 5th place, 2nd place in the ISA World Surfing Games in 2013 as well. So he's had a lot of experience, and when you see him on a wave, it speaks loudly to me of the talent and the experience. I'm really impressed.
As we take a look at the replay here.
And we talked about how sharp he is on the rail. You see these little turns here, rail to rail, constantly moving the board into that inside. Had a little double ledge on the wave face that he handled perfectly. Team members are excited. Here's the air attempt, punches into it, grabs the rail, throws the tail, comes down right in the lip, and that would suggest where the landing was, kind of suggested that wave didn't have enough energy and power to project him out to where he wanted to be. But you've got to try or else you'll never know.
And now he's kind of got that feeling. He's tested it out. 7 minutes on the clock, and Luis Diaz currently sitting in the lead. As we see Jean Gonzalez, he's had some great results in the past. Nice snap to start for that first section. Cutting his way through here. Going for the Huntington hop, but bangs it on that little reform on the inside. And now navigating the double up. Not sure if he's going to make it through that one. We'll have to catch up on the replay. And Miggy goes down out the back. I hope Jean was able to stick that, because he's chasing that 5.07, and Miguel Pupo is not sitting in a good position right now.
Here we go.
Here we go with our heat leader, Looking to increase on a 4.33, goes for a big turn to start.
That was going to have two outside. If he made that turn, did another turn outside, it was going to be the best wave of the heat without a connection. And we've seen how good he is at connecting.
Absolutely. It finally had that section he was looking for. Now this one from Jean Gonzalez.
It's a shame that outside turn got a little bit awkward. Got a little straight in the legs. But you can see this guy's got, he can create speed. He's got that powerful wide stance, belted the inside. He liked it. He loved the way it felt. And I'm loving the way he's surfing feels too. This is not a heat that Miguel Pupo, as a World Championship Tour level surfer, can take for granted, because he is getting challenged.
He is absolutely getting challenged.
And that wave from Jean Gonzalez has to be better than the 2.33.
Now we're still waiting for that to come through. He's chasing a 5.07, the former ISA silver medalist for the World Surfing Games. And he gets it, a 6.07, takes him into the lead, knocks Miggy Pupo down into third place position.
And maybe it wasn't the time to go to the air. Maybe it was the time to try and build on those fours with something in that 5 or 6 range out of just some, on-the-face surfing. You take the risks. It either pays off or you pay. And at this point in time, but there's still 5 minutes, so still plenty of time. Miguel's got first priority as well. This is a super important priority. He's got to turn that into a score better than a 5, improve on what he's already got to be any chance of catching these guys. But the speed, the rail surfing, the excitement that first and second have brought to this heat is something that Miguel hasn't quite yet matched. And it hasn't been matched in the scores, as we see the 6.07 and the 5.27 as the best two. And so he's going to have to up the level of intensity in what he's doing out there to match these guys.
I absolutely agree. He's chasing that 4.94 for Pupo to take the advancing position and keep himself out of the repecharge round. So remember, we do have those coming up later today, actually after this heat, because we are in the last heat for round 2. We'll be rolling through some repecharge for the rest of the day. And then for Maximilian from Poland, he started surfing on a family trip to Portugal during the family holidays, and he says it's absolutely transformed his life. It's something that he just searches for and wants to be in the water all the time. But he's in a tough position. Miguel Pupo, not in as tough as a position, just needs about a 5 to take the advancing position in those top 2. He got some work done on the outside. Nice little snap to start and goes for a big finish for that combo. Gives a fist pump. Team Brazil there with the flags on the shore.
Yeah, used the priority well, got the outside backhand re-entry. The inside felt a little sharper. You could feel the desperation and the need in that moment. Backhand re-entry.
Yeah, the hunger from him. Now Luis with a backhand re-entry for that first turn. Cutting through here. Is he going to be able to connect through? He won't. Well, he goes down to his stomach. Now if he popped up again, could have continued on for another score. But that probably won't factor into anything as we take a look here at last of Miguel. So chasing just about a 5-point score.
Nice backhand re-entry. I think he gets the score. I think, the fact that it's a flat 5, if it had to be something more than the 5, I'd start to question it. Flat 5, this inside work, that snap into this last turn, and the backhand re-entry, it's right there. There's every chance he's going to get that score that he needs. And Luis Diaz is going to regret the fall on that outside left where he had the first amazing turn. It was the best turn of the heat if it was complete.
And it was probably the wave with the best section that we've seen.
Totally.
Because it actually offered very good 2-turn combination.
There was going to be a second turn for sure, and the first turn was flaring. I was like, wow. Oh, and it was a heartbreaking moment when he fell. And if he doesn't advance through and goes to the elimination round, it would be because of that fall.
Okay, so scores are in. Miguel Pupo gets a 5.93. It takes him into the lead. Jean Gonzalez down into second, and Luis Diaz down into third. Now chasing himself a 4.94, which I think was the exact requirement that Miguel had on himself.
Miguel's in the 4th priority. The unfortunate part for Lewis is that he's in the 3rd priority. There's 2 minutes to go. We don't see a lot of action. When you look out beyond the surfers into the ocean, sometimes you can see the lines of the sets and you can see things coming. I don't see a lot of action coming at this point in time. And if it does come, Polish surfer, Jean Gonzalez, they will get those 2 rides if they come through.
Now, Max, previously in his career as he's up and riding, he took away a 15th place finish at the ISA Junior Championships as he just loses the tail there. So he's had some results. You know, he's made it through some heats in these huge events with so many surfers. He's been competing in these for a number of years. So it's great to see him back in the lineup here and representing.
And you can see Maximilian's style and technique there just on that brief ride. Oh.
Lewis with an opportunity, chasing a 4.94. So he gets one turn out the back. Now he needs something solid on the inside.
Bang, another one. Is there another one? Oh, on foot. Oh, no, there's not.
It's not going to be the score.
The confusion of the moment.
The confusion of the moment. Just can't quite execute on the inside section. Miguel now coming through just to try and solidify that place in the lead. And you can really see that eagerness, it's completely changed.
Yeah.
The Miguel at the beginning of this heat is a completely different Miguel than we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and he was challenged, and he had to go and find another gear, didn't he? And that was great to see that, you know, you're up against, oh, here we go, Maximilian again.
Okay, with an opportunity. Oh, great hit on the backhand. Just can't quite figure out that section, which is a shame because, like you said, his style is really nice.
Yeah, he's got good style, good technique. 5 seconds on the clock. You can see he's making his way in. A little disappointed at the performance, but again, that elimination round gives everybody 2 chances.
And Miguel now just waiting to hear that final situation update. If he's made it, if he hasn't,
thumbs up.
What does he do? He's looking at the coaches, he's looking at the judges. And we do have some scores to come through, actually across the board for all 4 of our surfers.
But we don't really see the situation changing. I think that the Brazilian, the Panamanian, 2 of the highest scoring waves, single waves of the heat, good backups.
And we were really going to need to see that finishing section from our surfer in blue. So his score, just to throw away, doesn't factor into his top 2 for Luis Diaz. He falls out into repechage. Waiting for last of John Carlos. And Miguel Pupo, representing Team Brazil, looking like he'll take the win out of this one alongside or making his Brazilian team happy. Little brother Sammy Pupo on the team, Jadson Andre on the team.
That's the way you would have expected it to go on paper. But it was great to see Miguel get pushed and get challenged and have to really find that other gear to get through that one and win it. It wasn't going to be easy, sorry.
It was not going to be easy. Miguel Pupo with the lead. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We've got more action coming through with Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar jumping in the booth to call it on.
The road to Paris 2024 starts right here in Huntington Beach, California. This is day 1 of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 51 nations competing, over 134 surfers. This is going to be an epic week of surfing, and it starts right now. Right there, throwing tons of spray. He makes the connection to the inside.
Boy. This is the first turn. Look, big snap and drifts the tail. Beautiful floating re-entry.
We see Kanoa looking for a strong finish on the inside. He goes to the air. Can he ride out of it? He sticks on his feet.
My name is Girmantas. I come from Lithuania. So I think, the biggest win for Lithuania and for the Baltics in general is that we are here presenting, the region at the global stage. My father, my uncle, they would windsurf. And I was too small, to uphold the sail. So I would just pick up a windsurf board. I wouldn't actually carry it to the water myself because it was too heavy. So somebody would have to help me to bring it to the sea. And then I started catching little waves. And yeah, I think I caught the first one and I kept chasing the feeling. So I'm stoked to be part of ISA family.
As we see Alan Cleland just for a nice snap to finish on the inside.
Great wave.
Caribbean. put in some work.
Wow.
So far from Griffin. And look at that. Fin release.
Games champion in red here, Santiago Muniz. And as you said, he's fast, he's quick. So I love the intensity that he's bringing. Former ISA junior medalist. Great turn right there where he busts the fins out and does it one more time to shut the case.
Well, this international field of surfers truly lived up to the challenge of day one, and there is much more to come. Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Well, the tomorrow that handsome fellow was mentioning is now. This is day 2 of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we are right back into it. No rest for the wicked. These 20-minute heats fire up and fire down the line quickly. So far, so good. This morning, our surfers are making the most out of tough conditions. It's about 1 to 2 foot. The good news is it's plenty consistent. There's proper push. The hard part is just kind of finding the diamond in the rough. Mitchell, you surf here a lot, so you know full well what these conditions call for. What are these surfers looking at in terms of finding a wave of consequence?
Well, first and foremost, I would think that the main thing is always wanting to sit on the outside, regardless of what size it is. If it's big, obviously you need to be on the outside. If it's small and kind of in between like it is today, I think your best bet is still sitting on the outside. You got a good heat. Puerto Rico, Afghanistan, the Ukraine, and Nicaragua in the water. But I think in terms of identification of the best waves, it's all about being on the clean ones, Chris. And I know it's been difficult to do that so far this morning because it's been so choppy, but it has cleaned up a lot more than it was this morning. So, I would still stick to the lefts. As you can see here, Amu, the surfer from Afghanistan.
Yes, Afrodun. This guy is an awesome ambassador for surfing. Grew up in Afghanistan. Currently, I just talked to him. He told me, just kind of gave me, he's living in the Azores. And he was actually coming here prepared and excited to surf some smaller, manageable waves. He tells me where he's from, it's always pumping.
Yeah.
And he is, one of these surfers that basically, everybody met via the ISA coming through for Team Afghanistan, the sole surfer on that team. And I say soul surfer, meaning he's the only one, but also he is an extremely soulful individual, always that beaming smile, and just a great representative for Afghanistan and for surfing in general. You gotta love Afrodun.
So you remember how earlier you were talking about, these kind of individuals that they're only the one person on the team, as gnarly drop there from Afrodun. He already found his other teams that he's rooting for. I saw him talking to the Mexican team. He was already talking to Johnny Kors at Al Cleland Jr., and it already seems like they're kind of bringing him in as a pack of their own.
Yeah, he is. He would be a welcome member of any team, just due to his attitude and his stoke levels.
He's riding a Tomo, which make things even better too.
That's right. 15:40 to go. There's some wild happenings already this morning. And already in this heat, surfer in red. Nice snap to start.
Yeah, this kid rips. Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico. Great aerial game. Knows how to lay it on rail, too. Has been doing the QS for several years now. So a great turn on the outside. Waited patiently for this one. Not a lot of activity in the midsection. And then, unfortunately, just maybe went a bit too big for that last section. Maybe read it a bit wrong. But either way, he's on the board. And in this heat in particular, I think that he should easily be one of the top 2 surfers advancing into Repechage Round 2. Not to say that everybody else in the heat isn't capable of doing so, but I think with his skills, he should be moving on.
Quick up and out right there.
So that is
Valerie.
Yeah, Valerie from the Ukraine. First of all, I want to say awesome things about the Ukrainian surf team making it over here to Huntington Beach, and how incredible it is that they're overcoming all of these issues that they have at home. And I think as a community that's not only global already, but the community within the community, I think they've been fully accepted into any kind of home that they want to go to worldwide. You know, I think if people from Hawaii understood their story, if people from Australia understood their story, they would easily be welcomed with open arms. So just good to see representation from Ukraine here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and it's awesome to see those regions of the world that maybe don't get the same kind of spotlight as the U.S. and other countries have it here at the ISA.
Yeah, Valery Monastyrsky lives in Kyiv. His favorite break is Canggu, Bali. And he's been living in Bali for 3 years. And I love his outlook. He says, I'm just looking for fun, comps, and new friends. Well, you've come to the right place, Valery. You've got over 150 new friends to choose from, representing 51 different nations. The ISA World Surfing Games, truly an international, global field. And now we're into, these repechage rounds where you're going to start to see some really interesting matchups. The who's who of surfing going up against names that you may have never seen before, but, the heart and the talent levels are all here. And this really is the last chance for some of these surfers to compete. So if you keep making it through repechage rounds, you can get yourself back up into that main podium round. It's going to be difficult. I mean, we've got surfers like Griffin Colapinto in the repechage rounds. The list goes on and on of the talent levels that you have here in this. I guess you would call them the second chance rounds. So I guess the intensity and kind of the goals now change. Now it's about survival and making it through some heats. As Valery up and out real quick there. Dwight Pastrana, that would be a name that you would be dreading to see in any heat line, especially in a repechage, because we all know how good he is. Scores are showing us that right now with a 5 and a 2.33, but he's got room to grow there. And Cesar Amador, same story there, coming out of Nicaragua.
Oh, yeah, he's got a great backhand too, but speaking of a great surfing nation that maybe doesn't get enough recognition as they should, Puerto Rico has had some amazing surfers over the years. The only qualifying series event that was in my hometown of Mazatlan was actually won by a Puerto Rican, Brian Toth.
Ripper.
And it was a double whammy for me in the final, 2 goofy footers, but then we also had a finalist named Mitch Colburn, which was awesome too. But Puerto Rico, Dwight has a great air game. Hector Santamaria is another guy that comes to mind. One of the members of the Ultimate Surfer, Alejandro Moreda, too, a great charger. Nico, Darren Mouchette, Dylan Graves. I could go on and on about the talent level over there. And then the women's field is coming up, too. We have Havana Cabrero in the event, daughter of Carlos Cabrero, so a second-generation professional surfer. And watch out for this kid, too, Amador, up and riding.
Yeah, Cesar makes a steep drop out the back and kind of regains composure with a strong finish there. Cesar Amador on the boards now. He's got a 1-1 and a .97, so at least one of those scores will be wiped away as he makes his way back out in the lineup. I like that little quick check-in with the pit crew on the beach. As we see now, Afrodun gets the late drop there. Afrodun is a humanitarian himself, as someone who has, been through the roughest of rough early on in life. He is now working on a project to teach refugees how to surf and to use the power of surfing to heal wounds and heal the traumas of war. So, again, you can't say enough good things about Afrodun Namu, and I would say follow him on the gram, support him, because he is truly a special human being.
Can we just give him like a special award for being such a nice person?
Oh, yeah. He always gets the Stoke Award, Awesome Human Award.
I might have to give him a board before he leaves.
Do it.
Just so, he could share the Stoke a little bit more.
Well, he is the 4-time unofficial rock, paper, scissors world champion, so he does have some trophies at home.
Looking at the replay here from Cesar. So not much on the outside, but did well on the inside here where the shore he actually stood up. And a great finishing turn right there where he actually releases his fins at the end. Nice drone angle here. It actually shows you how deep it is right there in the transitional part of the wave, and then how shallow it gets right in the shore break. You can see the big difference in color. It goes from green all the way to brown. That means there's a lot of sand right there in the shore break. Just under 10 minutes to go, and Dwight's still in the lead. Cesar gets a 4.23, so a pretty good score. And both the Afghan surfer and the Ukrainian needing something in the fours to move up into the top 2. But, you talk about these two stories of, the Afghan surfer and the Ukrainian surfer. It's funny that they both coincided in the same heat because, they come from similar backgrounds in terms of what's going on in their respective countries. But if you can exceed within those kind of limitations that you have in your socioeconomic circumstances within your own country, what could you not do when you're traveling, Chris? And this is really a dream come true for them. And it's an inspiring story, really, too.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, for Valerie is 15 years old, and there you see the team support there. And I love the Team Ukraine's now building their numbers, and not just the Ukraine squad there in the zone. They're making a lot of new friends on the beach as we go. With 8.5 to go, Pastrana's in the lead. Cesar Amador in second. Cesar, part of that Popoyo crew from Nicaragua. This would be a good week to go surf Popoyo because all their best surfers are here right now. 3 of the Candelaria, of the Rizano sisters are here competing. As now we see Valerie up and riding Monastersky on his backhand. And it was a rough wave right there, but he made full use of it out the back. So didn't get the finish, but he'll get some points on his score line there. Yeah, so, Nicaragua, of course, a wave-rich region. And I really think that Nicaragua is starting to come into its own in terms of fielding their own surfers. It kind of started off like most places where, majority of the surfers were traveling surfers in there. But, of course, that spreads. And, when you have a lot of traveling surfers come in, inevitably they're going to leave some boards behind. They're going to leave, just the visuals behind of, oh, okay, that's what you do. And now we're starting to see surfers from Nicaragua that are surpassing any other traveling surfers that come down there. They know the waves, and, in terms of waves, gosh, they've got
everything
serious
too.
gems down there. Beach break barrels, lower style setups like Popoyo, for example, which we have had a World Surfing Games in the past. That is an amazing spot for an event. Seems like it's always pumping. It's always offshore. It's always warm. It's the best place. One of the top destinations, I would say, for a surf trip you could ever take.
And that's just one of those waves there. You go to Colorados, and it's even better. It's a beach break that's offshore 360 days out of the year. And where this kid's from, not bad either. Puerto Rico, the Isle of Enchantment, Chris.
Yeah, Puerto Rico just had an incredible run of swell. And probably the best part about Instagram is you get to see what's happening in the global surf scene. And yes, there is a lot of FOMO going down when you open up some accounts from guys like Dwight and Cesar. You're going, oh my gosh, they're just scoring all day, every day.
All time. And a good finish here by, I jinxed him. It
Commentator
was going to be.
curse.
Yeah. But at least he's going to replace the 1.1. Pastrana definitely going to better the 2.33 as well. But, yeah, these are two countries that I feel that have not only developed a lot over the years. I think Puerto Rico has always kind of been a contender, at least a dark horse, when it comes to developing and producing great surfers of quality, especially due to the quality of their waves. But I think Nicaragua, specifically for the Central American region, they haven't really had anybody where you say, okay, this person's standing out in competition so far. Looking at the replay from Dwight, good maneuver on the outside. Tough section, too. Real bumpy and messy. Was able to move through to the inside. He's been real patient on both of his waves that he's capitalized on. When he comes to the inside, not enough body movement or a necessary body movement. Just doing enough. Unfortunately, again, can't finish that wave off. And then Cesar on the outside. Good rail surfing right there. Digs that rail in, gets a little stuck, but it also looks like a power hook when you see somebody do that. And, as a power surfer myself, I can definitely appreciate it. Maybe just went a bit too big for how dumpy that section was right at the end. And if you saw right there, he was literally on the shoreline when he finished, too. So it's as shallow as it gets right there, Chris.
Yeah, and also that uphill landing on the inside section. That's proven difficult for, the most elite in surfing since competitions began here in Huntington Beach. That inside section has taken just countless names down. Everyone from Slater to Steph Gilmore to Colohandino to, any surfer who is currently, in that elite level has competed in Huntington Beach. It's one of these venues that, you have to go through at least a few times regardless of where you are in the world, if you want to make it to the upper echelon of the ISA, the WSL, etc., you've got to compete well here in Huntington. It's a fun wave to surf. It's not always an easy wave to compete in because there are so many moving pieces and different things happening. And we've already heard a couple surfers throughout this event say, you gotta be open-minded because you never know what you're going to get on any given day here in Huntington. There are, I would say, kind of the three basics, right? You've got the outside, the middle, and the inside. And with those three variables, you can have a million different combinations of how to ride a wave.
And, add in the tides, the wind, the swell direction, the swell size. There's so many different things. The one thing I will say is that I've surfed here and competed here many times over the years. And regardless of how horrible it is sometimes when I've been competing or surfing, there's always been something to surf. So it's one of the most extremely consistent spots on the West Coast, I would say, and especially within Southern California, too. The only bad thing is if you come on a weekend, it's probably going to be quite crowded. So
Surf City, USA.
Yeah, for those weekend warriors, maybe try to find a peak up or down the beach where it's less crowded. It's definitely one of the most consistent but most crowded spots, too, Chris.
Yeah, and this, the pier offers such a really cool vantage point to watch surfers and also just study this wave and kind of see the mechanics as we see now. Dwight Pastrana, nice snap there to start. And this wave just goes completely underground. No chance of making it. Maybe if he was on a foil, could have made the inside section, but right there it just kind of surpasses him, goes underneath him.
Have you foiled yet?
Yes. It's very hard and really scary.
You know who's really good at it are the Hurleys, Ryan and Jeff. Yeah, so a lot of people actually here within this area are actually doing a lot more foiling. And cool thing about Huntington Beach, there's a lot of beach. So you go all the way to State Beach towards the south. You have Magnolia, you have Brookhurst, which is river jetties already. You have more towards the city beach where you get like Beach Boulevard and Warner. And the cool thing about this place is that there's such good variability when it comes to the waves that you want to surf and what you can do on those waves too. So a lot of people are foiling, a lot of suppers now, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it's cool to see more aspects of surfing being used for this kind of terrain.
Well, every break and every spot has its craft. There are tons of great sup waves up and down the coast. Supping and foiling, these are things that you probably shouldn't necessarily do in big crowds, unless it's the type of wave that that warrants that. If you want to talk about an amazing foiler, all-around waterman, Manuel Selman.
Oh yeah,
from Chile. I mean, he is world class at
kite
pretty
surfer.
much every water sport you could do, and we'll see more of Manuel in competition. But back to the heat at hand, 1:17 to go. Pastrana looks like he's a lock to move on through. Cesar Amador, he has to fend off Valerie and Afrodun for at least one more minute. Valerie does have priority, Cesar with second priority, so we could see a switch up in the very end. It's all about defense now for our top two surfers. If you do get third or fourth here in the repechage rounds, your run is unfortunately over. But if I know anything about ISA competitors, they're not going anywhere. They'll be here till the end. This is just, again, another unique element of ISA events. People don't leave. They hang out, and it's awesome. And that's good for us because that means that we get time to meet some of these surfers like Valerie, like Afrodun, who they'll make your life better just by meeting them and talking to them. I guarantee you that. So 23 seconds to go. You see the crowd kind of dispersing, and it looks like Pastrana. Little victory lap here. Wow, he catches a gem with third priority. Nice snap. That was a perfect use of that oncoming section. The right amount of power and precision. Now he goes to his backhand. And it doesn't get the finish, but the damage had been done earlier. Dwight Pastrana survives and thrives through this repechage round. Cesar Amador moves through as well. We're going to lose Valerie Monastersky from Kyiv, Ukraine, as well as Afrodun Amu representing Afghanistan. But like I said, they're going to be hanging around, and they're going to now just be ambassadors for their nations, and they're going to just help keep the stoke flowing around the area. So more of them to come. We're more surfing to come as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the ISA World Surfing Games live from Surf City, USA here in Huntington Beach, California. Stay tuned.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, and we are in the repechage round, and that means this is the final opportunity for some of our surfers to show us what they got. For other surfers, well, this is where they're going to have to put their nose to the grindstone and work hard to get back on that main podium. Top two surfers will keep going through. Third and fourth place surfers will be relegated to the beach for the rest of this event, where, well, they can go ahead and make a bunch of new friends from all over the world. Big part of quote competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And I'm already hearing cheers from up and down the beach. When you think of the storylines coming into these heats, they run deep. I mean, each one of these surfers has a long history, and you know, they come from places in the world where you might not think there's a surf scene, but with their help, those scenes are growing as we speak.
Yeah, and the vast majority of the competitors from remote areas in the world, I would have to say, are first-generation surfers too. So props to them. We have another very diverse heat in the water. The Dominican Republic, Lithuania, Ireland, and the Ukraine. As you see there, Saudi Perez, Tim Wingarden from Lithuania, Yarom Madden from Ireland, and Yaroslav Drombovsky from the Ukraine, who was just up and riding. So two Ukrainian surfers back-to-back. And speaking of the surfer in white, making his debut at the ISA Games, Tim Wingarden. He's actually representing Lithuania, but he moved at a very young age and grew up in Spain and Indonesia. Lives in this remote area called Sumba, believe it or not. Yeah. Some good waves around there, I would think.
That's an understatement. Some of the best waves. I've seen it in a video. Someday I'll get there.
You ever been to that area, Indonesia, that part? Or
Indo, yes. Sumba, no. But there are some of the best waves in the world. Aki's left. Does that pique your interest, Mitchell?
It does. As a goofy footer, it does. Especially when you include the name Aki in there, too. Yeah, but just want to give big props to the Dominican team, too. I know they've always struggled with finding finances, and, you know, they've always produced some of the best baseball players in the world, but they're not really a surfing nation. And obviously the Dominican Republic and Haiti share the same island, so, you know, it's a small surfing nation. It's a small country, first of all, so not a huge population, and it's good to see them make an effort to go to the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador, and now making an effort to come here at the ISA World Surfing Games in Huntington Beach, especially when it's a last-minute event too, Chris.
Yeah, very cool. And glad you mentioned Haiti. You know, that's another country that we know has waves.
Yep.
Obviously, you know, the situation in Haiti is up and down, and I love the fact that, you know, it's being rebuilt as we speak. They're coming up. A great way to kind of share with the world all the joys that Haiti has to offer is by fielding a couple surfers in an ISA competition. I mean, it doesn't sound like a life-changing or global kind of changing thing, but, you know, our mantra of making the world a better place through surfing, it can start with just one surfer.
Yeah.
You know, you look at that last heat, for example, Afrodun from Afghanistan. He is one of the few people that I've met from Afghanistan, and I can honestly say that every Afghan surfer that I've met has been awesome. And I'm putting a lot of weight on him and his attitude. And, you know, if any surfers from Haiti are watching right now, go to isasurf.org. You can see exactly how to join up, and we would love to have you. There's still, you know, even though we do have 51 nations competing, there are a lot of nations out there. You don't even have to have waves, you know. We have a lot of surfers competing that live in landlocked areas. And also, you know, if you have family history or lineage from some of these countries, you can, you know, you can
represent them.
Yeah, you can do what you can to get involved.
No, and you're absolutely right in terms of that it only takes one person. I'm going to give you an example of a local surfer that decided to represent his heritage, Kanoe Garashi. Look at what he's done for surfing not only in Japan, but in Asia overall and now worldwide. Like, he is definitely not only an inspirational figure, but he's made a huge change in the way they perceive, and now that they're supporting financially too. So in the long run, you get one person that turns into a superstar, and it changes things, Chris.
Quick look right there. Now we're going back to Madden, representing Ireland. He's building some speed down the line. Could have a good inside section to work with. Throws the tail, comes unstuck, and goes down. Ram there, though, with a nice effort from the outside all the way to the inside. And look at that. He's fired up. He's getting back out there. Get back in the mix. Perez, meanwhile, sitting on a 317 total for the lead in red, Dominican Republic. You know, he would be definitely used to surfing in kind of windy conditions. It's one of the preeminent spots for kite surfing and, you know, windsurfing and wind sports.
Kind
but
of
also,
a slow magnet, though.
Oh, yeah. Incredible waves down there. Just ask Ben Bourgeois, who splits his time, I would say 80-20, mostly in Dominican Republic.
Ben Bourgeois, former champion at this event at this exact location, too, in the juniors in 1996. Former championship tour surfer. And here's Perez once again up and riding on the right.
Quick up and down right there.
There's another small country within that zone, too, that we haven't had compete at the ISA in a long time. And it's Cuba.
Good call.
And they have surfers and there's waves. So I know it's been a while. There are some Cubans that I know that have competed at least at qualifying series events. I remember seeing them at a few ISA events too. So, you know, it's been a while. Let's get a team back together. I'd be down to find a way to help them out, Chris.
Ooh, Saudi Perez, big backside whip right there. He's looking sparked up, flying down the line, gets the inside section. Nice, quick, fins-free snap right there. Some of these surfers are wearing full suits. The water's about 72, but when you live in a place like Dominican Republic where the water is on average about 82, you get a pass.
Yeah.
If you're from California and wearing a full suit right now, you better be a grommet. No, you can wear whatever you want. That's just on my block.
Dude,
you will get punked for wearing a full suit in this.
I've worn trunks the last month. So when I saw Elliton Perry wear a full suit this morning, I'm like, dude, aren't you from Encinitas? Like, the water's just as warm as here. But as you said, a personal preference. So Perez on the backhand gets a decent opening turn right there on the outside. Makes his way through to the inside here. And, you know, also a decent finish. So the Dominican surfer on the board, going to retake the lead with that wave right there. And I would have to say the best wave of the heat so far, Chris. And, you know, you look at the impact that not only Huntington Beach and the state of California have had on the sport of surfing. I think that's going to change even more once we get the Olympic Games here in 2028 too in LA. So I know there's been kind of a running to see where they're going to run the event. There's a couple of people that are still wanting to have it at Malibu. I think it's a good option, but the lack of consistency of good swell every now and then there is something that I just think might limit us to some bad waves, and I don't think that's a showcase of really the skills that those surfers have. I think it's either going to be here in Huntington Beach or at Lower Trestles, if I'm honest.
Sounds good to me. 10:58 to go. Want to loop back around. You had mentioned Cuba. Well, the good news comes from the top. Robert Fasula of the ISA is informing us that they're currently working with the government to establish a national federation. So there are steps that need to be taken. You need an NOC federation to, get everything in place. And from there, that's where you can start the development of a team. So very excited to say that stay tuned. Cuban surfers most likely coming to an ISA event near you, and that's exactly what we want to hear. So very excited about that. And of course, anywhere you are in the world, if you want to know more about what it takes to get an NOC or a federation recognized, check out isasurf.org.
Oh, that was cool.
That was a great finish there.
Nice little combo. Already has the 4.67, which was his best wave on his last. Would have to think this is going to replace his low score by a long shot. So just under 10 minutes to go, Chris, and everybody else just kind of playing catch up to Perez so far, who's been the standout in this heat.
Yeah, he's running away with it at this point. And honestly speaking, these are going to be some mixed heats with surfers that maybe don't have a lot of contest experience going up against, surfers that have probably been doing it from a young age, like we see right here from Saori Perez. And, that one kind of helps weave the fabric of what the ISA is. It's not just about, crowning elite medalists. It's also about developing surfers. And, what better way to develop your skills and to get experience than to put a jersey on and come compete at a very high level. And that's just going to, again, send shockwaves around the world when these surfers return to their regions or, to where they live and train. They're going to bring that fire with them. And every year, that's why the ISA World Surfing Games just gets better and better and better, because everybody comes back into this contest improved from the previous year. And that includes surfers like Dombrovsky right here, representing Team Ukraine. He is a surfer, skater, musician. Lived in Barcelona for a little while. Currently lives in LA. He did grow up and learn how to surf in the Black Sea near Crimea. It's these regions we're now seeing in the news. Not for the reasons we want. We want to see them in the news for surfing and for water sports and fun and joyful things, which I know will happen in the near future. But we're so privileged to have surfers representing Ukraine, and we wanted to welcome Lithuania as well into the mix, competing for their first time. Tim's out there in white. He's got a 1.23 and a 0.90, so he's being competitive right now. And this is Lithuania's first ISA competition. Nice late drop there for Madden. Team Ireland. At the moment, their surfer is in a survival position right now in second place, getting through this repechage round.
He's got the fight in him, that's for sure. Little Conor McGregor every now and then that comes out probably. And he's in second, so comfortably at the moment, going to replace the 0.5. That's going to make things much more difficult for both the surfer in blue and white, needing larger scores as the score drops in to 2.07. So a big drop, doesn't really score that high, but I mean, probably feels good for him.
It scores high in Stoke.
Yeah, well, especially when you're not surfing beach breaks that often, much more difficult to kind of adapt within 20 minutes as to a point break or a reef break. But, a lot of these teams that are in the water right now have had great representatives at the Olympics and other sports too. One that comes to mind for Ukraine is Vasily Lomachenko, who's been a two-time gold medalist, one of the best boxers of all time, and has an incredible amateur record, and now as a professional, one of the best that there's ever been. So imagine if you're able to rub shoulders with them and call yourself an Olympian just like they do. that's a huge accomplishment in your life, Chris. And same thing for Team Jamaica. Imagine if you're able to make it and you can say you're an Olympian just like Usain Bolt. That to me would be the best thing that would ever happen in my life, probably. I can't even imagine what Carissa went through last year when she won gold, knowing that she could compare herself to other great American Olympians too that have won the gold medal. Muhammad Ali, Michael Phelps, among others. That's
a pretty good list you just named off right there.
That's huge, you know, and there's so many countries worldwide that they've really succeeded due to their Olympic athletes. And I think that Mexico's one of them too. We've also had, you know, a great history of soccer, which I don't know how they're going to do in the World Cup this year, which is something that frustrates me all the time. But they were Olympic gold medalists in 2012 in Rio or in London, excuse me. And, you know, it's those kind of moments that will live on with you forever, and you can call yourself not only an Olympian but an Olympic medalist too. And nobody's ever going to be able to take that away from you, which is, you know, life lasting. So get on them, and hopefully we get to see one of these 4 surfers in the water as a future Olympian too.
Yeah, and for Team Lithuania, who's in the lineup right now, as Team South Korea shows up in full force. When you look back at Olympics of the past, a name that keeps popping up, Virgilis Alekna, multi-time gold medalist from Lithuania.
What sport?
Men's discus throw. They've got some incredible discus throwers as well as an amazing basketball program. They have a bunch of medals in basketball. So, you know, Lithuanian surfers, they've got at least a goal, a tangible thing to look at and go, okay, well, let's add to this medal count. And it's coming. You know, the surfing world moves pretty fast. You know, it was only a decade ago where you would be hard-pressed to find a surfer from, you know, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Jamaica, these countries that, you know, we're just now starting to see these big pushes of talent from. And now, you know, you could name off a dozen amazing surfers at an elite level from Costa Rica, Nicaragua, etc. So surfing has a tendency to move really fast in terms of building talent. So I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of years to, you know, see a team like Lithuania or a team like Ukraine to come through fielding a really strong full team. It's not. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility with the training and, you know, the skill level that they inherently have. And I'm just excited to see it. And right now, here we go, Dombrowski. Quick snap there, up and out. And, you know, the passion is there. Just getting here is the first big step. So it's awesome to see.
Big drop right there from Tim. No, and I want to see an Olympic surf athlete qualify from a country that has no ocean, that they like are forced to go surf somewhere else because they don't have access to any kind of waves or something like that. That would be, to me, the real big key to success, as, you know, we're seeing much more development from not only wave pools but from Olympic training centers, and I think everything, you know, we're surfers are finally being considered actual athletes, as we're seeing Perez finish off what is not only a great wave, but will most likely be the best wave of this heat too. So he's easily out in front, and he's having a heyday out there right now at Southside Huntington Beach Pier. But yeah, I'm excited. I mean, Lithuania would be really cool. Would love to see somebody from, you know, one of those small countries in the middle of Africa have an opportunity to surf on one of their coastlines and eventually qualify for the Olympics through surfing. Because I think there's more than enough talent, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, speaking of talent, Perez, you know, he saw his opportunity. He pounced on it from beginning to end. Had this heat on lock. So a great result already. He'll be advancing through, continue on in the repechage round. We're going to lose our surfers from Lithuania and from Ukraine. If you look back at Olympic history, Ukraine has lots of hardware.
Yep.
Talking 7 golds for gymnastics, 4 for wrestling, 4 for boxing, swimming, shooting, canoeing, fencing, weightlifting, sailing. The list goes on and on. So for Dombrowski, he's got some history to kind of lean on, and hopefully he'll go home and bring bring his experience from the ISA World Surfing Games with him, and in turn get the support from the Ukrainian government to keep pushing in this sport that we love so much.
Any Olympics in particular that you would have liked to compete at? Any location, Chris?
Oh, Rio would have been amazing.
I think Athens for me would have been like,
Athens.
because that's where like the Olympics were actually created and developed. I don't know where they would have surfed though there in 2004.
Huh.
Mykonos? You could surf there, right?
Yeah, there's definitely waves. I think of course Paris 2024 coming up, LA after that, Los Angeles 2028, which is pretty cool. This is I would say the first repeat Olympics, at least in my lifetime. I did get the chance to see the Olympic torch run right through my hometown, up Highway 101 through Encinitas, California. I saw the torch with my own eyes, and that was a big moment because the Olympics is not just about sport, it's also about all the things surround it. The collecting of pins is a huge thing. Just the graphics and all the pageantry that comes along with it. I think everybody remembers the first time they kind of witnessed the Olympics, and we're actually old enough to cheer and see what's going on. And that is why it's such a huge goal for any of these surfers. It truly is the pinnacle of sport.
Fun fact for you, I actually ran with the Olympic torch.
Wow.
2011 Pan American Games in Guadalajara. I was one of the torch bearers in my hometown of Mazatlan.
Wow.
Yeah, how funny is
Hero
that?
status. I love it. Well, we've got more repechage action coming up. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Proud Source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these, and we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Live from Surf City, USA, this is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are rolling through repechage round surfing. That means these are surfers that have fallen out of the main round, but have another opportunity to stay in competition if they can make it through these tough, stacked repechage heats. Another cool element of this round is this could be the last chance we get to see some of our surfers from rising surf nations compete.
Board swap. Oh,
busted stick.
First broken board.
Wow.
All event.
Did not see that coming. Your surfer from South Korea right there. And that's a shame because that was one of the boards. I just saw that board this morning, and I was having a conversation with Jess Grimwood. I said, wow, that board looks good. Well, it did look good.
Oh, it's a Kabianka, the ones that you were talking about in South Korea.
Yeah. That's a heartbreaker. I mean, you can tell that was a magic blade. We'll see how it happened.
So here we go. The South Korean surfer on the backhand. Great turn to start things off. So Yoon-im, the regular footer from that beautiful part of Eastern Asia. So this is probably where it had to happen on the shore. He goes for the lip line floater and not enough speed and just came down, and the thing broke immediately. So Kalohe Andino creased a board earlier, and now we have our actual first broken board of the competition.
I was very surprised until I saw that section in that wave, and that was just pretty clear what happened there. Even at 2 foot, Huntington's got some push to it, and especially that inside section. It dumps in there.
Just like Pipeline, the smaller it is, the more dangerous it is, Chris.
Really?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a joke, but it's also not, because the shore break.
Because it's shallow.
Yeah. The shore break, the shallower it is, the more dangerous it is. So
I'm
I
right
guess
there
in a
with
way,
you.
yeah. But
Pipeline's dangerous at any size.
Yeah, it is.
And I would say the same thing, for Huntington Beach. There are certain elements to this wave that can catch you off guard. Of course, you got the pier right there, which you do not want to tussle with at any size either. But, there's a lot of water moving. There's a lot of depth changes in the bottom here.
That's the most dangerous part, I would say, because you get to that middle section thinking that you're going to make it out, no issue. It's just going to be the white water, and you're going to have to duck under it. But as soon as you make it to the outside, there's a huge change in the depth. And if your duck dive isn't deep enough in comparison to that midsection, you're going to get blasted. It is not fun.
Well, coming through triumphant, Saori Perez standing by now with Jess Grimwood.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It is Saori Perez from the Dominican Republic. Congratulations. That was an incredible heat win, really tough conditions for you. And how are you feeling after that?
So I feel really happy. I'm making my dream true because my first time here in California. Yesterday my hit was a little difficult. I didn't catch really good wave. Today the wave was better. I was trying to do my best today and catch the good wave to make the point.
And you have a really strong team and really passionate, of course, from the DR. Tell us a little bit about how you're supporting each other here instead of having the full coaches run down, and how you all just get behind each other.
So, yes. So just we do what we can do, with the thing that we have, We appreciate what the people to do, what the people tell to be better, And so I feel really happy. Sometimes we know some people then help you and teach you. Like, thank you, Doug. He's a really good friend to Florida. Then he told me what I have to do here. And that worked.
Yeah, it seems to be working at the moment. And how are you enjoying surfing against all the other teams? I mean, there's so many nations here for the games. Are you really enjoying meeting some new people?
Yeah, I'm enjoying, I feel happy. And I will be happy, That is important when you surf, you travel a lot, different people. And different culture, and that is the most important thing. Surf make you better human, and that's what is important.
Most beautiful words from you. Thank you so much, Saori Perez, and good luck going into the next round.
Thank you very much. I want to say hi, my mom, my family. Then they are watching me, and my girlfriend, and all the people that support me. They know how hard I work to get this and make this true. Thank you, and thank you to the ISA for the competition. I really love it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. My English is not perfect.
Just gaining fans right there with every word. Gotta love it. Saori from Dominican Republic showing his appreciation. And, his words right there. Surfing makes you a better person. Perfect. Couldn't have said it any better myself.
Got a great mustache, too, to go along with that kind of surfing.
This is true. This is true. 12:43 to go. Here is your lineup. Suyin In from South Korea. Raz Rosenbaum from Belgium. Chia Chi Yu from Chinese Taipei. And Carlos Goncalves from Ecuador. You'd have to say on paper, Carlos Goncalves, who is a veteran QS grinder, been around the world and back multiple times, would be considered your favorite. But, you know, favorites in the repechage round, that's a tough one to call because every surfer at this point is very hungry, and they know that this could be their last chance. As you see now, Chia streaking through to the inside. Very impressed with what this young surfer from Taipei has had on display for us throughout the week.
Only 15 years old, Chris, too. One of the younger competitors in the event. Loves to surf in the South Beaches of Chinese Taipei, and they always have a great Little League team that goes to the Little League World Series. But, yeah, good to see them have a full team, just as we saw in El Salvador for the ISA World Juniors, too.
That's right. As we see now, surfer in blue, Raz Rosenbaum. One of the coolest names of the draw, for sure.
Double R. So Belgium, another one of those countries where you don't really think that they're going to have a lot of great surfers, but there's 3 Rosenbaums in the event. Erasmus, which is Raz's brother, Rihanna, which is his sister, and then you have, Raz is Erasmus. So 2 brothers competing in the event. Dean Vanderwall also in Team Belgium, the Costa Rican, who, due to his heritage, competes for Belgium. So a lot of Costa Ricans that have different kind of heritages compete for different teams. And you got to look at these kind of things. And I think it just facilitates and opens up much more doors for them to not only make it break for the Olympic qualification, but I think from a financial standpoint, too.
No doubt. 10:38 to go. Suyun in the lead for now as our surfers find their spots in the lineup. We're going to take a look right here. Chia cannot get that one. One more set coming through. And it looks like it's going to be Carlos Goncalves. And straight on the takeoff, you can tell this guy means business. He easily navigates his way to the inside section. And that wave kind of just gets weird underneath his feet. So with that wave being ridden, now we have a chance to catch up with Jess Grimwood standing by with a special guest.
Hi, guys. Yes, we do have a very special team here, probably the most memorable team for the games for me and for so many other people so far. Welcome to the team from Ukraine. And particularly, I think maybe the unofficial boss, Pavel. Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys have had so many heats already. You just had 2 of your fellas surf. How are you guys feeling at the games this year?
We feel stoked. We're really proud to represent Ukraine in a full team. Thanks to Vasily Kordish, it's all his real achievement in such a hard time. With all this support from the world. Beside that, with the logistical hell, he just made it. He bring all us together. And so we're really proud to represent. And the guys were stoked. I stoked. Everything is cool.
Yeah. You guys have such a good spirit about you. And when we're talking about support, I think probably the most touching moment I've seen so far was at the opening ceremony when the whole crowd, every single team and everybody on the beach stood up for you guys. How did that feel walking into that kind of reception?
It was amazing. We was absolutely amazed because, even the guys on the arena when there was, putting the sand in the box, they was trying to shout, but it was so loud. It was so huge support, and it was amazing. I nearly cried at the moment. The girls also, yeah. So yeah, everybody was stoked, and really appreciate this support. This is a level of, soul spirit. So we keep it up.
And I will go to you. It is your birthday today. Happy birthday. And you're competing for the girls team for Ukraine. How are you ladies feeling coming into this games?
I guess we're excited. I don't know, a bit nervous, but it's such an honor to represent our country and to be here. So we're really grateful just to be here. Yeah, thank you.
And I'm sure there's so many people. I think it's about 8:30 in the night in Ukraine at the moment. I'm sure there's plenty of people tuning in. Is there anything you guys want to say? Feel free to speak to them straight up in your language as well.
Yeah. Привіт усім хлопцям з району, з Чорного моря, з Аркадії Біч. Ми поки що не можемо кататись у себе вдома, але ж скоро це і зміниться. Ми забудуємо вейвпул, у нас буде собственні хвилі, тобто буде все гаразд. Shout out to my homies. Shout out to Vasil.
There you go, the team from Ukraine. These guys have the biggest heart, the best spirit, and they are exactly what the ISA Games are about, guys. Oh, wait, he's got something else.
I just want to shout out to Ukrainian armies. Thank you, guys. Just defeat this. Just defend ourselves. Just win this war. Slava Ukraini! And Slava!
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
What a moment. Team Ukraine, a lot of sacrifices to get that team over here, but we are sure thankful to have their spirit and their presence at these games. And, you know, right there, that just, it definitely puts a lot of things into perspective, right? How easy it is for us here in California. You grab a board, you're out there, that's it. You know, for teams coming from places like Ukraine, it is a big feat in just having them here, but so thankful and privileged to have Team Ukraine competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Back to the action in the water. Soo-Yeon in right there from South Korea. Almost gets the good finish, you know, reacting to a broken board mid-heat and gaining your confidence back immediately like In has done is a pretty big feat in itself as well. That's not an easy task to do. We saw Kalohe Andino do it this morning, and luckily, well, you know, with our pit crews on the beach, that transition from broken board to backup board was done really quickly. As we see now, your surfer in yellow, Chia Chuyu from Chinese Taipei. I want to see more of this kid. He has really impressed us so far in competition right there. I mean, the presence of mind to finish that wave, that was a nice ender.
Not easy to do to the 2-for-1 at the end either, especially on the backhand. And this is the wave we saw from Goncalves, a little slip up right there, and you see the frustration right there with the body language afterwards. So not the wave that he was looking for. And then Rosenbaum looks to be his best so far, but not a lot on offer on the outside. Looking for something here on the inside, so gets a little setup and gets a finish too. So a decent wave to start things off. And the surfer from Chinese Taipei, again, you were saying not only 15 years of age, but has only been surfing for 6 years too, and get a variation of maneuvers in his arsenal too. And then a 27-year-old from South Korea. This guy not only is the first surfer to receive support from basically their Olympic Federation, but they've also been developing a lot of wave pools in South Korea lately. So if there's no waves, they train in the wave pools. If there's waves in the ocean, they actually go to the ocean. So good to see there a little bit of combo of things in South Korea now, Chris.
Yeah, they have one of the best wave pools in the world right now. Saw glimpses of it just at the beginning of the year, and you know, with
was it Miguel there?
Yeah, with facilities like that sprouting up. I know Endless Surf is another wave pool technology that's basically right now planting the seeds of surfing around the world. You know, these are the best training facilities you could ask for. You know, and these are places, of course, they're not cheap. You know, but they provide a canvas that is as similar as you can get to oceanic surfing, consistent every day, every night. You know, you can be training, and you know we're starting to see, you know, like the film North Shore, right? The Rick Kane scenario. It's happening. The future is happening right in front of our eyes. And you know, speaking of the future, put Chinese Taipei on that list of future threats in terms of medaling, because right now Chia is really showing us that, you know, they're not just a rising nation, but they are here already.
Yeah.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from this young surfer.
And not only do they have waves year-round, the weather conditions for them are great too. It's usually warmer water, usually having all those tropical storms and hurricanes, which not only allows them to have those waves, but I think in terms of gaining tourism and gaining people that will come and visit and eventually spread the word on surfing a bit more, it's just so much more open to having those kind of tourists. To me, it seems like it's going to turn into more of a Bali situation like in Indonesia, where surfing is going to make Chinese Taipei an even better place than it already is.
And here's your surfer in white, trying to get something going. A quick snap there. Tough section to read. But Soo-Yeon did it well. Quick little kick stall there to kind of stay in the power zone. Looking for the finish. A little float snap there. Doesn't quite ride out, but nicely done in the outside section. Flags flying high there.
Chinese Taipei.
Yep, support teams running down the beach to greet their surfer when they come in.
They got some cool flags with the Olympic rings, too. I like those ones. Here's the Ecuadorian surfer, the veteran, Carlos Goncalves.
Ooh, that was nice.
Yeah, great turn on the outside to start things off. Has to go prone real quick in the midsection, so just the one turn on the outside. And this is a guy who's been around for a long time, not only competing on the qualifying series, but searching for big barrels as well. Our South Korean surfer in white with a decent turn on the backhand. The one thing I will say about him, though, is that he's made the inside connection on every single wave that he's caught so far. And how about it, too? Not only staying and remaining in first place during the entire heat after he broke his board, but also bettering his scores, too. Quite impressive for somebody who doesn't have the same kind of competitive experience as anybody else in this heat, too.
Yeah, no doubt. I love that, you know, he's just kind of stayed consistent, stayed on it, surfing to his strengths. And if I'm Carlos Goncalves right now, I'm shaking my head wondering what is going on. This is a guy who's competed, you know, with the Vulcan Pipe Pro at Pipeline, in Brazil, all over the world. And right now he's just got to be scratching his head thinking, you know, what do I have to do to get in the right position? And he's now back at the end of priority with 50 seconds left. And we're seeing now surfers from Korea and Chinese Taipei in those top two spots. That quick look there from Rosenbaum. 20-year-old surfer from Daehan in Belgium. And he's been competing in ISA events for a long time. And I love what he says in his bio statement. He says, quote, "I love it because I meet so many people from all around the world." Again, that's the sentiment we love here. You know, we're watching competition surfing, of course, but there's so much more going on. We're making a better world through surfing. And I'll say that at least twice an hour because I love that statement. And, you know, that's...
Ooh, buzzer beater.
Oh, here we go. So 5 seconds left. Now, Chia Chi Yu, good connector there. So he's already knocked your surfer in white down into second place.
Oh.
Didn't get the finish there. Got some work done on the outside.
And then Goncalves split the peak with him, too.
You know, don't think Goncalves needed a lot either.
So let's see what happens. I think he was still owed a score. It might be a shakeup here as far as the top two goes, but either way, it seems like the surfer from Chinese Taipei going to move through. Ooh, Goncalves out. It wasn't enough.
Stunner. So I'm not sure if his last wave was scored yet.
That's quite a big of an upset, though.
Oh, yeah. If this is how it stands, then you're absolutely right. Not upsetting, though, if you're from Korea or Chinese Taipei. Both surfers at the moment moving through. Let's take a look at that last wave from yellow, Chia Chi Yu.
So, I mean, he had the decent combo on the outside for how the wave was, did as well as he could have. But this turn right here was definitely the money one. When he was coming out of it, though, it seemed like he had too much weight on his front foot. And this was a split peak. Carlos just was never in sync with any of the waves that he caught in this heat. And it seems like he never found his place in the ocean in these 20 minutes that he had.
Shocker there from a surfer from Ecuador. That was a stunning upset. But expect that in the next few heats as well. This is repechage surfing. Third and fourth place surfers are out of competition. First and second, they roll on through. And speaking of rolling on through, let's keep it going here. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Proud Source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. We're into the rapid charge rounds, officially. Heat number 12 in the lineup with Ika Wilmot, Oscar Guzman, and Jameson Gonnet from Jamaica, Nicaragua, and American Samoa with their last opportunities to keep their names in the draw here at the World Surfing Games. One of the biggest stages of surfing on the planet, and we've had so much fun watching all the action up until this point. Up and riding Oscar Guzman on his backhand, attacking that left. Great carve, finds a bit of open face. Now if he can make it through to the inside. Now relying on that rail and goes up into the lip. He's going to feel stoked with that finish, and I can hear the cheers from Team Nicaragua down on the beach part.
You could hear it coming through the headphones.
They erupted.
And vibrating around the contest site. 20-year-old from Tola, Nicaragua. Have you ever been down there?
I have not.
No, me neither. That's what this event makes me realize. I felt like I'd traveled and seen a lot of the world and a lot of the surfing countries, and then you come here and you go, I haven't seen anything. There's a lot of traveling I need to do.
That is such a good point because there's so many great nations represented here. I have not been to all 51, but maybe one day we can take that off the box. As we see Ika from Jamaica, great surfer, coming out of the islands and gets those, turns out the back now, just weaving his way through to the inside section, and he gets a little bit caught up on that reform, that closeout. He goes down. And we've got scores to come through from the first exchange for two of our surfers. And as we wait for those scores to come through, let's go down to catch up with our surfer from Chinese Taipei, who took out that last heat.
Thank you, Shannon. Yes, Jia Chi-Yu, Chinese Taipei, massive heat win for you. Congratulations. What a feeling.
I feel very good because this is the second time I come to Huntington Beach for doing this ISA surfing competition. So I feel very excited to be in the first place in round 2. Yeah.
And we were just having a little chat. You said that you couldn't hear the situation in the water, but you didn't know until you came in that you had won the heat. How did that feel to come into your team?
Actually, that's very great because I didn't know that I was like first place. So I came in to here, and I hear that I was in first place. So I was very happy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an incredible win for you guys, and you have been working so hard on your surfing. Tell us a little bit about your preparation coming into Huntington.
For preparing, yeah, I was preparing for 3 years to come back here, and I surf like every weekend and every day after school, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, great. And for all the people watching at home in Chinese Taipei, please let them know how you feel, and a big shout out to them across the web.
In Chinese? Sure. 大家好，我是尤佳琪，我现在就是在 Huntington Beach， 然后我刚在 WEBCAST 第一轮的时候拿到第1名，对，这样，我现在觉得很开心，因为觉得这是一个很值得开心的事情嘛。
There you go, a beautiful heat win for Chinese Taipei. Congratulations going into the next round.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Chi and for him advancing through into the next round. I've spent quite a bit of time in Chinese Taipei over the years, and there is some fantastic surf. I've loved seeing the development of their surfers here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and they're definitely one of those nations that are becoming a massive threat in surfing.
I was super impressed by the technique and the speed that young man had from rail to rail, and you could see the foundation of a really good surfer. So what sort of conditions do they have there? What are the breaks like?
So they get a lot of those big typhoon swells. They have quite a lot of reef breaks, like big rocky kind of breaks that break out in kind of open water. They've got some beach breaks, but a lot of that still kind of has some rocks in that space, kind of creating those reef setups. As we see our surfer in blue, Jameson from American Samoa, get going on that first ride. So he's going to have a score on the board. Oscar Guzman, He dropped in a 5.83 as his high score. But the two waves that I spent the most time surfing in Chinese Taipei are this wave they call the left. It's kind of a secret spot. Fantastic left reef break, or left point break, sorry. And big, hollow, can kind of get barrels, gets really punchy through the inside. And then Jinsun Harbor is kind of a man-made wave almost, because there's a break wall that's been built out. And off of that has been formed this pretty incredible wave that's almost like a trestles-like kind of A-frame peaks, but it's because of this man-made break wall that's been formed.
That bounces off
really
the break wall and peaks to swell up. Well, let's add that to the list of countries to go. Chinese Taipei. And congratulations to that young kid. Great heat.
And Oscar Guzman, heat leader at the moment, goes in for a big hit on that section. Comes up lightning fast underneath the lip, and he'll go down.
You could feel the froth, okay? You could feel the excitement in Oscar's surfing, and that first hit on the outside was powerful and strong. That was a great maneuver. Although, you know, he kind of looked like he rushed that inside a little bit and could have stepped back a bit off the accelerator and just cruised for a moment and got momentum through to the inside. But he was so excited, and that first hit was, it showed the excitement.
Oscar currently still sitting in the lead. He's got that 5.83. He's got another score rolling through. And we've got some young cheerleaders down on the beach today flying the flags.
Well, Jamison in this heat's only 14 years old. So a young kid, a lot of experience to be gained out of these events. And look at the vibe on the beach. He does live in Oceanside, so Oceanside Harbour being his favourite wave. The family, though, they're stoked to be here. Here he is, up and riding.
All right, cruising through that first section and doing what he could to try and make it through, but that wave wasn't going to amount to anything on the inside anyways. And just feeling so stoked to be in the lineup with his team from American Samoa, running the flags down the beach and representing, like you said. Loves surfing, loves rugby and football, so all-around sports guy in the lineup right now.
Well, the rugby is, the Polynesians are incredible at rugby, such powerful characters, and obviously the All Blacks New Zealand, the greatest team in the history of rugby. But throughout Polynesia, there's talent everywhere.
Down to 11 minutes on the clock, and we've got a strong paddle now from Oscar Guzman. He dropped in a 4-point ride for his last score, which has put a big requirement on the rest of the field to take the lead away. Up and riding again, just ditches those fins a little bit. Can't quite stick the landing. But he's already put a 7-point requirement on Ika Wilmot from Jamaica in that second place position.
Yeah, and here he is. He's up and riding.
All right, he's got an opportunity now. Nice opening turn. Now, he needs to just stick with this one and make the connection, and that's such a difficult place, Barton, to actually make that connection at.
It really is. It really is. But you can see the experience, 35 years of age, Ika, and from one of the primary surfing families down there. His dad, Billy, brother as well, a great surfer. So following in the family tradition. And, once a surfer, always a surfer.
Yeah, the Wilmot family has really set the standard for Jamaican surfing as we track with live action for our surfer in yellow, Oscar.
A little calmer through this one. You can see that, and that shows, wow. How was that foam climb from no speed or energy, just pure technique and power to throw the board up onto the whitewater. And you could tell that after not making that inside, he really wanted to slow it down, got the big backside re-entry outside, and then just here, we've seen him sort of overreact in this part of the wave, and it's nice to see him just calm it down, make sure he gets the inside. Unfortunately, though, it didn't give him any green water in there, but what he was able to do with the white water was spectacular.
Great surfing. I'm loving what we're seeing from Oscar so far. Surprising to see him knocked into the repechage round so early in this opening of the repechage. And now it's going to be that elimination. Barton, we've got the top 2 surfers that will be advancing through into repechage round 2. They'll be surfing again today. We're going to be running through men's repechage round 2. That bottom surfer, unfortunately, will be knocked out of competition. And there we go, with some great camaraderie of different nations getting to meet each other.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? When the community, the surfing community, and here the global surfing community come together, the stoke is high, and it's while the deciding champions and Olympic qualification is the top headline of everything going on, it's the community that we're building, and the old catchphrase or the mission statement of building a better world through surfing, that is really and literally what goes on at the grassroots level at this event. And it's a powerful thing, bringing people together, building community. Love it.
Up and riding, Ika still chasing that score to try and get himself into the leading position. He did drop in a 3.33 for his last one, so it's put Jamison chasing now a 5.56 with a good-looking set rolling through. And it is amazing that ISA motto of a better world through surfing, that we can really see that change happening worldwide, and to see so many new nations joining into the conversation. But just to think of how many cultures, you know, yours, mine, and so many other around the world that have been positively influenced because of surfing.
Absolutely.
And what an amazing, healthy lifestyle it has given us.
Oh.
For all, you know, I mean, we're different ages.
Yeah.
You've got a young son. You've got a daughter that surfs as well. I mean, to think of a whole family picture like that.
Yeah, granddaughter, and to, you know, when I was a kid, I reflect back to Tracks magazine in the 70s, and there were yoga records. Oh, here, let's get to the action.
All right, so we'll track now with Ika. All the pressure is on here as he wants to continue to build that score line. He'll go down and probably not increase it, and the priority changes.
Yeah, and a good idea, though, not to ride it through. If you miss the outside turn, there's no use riding it all the way through to the shore and trying to turn it into something. Without an outside turn, it's not going to be the score you're really looking for. So, you know, a couple of rides there that have closed out quick, and he hasn't bothered to ride it all the way through, so that shows the experience that he does have. And I was going to say, you know, when I was a kid and I used to live surfing magazines, and Tracks magazine in particular used to have yoga, you know, examples of yoga in there, vegetarian recipes, and it was a cultural icon, that magazine, but it set for me what surfing was about, that healthy living, the healthy lifestyle, and it's something that, you know, that we all have when we surf. You respect nature so much, and there's so much that we get from surfing that shapes who we are and how we live, and I feel like that's a gift that we can give the world.
That's so true. And you can check it out online, isasurf.org, just to find out all of the things that the ISA is involved with, of pushing surfing and making the world a better place through surfing, which gives us that healthy lifestyle. They also, you know, aside from holding annual World Surfing Games and World Surfing Championships across multiple disciplines of surfing, they help to develop national federations around the world. I mean, coming up in the next couple of months here, we've got even more events. We've got the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, as well as the Pismo Beach ISA World Parasurfing Championships. And those are just two more ways that the ISA is helping to develop and helping to celebrate world champions around the world.
And broaden our community and our family.
Yes.
And, you know, the para community is without question the most inspired community within surfing. When we look at the people and their perceived disabilities and what they're able to achieve, and it's so inspiring. So it's, you know, the family of surfing just keeps growing, doesn't it?
It's absolutely incredible, and it's great. I mean, to see the crossover between those events as well, as thinking of the Para Surfing World Championships, where this week we have Freddie Maramon from Team Colombia, who's a Para Surfing World Champion, who's here coaching on behalf of Colombia. And we've got other surfers that will be competing this week or supporting their national teams that will then be helping on that side of things come the Pismo event in December.
Yeah.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock, and these 25 minutes, they just go so quickly. Sorry, 20-minute heats, they go so quickly, and there's a lot of pressure now that we're into those elimination rounds. So Jamison is sitting in that position where he hasn't really had a wave that has given him something of consequence yet.
Yeah.
He's had some fun rides. He's gotten up to his feet, which has been awesome to see.
Yeah.
But he's got some work in front of him now if he wants to put himself in that position for that 5.56.
Absolutely, but he's representing his country, and he's here with his family, and they're running around with the flags on the beach, and the stoke is high, and that's the experience, the emotional experience, and then the competitive experience that you get from exposing yourself. It's one of those things that, you know, when you're coaching competitive surfers, the majority of the time you lose, and it's not a sport for the weak-hearted. you need to be strong of heart, strong of mind, and be able to take those losses and just continue to learn and see the lessons in the experience as the reward. And it's it's one of those things that takes a lot of courage to continue to fail, but want to win so much that you just keep getting up, and that's what competition brings out in people.
And what an amazing opportunity for someone that's so young like Jamison. He's only 14 years old. His sister, 16-year-old Marley, is also competing for Team American Samoa this week. So she'll be in the water for the women's this week. And to be able to bring those lessons into their life at such a young age, to be able to meet some of those heroes, but also to have, that team behind them from American Samoa, and to think of in years to come them competing at this level with so much more experience and maturity behind them as well.
And none of us know the potential, do we? Don't know what the end result could be. I think Chinese Taipei in that previous heat proved that. Chia-Chi, you watched that young man surf, and I didn't know. I had no idea. I'd never been to Chinese Taipei. I'd never really, this is my first ISA Games in quite a long time, And so to see the explosion in nations and national organisations or federations representing surfing here this week, for me, has been a real eye-opener.
So exciting. It's such a fun event to be a part of, and it is. It's kind of leaving an event like this feeling so inspired. Everyone, I think, that's working behind the scenes, all of the actual surfers, the teams, and for people watching, even just showing up on the beach and getting to meet people from different cultures that maybe, they didn't know that surfing could be existing in.
I spent the time with Afrodun from the Afghanistan team this morning and got to hang out with him and talk a little bit. And he's spent living in the Azores. And I was going, I think I have to come visit you over there. And I could literally, I'm experiencing that expansion of my world at this event.
Yeah, and it's been amazing to see what he's been doing in teaching refugees how to surf and bringing healing to them through war and trauma that they've experienced, and being able to give back to his community and to people that have, experienced things like that, and to see surfing have such a healing hand.
Yep.
And what a better place to be doing it than in the Azores. As we are down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock, Oscar utilizing his priority on this one. Smart heat that he's surfed so far. He's gotten 2 good waves on the board. He goes down on that one. But he's put himself into a great position from pretty early on in this heat.
And he's got the moves, hasn't he? He's got the height in the re-entries, the aggression that he brings, and then the power that he gets through that aggression that he transfers into his board means that every wave he's had, he's done something spectacular. And then the scores have come from the completions. But if you're going for it like that, you're going to have the incompletes as well. But as long as you've got the 2 scores like he does have at this point in time, a 6.5 needed to overtake him, he's in a solid place.
Well, it makes sense because we're surfing a beach break right now, and his home spot is a beach break that he surfs. It's about a 10-minute walk from his home village called Playa Jiquitle. I probably butchered the pronunciation of that.
Oh, well, you did better than I would have.
But how cool is that? For him to be now competing, he's competed at the world stage before. And back in 2019, we saw him at the World Junior Surfing Championships for the ISA. And for him to know that he's coming to a beach break setup, I mean, that also adds that benefit for those surfers that have that competitive mindset.
Yeah.
Being able to, to surf something that's kind of similar to what they've got back at home.
Yeah, that the familiarity helps a lot. And it's interesting because he says it's only a 10-minute walk from my village as well. And you go, well, that's, my town, my city, and you go village, and it just conjures up this romantic idea of this village in Nicaragua and this young kid finding surfing and, walking to the beach from his village and then finding himself here competing against the world's best and representing his country.
Unbelievable.
So sick.
That's what the ISA World Surfing Games is all about. You can see a great strong paddle there from our surfer from American Samoa. Unfortunately, will be bowing out of competition, but how great it was to see Jamison in the lineup today, and he'll be here supporting because we've got a full team for American Samoa, 3 men, 3 women, and much more to come from them. Congratulations to our other 2 surfers for advancing through into the next Rapid Charge round. We'll be seeing them in the water later today, and we've got more action to come, so stay tuned after this. And we are back with heat number 13, Repicharge round 1. Sage Kotz, Christian Padilla, Matteo Cristodulo, and Fatin Habashi competing for their spot to keep themselves in the draw here at the ISA World Surfing Games 2022. We've got Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Greece, and Switzerland in the water.
Well, there you go. Speaks completely to the international spread of surfing through Europe, through the Americas, through the Pacific, through the world.
Through the world. We've got one very young surfer in Matteo Cristodulo. He's in the water right now. He just competed at the ISA World Junior Championships earlier this year for the very first time, bringing Greece into that junior conversation. And right now, Sage Kotz from Puerto Rico, 17 years old, opened up with a nice carve, good bit of rail work. Now he's just cutting his way through to that inside, and he's going to go for a finish straight off the buzzer into this wave, and he'll be putting a score on the board. You can see that little nod from his head as well.
And that was a good opening ride. You know, the start of a heat, it's an elimination round. You obviously haven't got through your first round, so the confidence has kind of taken a little bit of a beating from that. And then you come into this heat, and it's so important to get that start. We've talked about, you know, that's primarily where your focus needs to be. You can't look beyond the start of a heat because who knows what the waves are going to do, what the conditions are going to do, what your opponents are going to do. So focusing in that start and controlling yourself and getting a completion just takes all of that pressure off.
Working his way to the inside, Matteo now up and riding. Nice snap on his backhand. And he's been spending some time competing in the NSSAs and
oh, nice.
Just working his way through here to the inside and puts on a nice finish. Nearly holds on to it. Almost comes through. My apologies, I said NSSAs, but he's been in California going to some of the events, just being able to kind of see and experience some of that culture. He actually lives in Peru, but is representing Greece. He's got Greek family. And he's down here with his whole family, and it's just been a really fun thing to be able to see them.
That was
the mix and spending some time in California.
Yeah, gotcha. And that was amazing to watch him weave through the flats there. Great technique. Board looked good under his feet. And I've seen him around the event site without knowing particularly who he was. He's a little kid. He's a small little kid. You go, wow, that's. And now to see him on a wave, it's amazing how much bigger someone looks on a wave than what they may on land. You know. Powerful first ride. He got the 0.37, so that was a little quick fall and a throwaway, but that's obviously going to be a much better score.
Scores to come through now for Matteo and for Sage. For both of those surfers, it's their first time competing at the World Surfing Games, so this big of an event, which is huge for them. Let's take a look back on what we saw from Sage.
As in the live call, you talked to that first wrapping carve, and the bottom turn was beautiful into the carve, through the inside. See how the boys just going up and down there, and that's, you know, the Huntington hop they call it, or have named that type of, you know, we used to call it killing cockroaches, where you would just bounce the board up and down, up and down. Matteo there on a fall, but here's the replay of his good one. Better if you can go through the flats, rail to rail, searing the board from one side to the other, and we're going to see an example of that right here. So instead of bouncing the board up and down, the way he transferred it rail to rail is much more difficult, but it's way better on the eye, and the judges like it.
And more functional as well. Can you gain more speed that way?
And you maintain your speed, so you don't kind of have that outside turn and then this down time through the middle and an inside turn. You stay engaged, you keep the judges engaged, and you're just making more of the opportunity.
Well, he scored a 2.5 for that one for Matteo, so had he been able to complete that inside maneuver, he would have been looking at a good score.
And that speaks to how critical the fall off on the inside can be, and the interpretation of what is completed and what is not. And you need to ride out of that whitewater. The judging, you know, and having watched judging as long as I have, it's become quite pedantic about that point of completion. It never used to be quite that important to kind of ride out of the whitewater, and the definition of completion or not has become really quite fine, and it's not, that's something that's quite new, you know, in the last, I don't know, decade or 5 years, where it's, you know, they're looking at that completion so much. So it does make a big difference, because I feel like that wave would have been, you know, up in the fours if it was complete.
Yeah, it would have been maybe similar to what we saw for first of our surfer in red, Sage. He dropped in a 4.33. Now we're waiting for white and for blue to get their opening rides. But as we wait for the next set to roll through, we're going to go down to catch up with the winner from that last heat from Nicaragua, now with Ixa.
I'm here in the beach with Oscar Guzman. He just won his heat. We're going to do the interview in Spanish. Oscar, felicidades. Cuéntanos cómo estuvo la competencia, cómo sientes el mar, cómo estás entrenando también para este mundial camino a las Olimpiadas.
Bueno, súper contento que pasé primero en mi hit de repechaje. Las condiciones están un poco difíciles, pero cuando se logra agarrar la mejor, le saca la excelencia.
Destacaste con buenos puntajes respecto a, a los otros competidores. ¿Pudiste tomar una buena elección de olas?
Sí, me enfoqué bastante en conseguir la primera, porque el set dilata bastante, entonces agarré la mejor del hit.
Okay, he's telling that he's super happy, super stoked because he got to get the best waves of the heat. And yeah, he's so happy to be here at the World Surfing Games. Cuéntanos ahora sobre este camino hacia las Olimpiadas, cómo sería para Nicaragua también poder ganar un espacio ahí.
Sería súper increíble porque nunca hemos estado en unas Olimpiadas, más ahora que el surf está ahí, sería increíble, más para Nicaragua.
Okay, he's super happy to be here, like on the road to the Olympics. He said that it would be so amazing to be part of it as a Nicaraguan, so yeah, he's on it. Yeah. Buena suerte, buenas olas. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Stoked for Oscar. And a finish on the inside nearly for our surfer in blue, Fatin Habashi from Switzerland. Now up and riding, Christian Padilla. And he pumps his way through there and is unable to make that inside connection. And great when we have our translators doing interviews for us for Ixa and for Ben. They're just amazing at a variety of different languages, and we love being able to just get that feeling of a surfer being able to speak their home language and feel that stoke.
Yeah, and it's like the currencies of countries. Like when Europe went to the euro and they all lost their individual personality of their currency. To me, I love all those. I used to love collecting little notes from countries or stamps and things that give you that international flavour, and that's what the language does for us here. You recognise that it's a global event.
Sage Katz with a huge hit. Great section he finds for the opener. Now he needs to just tie a bow on it, finish off on the inside.
Well put.
Nice bit of rail work here. And great carve to set up for this finishing section. Stays low and composed. And that's going to be a second score on the board for him.
Yeah, and potentially better than the first. Well surfed, big, strong, tall kid. We'll have a look at the first move. Closing out section, gets up on top of the lip. Kind of got there a little early and down a little early just to make sure that it was completed. And now a nice reform here. One cut back just waiting. And this is a great section, gives him another turn. So there were kind of 3 turns towards that last turn on the shore. So that I feel like that may be the best wave of the heat so far.
Up and riding, Christian Padilla just racing past the flags on the shoreline, and he's looking for maybe his best score so far if he can put on the finish. There it is. That's what he's been looking for. He's got, 1.5 is his high score at the moment. Small scores kind of across the board outside of our surfer in the lead in red, Sage, who just dropped in a 6.1.
There you go. The judges appreciating the size of the turns and where he placed them. More action.
Setting it up, nice bottom turn. Snap gets a little bit caught up on that first turn. And now, like you're saying, that S turn back and forth, just using that rail, gaining some speed, and connects with the section to finish in front.
Got a really lovely style. That's one of the things in surfing is style. So I suppose if you were to put it in the context of watching someone dance, and there's some people that dance very fluidly and other people look a little jerky or a little bit, forced, or that doesn't have that flow. And the flow in the surfing performance and in the style is one of those things that helps you to identify a good surfer, because they're not forcing stuff, they're not sort of fighting the wave, they're able to flow with the wave. And that's what we saw on this one. It was a better interpretation of the conditions than on the opening ride. This part through here, instead of bouncing, he's able to just keep the board moving rail to rail into this last turn. Nice closeout turn, completes it.
And then we saw our surfer in white get a piece of the action as well.
Cut back there, didn't get a big turn on the outside, pumping through to get this inside section. And look at the line, it's it's sort of doubled up there and was difficult to get over it, and even more difficult to get up on over it and then up onto the lip. So did really well there to get to the inside in the first place and then get the turn in with good timing.
So all scores are in across the board. Last of white was a 2.4. So he does bring in his best score so far. Last of blue was a 4.70. So that does keep him significantly in that second place position. Now yellow up and riding. Caught behind the section, hasn't quite connected with that green face yet, but now carving back on his backhand, and he's got a good section here. Nice snap, sets it up for a big turn, and he'll ride out clean.
It was nice and controlled. There was a controlled feeling to what he was doing there. Sometimes when a young man finds himself in a situation like this, it's easy to oversurf and kind of make mistakes because you're trying too hard. That looked like it was right in his ballpark.
Well, score in a 3-2, jumps him up into third place, and now our heat leader up and riding. Fun-looking maneuver to start off with. Goes a little bit more progressive on that second turn. Can't find that flow, that connection to kind of push through it.
But a good time to do it with 2 scores.
Absolutely. Like, now he's feeling freed up.
And that's what we're sort of starting to see in that last exchange, as the surfers in first and second who have established, you know, a couple of scores and they've got themselves into a strong position that allows them to take more risk. And with that risk, you may come up incomplete, as they both did there. But to improve on the base you've created, which, you know, people refer to as building house, which means, you know, in that sense you put some foundations in the ground, which are those opening rides, and then you build upon those opening rides by taking more risk as the heat goes on, and seeing both red and blue employ that strategy at this point in time to try and up the scores and maintain their position.
And that's what we've seen from the surfers, those maybe not higher seeded surfers here for World Surfing Games, but those names that we're so familiar with.
Yes.
You know, we see some of those championship tour level surfers doing that earlier today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Miguel Pupo come out a little kind of relaxed almost, like, yeah, I got this. You know, he may not even know who he's up against because they've spent so much time on the tour and in that bubble, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you come out of the bubble and you've got people you don't even know. You don't know how they surf. You don't know how they compete. You don't know who they are. And all of a sudden they're challenging you. And we saw that with Miguel. He had to find another gear and dig deep and pulled the win out in the end. But he was challenged by people that, you know, he might not have thought would challenge him, and that's the great thing about this environment. I remember when I competed here in '96. I don't remember my result or where I finished, but I know it wasn't good. You know, yeah. I know I was in that elimination round earlier than I wanted to be or thought I would be, and was in that position where you were getting challenged by people you didn't know. So that's a great part of it.
So true. And what about that aspect of just bonding with your team? You know, we can see Team Senegal down there. They're getting ready to support their surfers coming up in just a few heats. Actually, we got a surfer from Senegal coming up in the very next heat. Asane Mbenge. He'll be in the water, and he's got the crew down there to support him.
Yeah, that's and the colours of Africa, you know, just so wonderful, eh? So vibrant, so bright, and it's great to see the Africa's growing rapidly in the surfing world. You know, Namibia, Skeleton Bay, that's the top of my list.
Have you not been?
No, I've never been there.
It's incredible.
Have you been there too? So you've been to more places than me.
I've been to a few.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah, it's an incredible place. I haven't been there when it's been like big and solid, but even just to kind of get a feel for the water, how the currents run, how that wave actually breaks, it is an insane place. It's so remote as well. You've got to have like 4-wheel drives out on the sand dunes even to get out to it. And there's a great surfing community in Namibia. It's not huge, but it is solid, and it's been there for a long time. And it has some great surfing culture to it.
My good mate Gig Cilia, he's got a set up there and keeps inviting me, and I'm going to take him up on that for sure. World kneeboard champion. And again, there you go, that diversity of craft that we ride in surfing, you know, whether it's body surfing or hand planes, all the way through all the different sorts of boards to stand-up paddles and longboards. And the sport itself, while we're talking about the diversity in the countries that are participating, the diversity in the craft that we ride has also been a great change up for surfing in recent years.
So true. The World Kneeboarding Championships are running right now in Portugal. I think finals day might be today. We've got a friend, Kevin Scavarna, who's made it into the finals there from California. As we see a big set. So we saw surfer in yellow go down. We saw surfer in blue connecting through to the inside. We're now going to track with our surfer in red. Great looking size to this wave. We're finally seeing that pulse of the swell that we've been waiting for.
Oh, pull it.
What an awesome opening turn from Sage Katz of Puerto Rico.
Looking to improve on the 4.33, and if he gets the connection with that outside turn, that size of an outside turn, he should improve.
All right, setting it up here, and he's going to smash the finish. He had so much time to set that up, to think about it, and to be relaxed heading into that turn.
He had more time than you ordinarily do on that inside shore break, and he managed the time well and connected with the wave beautifully. I feel like that's going to be better than the 4.33. As you said, it was a big set wave.
Good size set wave, cool turn, a little bit of variety added into it as well. As we're down to 3 minutes, 23 seconds.
And Matteo needing this, well, it's a 7.33 now that it just went through. There's an 8-point ride for Fantin.
Wow. Let's take a look at it here. Actually, this is the split peak from the wave just before. So our surfer in blue, there it is.
Beautiful outside turn. One of the bigger waves we've seen all morning. And look at that girth of whitewater right across the break. We haven't seen that all morning, most probably pumping through to the inside, building speed. Beautiful inside turn. The recipe was followed perfectly right there.
And then the answer back here from Sage.
Building up speed into this section. Wafts the tail dangerously close to out of control, but it's just right where the judges like it. Some drama and excitement in that outside turn. Pumping through to the inside, waiting for it to stand up in here. Backhand re-entry. The outside was on the forehand, the inside on the backhand, so mixed it up well. And those two, blue and red, have consolidated their position in this heat for sure.
Well, absolutely consolidated. Our surfer in blue into the lead. Fatin from Switzerland with an 8-point ride. As we take a look now at the 6.07 from Katz.
Well overhead at the start of that ride too, which was great to see. And you see him lay back there, drifted the tail, the rail kind of wobbled for a moment. Exciting stuff.
Now our heat leader, who just dropped an 8-point ride, Fentin, he is from Switzerland, but he currently lives in Hossegor, so he's surfing beach breaks and little closeout sections like that all the time. Great small community of the surfers in Europe, right? For them to be able to, I mean, there's so much coastline between Portugal, Spain, and France. So many of those surfers from those more landlocked or kind of internal European countries that get to spend a lot of time in places like Hossegor.
Yeah, and Hossegor, I suppose it was the first place that international surfers became aware of and started to go to. And then all of a sudden it was like Spain and into Portugal, and you realized how much surf there was in Europe. That was, when I was a kid, you didn't really understand that. And the first generations of international travelers were going there and experiencing the surf, and we all became aware that it was absolutely world class. And now you understand that the biggest wave in the world, Nazaré, is actually in Portugal and in Europe. And you go, wow, it's, you're constantly redefining the things that you think. In that sort of globalization of surfing.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Now, we just saw a moment between red and blue where they shook hands out in the lineup. They had a great exchange of those last two waves. That was a good set that rolled through. But now they're going to stay tight on the other two surfers and make sure they can solidify those places moving through. It is an elimination round. And let's see what Matteo can get up to. So gets that opening turn. He's now going to look for that moment. If he can find that connection through, that wave's not going to amount to anything.
And you can see the size of the waves they're getting because it's late in the heat. They're desperate. They've got to get something, and red and blue have got strong positions.
And with those last scores that came through, the requirement on third and fourth jumped into the 9s.
Yeah.
Those were huge requirements. So well surfed from all four surfers in the water. So fun to see Christian and to see Matteo get that opportunity here at the World Surfing Games, and we're going to see so much more of them in the future. They're unfortunately bowing out of competition here in Repechage Round 1.
And Matteo's a young man, he's 14 years of age, he's got a lot of experience, so just being here and experiencing this is going to be great for him.
Great experience all around. Coming up in our next heat, we've got an Olympian in Rio Waida up against Jacob Kutsia and Asane Mbenge. As we see Rio now already up and riding, getting off to a quick start right on the buzzer, as the other surfers from the last heat are still just paddling their way in and out of the way.
You wouldn't expect Rio, like Griffin Colapinto, already in this elimination round. You wouldn't expect Rio Waida to be in this elimination round so early. So I'm sure that was a bit of a wake-up call for he. And then Poland and Senegal is, again, speaking to the global growth of the sport.
Some great global representation now in the water. And yeah, like you said, unlikely to see Rio Waida knocked down into this round. He's had such an incredible season on the Challenger Series. He's nearly qualified himself for the championship tour for next year already for the WSL. Took out that win, his first big win at an event of that level at Manly at the Sydney Surf Pro this year, which was incredible. And I think he's a surfer that so many of these other surfers that are kind of developing or have those aspirations to really be a professional and to take it on as a career, to see the changes and to see the mindset that Rio has brought into his surfing this year has really helped him in so many ways.
Totally, and you know, he's a great small wave surfer. While growing up in, Indonesia's got reef breaks. They do have beach breaks, but they're not the focus of an Indonesian surfer's existence. It's on the reef breaks, the tube rides, the perfect waves. But Rio's amazing in beach breaks and small wave conditions. Makes it even more surprising to see him here already. And he must have had one of those heats where things just didn't go his way. And it's a tough draw for Jacob and Asane.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock, and yeah, it's an extremely tough draw. Rio's dropped in a 3.00. I was just going to go and have a look back to see what happened in his first heat, because there was one heat that we saw yesterday that was running at the second podium. So we didn't have it here at the north podium, and it was with Ellie Temperi, and there it is. So it was heat number 26 of the day. For that round one, and it ran at the south podium, and Ellie Temperi took out the win from Finland. The Grommet, who's actually from Encinitas, well, he's born and raised in Finland, has been growing up now in Encinitas, California. He took the win over Kolohe Andino in second and Rio Waida in third.
Wow, what
So it
a
was
victory.
an absolute victory for Ellie.
Yeah, I saw him surf this morning. He's a talent, that kid.
He's great.
Yeah, he really is, and the results speak to that, don't they? Wow. Taking out two world-class, World Championship Tour class surfers. All good set coming through.
Here we go. Let's track with Asane now. And into that first section, love that style coming through. I love kind of that throw of the arms as he met that section. Now he's going to pump through here for Team Senegal. And he's going to gain some speed. Flying down the line, finds that end section and capitalizes.
Wow, mate. I've never seen Asane surf before, but he's got game. Good style, good technique, big, powerful guy. And in these small waves, he looked loose and fast, and the completion was fantastic. You can see the feet kicking there too in the paddle. One for the urgency, but sometimes the froth and your stoke and your excitement just have those feet going whether you like it or not. Here we go. Yeah, nice turn. The way like you said, the way through the shoulders and drove over that white water. Pumping here to the inside. And this carve there was really pretty. Through to the inside, gets that lovely last floater, and you can see when he came out of the lip and he landed, he got down really low to maintain his balance.
And Rio found himself another wave. Actually, this might have been just at the start as those other two surfers. This is for his three-point ride when those two surfers from the previous heat were still paddling their way in. And he's been sitting patient, waiting for the next set to roll through. And as we wait for that set, let's go down and catch up with Jess Grimwood.
Hi, Shannon. Yes, we are here with the last heat's heat winner, Fanton Habashi from Switzerland. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it feels good.
And how are you feeling in this competition? I mean, the sun's come out. There's a massive crowd on the beach. Does that go into your performance out there in the heat?
Not really. Yesterday I had like a big shocker. Had high expectations. Really messed up my heat. So finally, yeah, feels good to get a couple of waves. And mentally I'm feeling a bit better. So yeah.
Yeah, it must feel really good to take a heat win today. And of course, there's so many massive names in the draw. For yourself, is that something that inspires you to come out and do your best and try and beat some of those big kind of tour guys?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to fall against these big guys, end up in these matches, so I can maybe cause some upsets and get some confidence.
Beautiful. And for the rest of the Switzerland team, how are you guys been preparing for the big ISA games?
I mean, we've all been working kind of individually because we're all living at some different places. The other guys are from Costa Rica or like lives in Costa Rica or República Dominicana. And yeah, so we're all been grinding on our own side. But yeah, training hard, surfing a lot, and yeah, that's it.
And beautiful. For everybody watching you at home and your performances, would you like to make a shout out right now?
Oh yeah, for sure. Bah, je tiens à remercier mes sponsors, surtout Smile Wave Fund, et mes parents, ma mère qui m'a beaucoup soutenu. Bonjour à toute la famille en France, en Suisse, en Égypte. Voilà.
Beautiful. Congratulations, Fenton Habashi, for Team Switzerland. Good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hopefully I'll see you again.
See you there.
Bye.
We will definitely be seeing him again.
I love the ambition. I love the drive, the disappointment in yesterday's performances. Here's Asane in the blue.
All right, he dropped in a 4.67 for his last wave. Great two-turn combination. Three connected together. And now he's going to do the work to make it through to the inside. Lightning fast as he goes for that whip on the finish. Can't kind of get that projection through.
It was great surfing. I love the way he surfs, love the read. Rio Waida, massive turn on the outside. And you can see the way the arms stayed up high to get that sort of float and loftiness in the turn.
And he's now setting it up here, through to the inside. Backing up that outside maneuver. Took him a while to find that wave.
Big score.
And that's going to be a very big score.
That's going to be a big score.
Think of the 8 that we just saw from Fentine in that last heat. Big outside section, kind of close out, hit it, and finish on the inside.
Yeah, and that both of those turns were beautiful, weren't they? Like the style, the speed in them, and then the aggression that he brought to it.
Jacob from Poland takes off on that one, just closes out in front of him. He's going to maybe stick with it. You can see him there kind of trying to make that decision, and he's going to go for it just to put a score on the board. This is his first ride.
Nice.
Beautiful rail work, back and forth. Nice S-turns.
That was worth riding for. Without the outside turn, it's going to sort of limit the potential of the scoring. But for he to just get that surfing going on, he's the 4 times national champion for Poland. And does most of his surfing there, he said, in the Baltic Sea, and then gets down to Portugal when he can. So, you know, I suppose as a pioneer and promoter of surfing in his country, there's responsibility on your shoulders when you come here and you want to fly that flag. Here we go, watch out. Talk about flying the flag for Indonesia. Rio Waida, beautiful first turn. But Jacob Kuzia, that was a confidence builder for him.
Yeah, that was the moment that he was looking for, wasn't it? As we take a look at this inside section, judges dropped in the score after that hit with the fin ditch, and it's a 9-point ride for Rio Waida.
There you go. And again, the recipe was perfect. The big outside turn, managed the middle part, the big inside turn, and it was the size of those turns and the speed in them that made them so valuable in the judges' minds. And we kind of knew it was going there, thinking about that 8 from the previous heat. Here's Jacob here, pumping, driving, showing that he's got game as well. It's a shame it didn't have the outside turn. And then that just there, that again, we talked to how critical the judges are about completions. That will be considered incomplete because he kind of didn't make his way out of the whitewater. He kind of got stuck up in it. But the turns, the work through the middle and the rail transitions were great. And with an outside turn, the completion on the inside turn, it would have been a competitive ride. You know, of maybe not of that 9, obviously, that Rio had, but it would have been as good as anything else in the heat.
And it's given him that confidence boost now to start taking off on some waves. So nice carve back, just gets a little bit hung up there. Can't quite find that push out of the tail that he needed. As we see Rio now up and riding, goes to the air, wafts the tail out, and he'll fall. But now he's got a 9 on the board, which was equivalent to his heat total of first heat.
And you know what it does? It sets up the opportunity for Rio to get a 10. Because he's already, if he makes that aerial there, gets it through to the shore, does a similar inside turn, there's a point in it. So I think we'll see some aerial antics now that he's got those scores on the board. The base is set, the 9 and the 3, so it averages out at a couple of 6-point rides, which is strong. Improve on the 3 and the heats. But and I think we're going to see some fireworks now. He's going to really go for it.
And it's so impressive. You were mentioning it at the start of this heat with the type of surfing that we would expect him to be really good in. Heavier reef breaks, growing up in Bali, surfing there, and having, Uluwatu as his favorite wave. But his small wave beach break style surfing is flawless.
It's like Bruce Lee fast.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's and they talk about the jab, and I suppose in boxing, like the jab's got to come back as fast as it goes out. And he surfs like he's just jabbing everything. Everything's so sharp, so fast and quick that it's undeniably good. And then you couple that with that beautiful style that he has, and now the competitive experience and confidence from victories at the Challenger Series level, and he'll and the Olympics. So, big future ahead for Rio Waida.
A huge future ahead. He did finish 9th at the ISAs back in 2019, which was kind of his biggest achievement at that stage until he took out the win this year at the Sydney Surf Pro, which was just an event of massive scale. As we see Team Senegal loving those uniforms. And
yeah, I love them too. The colours are fantastic.
So good.
And he surfs so good. You see how far he laid that bottom turn over then? He kind of laid it over too far. But the way he uses his body, it looks like he's got those big long arms, and the way he uses them he's got really good style. And the wave before, remember the wave before? He came off the whitewater on the forehand, drifted the tail, and then came back and did 2 foam climbs on the backhand and still connected to the shore. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, really, really incredible surfing. Coming up next, we got surfer from Chinese Taipei, from South Korea, from Ecuador, and from Norway.
I love the lineups, eh? When you read those countries, I'm sure that the founding fathers of the sport of surfing would be so stoked to see this international field. Here we go.
And to see Rio flying through, like you said, Bruce Lee jabbing his way through the lineup. That was
take that.
So fast. All right, Jacob, he's got a requirement of a 6.11 now in front of him. Taking off on a smaller sized wave. You can really sense he's trying to, get some work done here, and he just can't quite find that rhythm.
That was a priority wave too. He had the first priority there, and that most probably the wave itself wasn't up to the quality of priority that you would catch. So a little bit of inexperience there perhaps with the priority, and really needs, when you've got it, you need to make it count. Throwing it away on something that doesn't improve on your score really just puts the ball or the advantage in your opponent's hands. And here comes a set that maybe he could have waited for a couple of minutes later.
Asane with a good-looking wall up in front of him. Nice check to start.
What happened there?
I don't know.
It looked so controlled and so well managed at that point, didn't it?
It did look really good as he was going into it. Kind of that, he didn't do that full bottom turn, kind of that mid-face check to set up that line.
Yeah. And maybe the back foot slipped. We'll see in a replay. But that was unfortunate. But the good news for him is that he's, with the 4 and he's kind of got that 7.34 total, a couple of decent scores, and he's shown the signs of what he can do. If he surfs to his potential, he's definitely got 6s and 7s in his performance, which could see you get through multiple rounds.
Oh, he's a fantastic surfer, 30 years old from Ngor. And he's passionate about all sea activities. He loves teaching people how to surf, and he's always pushing hard to reach the next level on his own as well, as we take a look at last of Rio.
So fast, so light on his feet. Look at the board just searing its way through to the inside. He's excited for that last turn and just pushed everything he had into it. The outside was a floater and then goes into this foam climb. To get from there back into this wave was good technique and shows that he's got great equipment. The speed that he is generating, we could be looking at a potential winner of these games when you look at the performance level. I think do you think the back foot looked like the back foot slipped, the front foot came off a little bit? He somehow got back to his feet after that wipeout. But I think he's in a strong second to Sane. It feels comfortable for him in that position right now.
Yeah, he's done really well. He set himself up with a couple of decent scores to keep himself in that second place position and to put a good size requirement onto our surfer sitting in third. He's chasing a 6.11 to get that advancing position. And for Rio, definitely one of those surfers that we're now looking at, especially, I mean, we're in repecharge round. He's a surfer we would not have expected to see the repecharge round at all, possibly, or very late in the draw.
Yeah, exactly.
For, the experience, for his performances throughout this season and last season. But now he could be one of those names that we see battle back from an early round loss, very early. And with the repecharge rounds in front of him, he might have, 20 more heats to get through for the ISA World Surfing Games. But he still has a pathway to making it into that grand final and to walk away a gold medalist this week.
And you can see the urgency in the surfing. He's had the wake-up call. The wake-up call is, like Miguel Pupo got earlier, the wake-up call for Rio is in, and then he's answered, and we've seen it in the quality of his surfing, quality of his wave selection. He's competed well, surfed well, and it's been a dominant performance.
Yeah, and with the stacked team that he's got, they don't have any women represented for Team Indonesia this year, but with Ketut Agus and with Danny, they've got a really stacked men's team. And so they could be putting that full push forward to get that Olympic spot. If Team Indonesia can make it all the way, take away that team gold, with the surfers that they put forward, these kind of conditions, we could definitely be seeing them go all the way.
And the team that wins it on both sides, male and female, get a spot. That is in the Olympic Games, so all to surf for. That's an amazing opportunity to potentially have 3 people in the Olympic Games that has a maximum of 2 for each team, but the victory here would give you an extra spot. That's a lot to surf for.
Yeah, it's a lot to surf for. So there's so much on the line this week for those individual medals, for those team medals, and for the Olympic qualification journey that's just beginning. Really kind of will hit its full stride next year. But it's exciting that this year's ISA World Surfing Games are the kickoff for that pathway to get to Paris 2024 and to get to surf at Tehupo in Tahiti. One of the most death-defying waves on the planet.
You've got to want that.
You've got to want that.
There might be some people that don't want that.
I wouldn't want that.
No, because it's a tall order.
Yeah.
And it puts surfing, that's the most serious level of surfing that exists in competitive surfing, outside of the Big Wave World Tour. So it's a platform that you got to be ready for. And it's good to see Jakob Kuzia wait with the priority at this point in time. It's still doable. He needs a 6.11, and his wave selection has let him down really to this point in time. So he's got the priority now. He's in first priority. He's in third place. He needs that 6.11. So there's only a certain type of wave that's going to allow you that potential. We've seen his surfing already. He can get the score, but he's got to make sure he's on the type of wave that can give him that score. So it seems like he's on the right strategic path right now.
Yeah, I love seeing that. If he gets an opportunity, he's definitely going to take advantage of it. He's been studying full-time. He's in his 4th year of studying at the Academy of Physical Education at Katowice. He's studying personal training and diet. And that's a great thing, as a surfer, as an athlete himself. I mean, we see that from so many surfers, right? Going into their studies and wanting to study something that they're passionate about, they're already doing in their day-to-day life,
Yeah.
For him to be able to be in school, to be close to finishing that out, and then to be able to pour back into his home community, to be able to encourage more people to learn how to surf there in the Baltic Sea.
And guaranteed he will end up coaching this team at a point in time, the Polish team, as the pioneer of it. And he's got that education base in the fitness and diet and understanding of what it takes to be an athlete at this level, having competed here. And he'll be able to be involved with Polish surfing for a long time and contribute all of his experience to that next generation that he's hoping to build.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love seeing that passion meet purpose.
Yeah.
With that study behind the scenes.
Well said.
Down to 42 seconds on the clock. Rio Waida with a massive heat total of a 16.00. Now, I know yesterday that we saw Olympic silver medalist Kanoa Igarashi with over a 16-point heat total. I'm not sure that we've seen that eclipsed. So Rio might be sitting in there at a close second to what we saw from yesterday for the highest heat total of the event so far. And what a way to do it, especially coming off of a low heat total yesterday, getting knocked out in that repecharge round. It would have been such a shock to his system to go down to the young Ellie Temperi. And now he's right back in there as a serious force to beat when it comes to finals day.
Absolutely. Look at Yellow just frantically paddling as the time's ticking down. He just wants to ride one more wave. It's got there, but it's just got there a couple of seconds too late. It didn't even break.
It didn't even break. Didn't quite give him the opportunity. He looked for it. He held on to that priority, and he did all of the work that he possibly could. And with that, we see Rio Waida take the win, and our surfer from Senegal, Asane, advances through in that second place position.
An impressive performance.
Very impressive performance.
The Senegalese surfer. He ripped that one, showed so much potential. I can't wait to see him build confidence as he goes through round to round.
All right, we'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll bring you back with more action with Chris Cote and Mitch Salazar in the booth.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach, California. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Sung San Han from Chinese Taipei going up against Dong Jian-wan from Korea, Bruce Burgos from Ecuador, and Frode Goa from Norway. An international affair here in Repechage, round 1, heat 15. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, these Repechage heats have lived up to all expectations and more. Elite level surfers going up against newcomers. A truly international spectacle of surfing and really fun to watch. They're making the most of these challenging conditions, that's for sure.
Yeah, they have, especially Rio Waida in the last heat, dropping one of the highest heat totals of the entire event. And we're seeing one of our surfers there in yellow up and riding. But yeah, I think it's gotten much cleaner. It's got it much more consistent too. And I believe that we are seeing that increase in the swell. Get signed for tomorrow. We should have a good little combo in the water too, with the little wind swell coming from the northwest, but predominantly that southwest swell. Here's Bruce Burgos. This kid rips from Ecuador, Chris.
Yeah, Ecuador always fields a strong team. They are definitely a group of really kind of well-versed in all aquatic activities, from sup to kite to everything in between. I think of Team Ecuador as one of those, they're very outdoorsy,
Yeah.
I guess you would say. Mimi Barona, of course, has to be considered the team leader.
The Olympian, yeah.
Yeah, and always a fun team to watch, no doubt. Well, here's your surfer in white. This is Dongjin Wan.
Been surfing 4 years now, the 25-year-old. And here's our surfer from Chinese Taipei in the yellow jersey, Sung Kwan San. And, you know, I think Chinese Taipei, not only have we seen them so far a few times in the rapid charge, but I think we're going to see them a lot more in years to come in the main rounds, making it through in those winners rounds, as we call them, just because I feel like they still haven't fully developed a lot of their skill sets when it comes to surfing high event competitions like this one. You know, you get to an event where there's 4-person priority, it's completely different to surfing a man-on-man heat or woman-to-woman heat. Priority situation in a 3-person heat, completely different too. And you get to a 4-person heat, and especially at a beach break, there could be many different ways you approach the heat and the way you attack a certain lineup. So it's good to see them hone their skills, but I think in years to come, they're definitely going to be a team that I would think ends up at least in the top 15 of the rankings.
Right there with you. We've seen the growth already in just a few years of that team competing here at the ISA level. 14:20 on the clock. First score of note comes through. It's a 3-point ride for your surfer in yellow, Sung Hwan Han. And Bruce Burgos gets up into the second place spot, which is a quick 2.27. He's right back at it. So we're looking at 12:05 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. Mitchell, what do you think we can expect for the next few hours in terms of tide, wind, waves?
Well, there's not a huge difference between the high tide and the low tide. 3.4 to 4.4 later this afternoon. So I don't think that'll increase in terms of the wave consistency. What it will affect, though, is that midsection. So even a 1-foot high tide, maybe not the biggest, but it does make a difference when you're trying to make the inside connection. I do think the people that have competed here a lot before, especially in the rapid charge round 2, are going to see those kind of instances play in their favor, Chris, as we see Burgos up and riding again. Good finish right there from the Ecuadorian, and I've talked about it before, but I think that area of South and Central America, those countries that maybe haven't been exposed to the mainstream as much, Ecuador, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, I think they deserve a lot more love than they've been given before in the past, because not only do they have great waves, but they also have great representatives of this beautiful sport too. As we're seeing the Korean surfer up and riding real quick, and then Bruce's wave, a left that kind of ran towards the pier, went out to sea a little bit, and that's that midsection that gets difficult to ride, and did well to get the 2-for-1 in here, Chris. Tough section right there at the finish, but was able to ride out cleanly. Literally right on the sand, too.
Right up onto the sand. Well, our surfers make their way back into the lineup. That gives us the opportunity to catch up with Indonesia's Rio Waida, standing by now with Jess.
Thanks, Chris. Congratulations, Rio. One of the biggest heat scores of today so far. How are you feeling in the lineup at Huntington this morning?
Today is a bit tricky, and even I lost yesterday, first round, and it's really hard. For me, it's really hard condition, and it's been really hard for me to learn how to surf Huntington for me. So it's always struggle for me. I never get good result here in Huntington Beach, so it's good to get a big score today, and hope I can keep going.
Yeah, it must feel good to really feel that flow in that heat like you did. And you were just saying it's always been a struggle to learn how to surf here. Do you change your equipment going from those crazy waves that we like to see you entertain us in, and the big barrels and the beautiful waves of Indonesia? Do your boards change coming over here?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like I'm riding totally different boards that I'm always ride. This one I got from Shapai. They brought me yesterday, and then I tried this morning. It feels really good. So I don't know. It's kind of magic, and hope this one will go all the way to the final.
I hope so for you too. And just competing with so many other nations, how does it feel to be representing Indonesia?
Yeah, I mean, I love ISA. The good thing about ISA is to see other countries, surfers from around the world. So I love ISA, and then it's always fun to travel with my team. A lot of laugh, a lot of just always indoor vibes. We always happy and enjoy, support each other. That's the fun thing about ISA, to travel with the team. And yeah, I don't know. I've been learning a lot too. I see so many. I met a lot of new friends, and that's fun. And then it's always interesting thing in this ISA.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations again. You're a great spokesman for surfing and for Indonesia. Congrats.
Thank you.
Rio has made a huge splash on the international surfing scene over the past few years. He's earned wildcard call-ups to the WSL Championship Tour and has some big results in ISA competition, both as a junior and here at the World Surfing Games. Expect big things for Rio Waida, cleaning up for some earlier mistakes. As you see, Bruce Burgos from Team Ecuador coming through. Team Ecuador represented well by Wendy Velasquez, Genesis Borja, Dominique Barona, Alex Suarez, Jonathan Zambrano, and Dominic Barona was actually the surfer that I was talking about earlier, who excels on any craft, in any lineup, and I would say she is definitely the team leader, along with Bruce Burgos. But he's only 17 years old. His favorite break is San Jose, and he lives in Manta, Ecuador. He likes to skateboard when he's not surfing.
Yeah, they got some great waves over there, and led by not only the great Mimi Barona, but also having Gato, Jonathan Chila, Zambrano on the team too, a guy that I competed against many times as well. And Mimi's brother, Israel, is also a great surfer who's competed here at the ISA World Surfing Games for many different occasions as well. So not only do they have great waves, I think when it comes to skill sets, they have what it takes to not only match those of, say, a Rio Waida. I just think that they haven't had the opportunity to maybe showcase those kind of skills at a big event like this before, when there's Olympic qualification on the line. Besides Mimi making it to the Olympics, they haven't really had that one shining moment so far, Chris, So I think it's soon to come.
Well, with 8:44 to go, currently sitting in fourth-year surfer from Norway, but getting back out there into the mix. 45 years old, Frode Goa. Lives in Klepp. Favorite wave is called Piggy.
Piggy.
And he is a two-time gold medal winner and got Norwegian Cup gold in 2018. Skateboarder, snowboarder, artist, photographer. Loves living in the ice-cold North Sea, and he actually runs a small business and works as a creative. Love to hear it. Here's your surfer in white, Dongin Won. South Korea has a lot of spirit on their team. They're very serious when they're walking down the beach. After the heats, they start, the smiles come out. But I like that kind of intensity when you're going out there. And at this point, you're fighting to stay in this contest. So a first and second place finish in the repechage rounds, as we clearly saw from Rio Waida. That relief, getting through each and every repechage heat is huge, and that helps with confidence. That helps with momentum. This is the kind of the final opportunity. So that's Freddie Goa right there.
Did he get up? Does that count? Yeah, they gave him a score.
Yeah, I think he just got kind of launched by a weird piece of chop. And maybe he's not used to not having the hood, gloves, and booties on, which it is definitely not easy to adapt, either way, going from trunks to hood and booties and vice versa.
I'm going to have to give him some foo wax too, but just going back to your point about Rio and the kind of impact that he's had not only this year but in previous years, Indonesia, Asia, that part of Asia, he is not only going to be on the championship tour, but I think if he's able to maintain his kind of focus and success overall, the kid's going a long way. And it's not only great, it's an example of what other countries can take and see that they can also have a certain level of success if they get one athlete like that. So keep it up, Rio, and keep inspiring a lot of people just like yourself that were competing at this event many years ago, too, with just a dream.
Ooh, Bruce Burgos, Team Ecuador has to be excited from that two-turn combination. Going to have a relatively easy path into the inside. You see this wave forming up nicely underneath his feet. He's building speed. Almost another victim of the shore pound. Now, we've seen a lot of those already today.
Just not enough speed coming into that last section, and you want to burn off enough speed to the point where you still have that little momentum to go up and over the lip instead of being underneath it. It's just too hard to control and manufacture a situation where you're going to ride out cleanly like that. So just under 6 minutes, I mean, he's comfortably in first. going to be really difficult for all other 3 surfers to move up into the lead. But as of right now, get a little battle for second between Chinese Taipei and Korea, Chris.
Well, we got 5.5 to go. Surfers resetting themselves. That gives us the opportunity to meet maybe your new favorite surfer, Jess Grimwood, standing by with a special guest.
Well, I hope I'm not your favorite surfer, Chris, but this guy might be in the future. Matteo Christodoulou, congratulations on your games appearance here. You're surfing for Team Greece, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matteo Christodoulou. I have 14 years and I'm surfing for Team Greece.
And we were talking about earlier, Matteo, how exciting it is for someone like you to come and represent your country and also to be surfing against some of the biggest names in surfing for men. How did it feel being in the water with them?
Well, I'm really glad that Greece gave me this opportunity to be with almost a full team for the first time having girls. We have 2 girls. And to be able to compete with my favorite surfers and one of my idols and being able to compete with the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, it's a pretty special experience that kind of only happens here at the ISA Games. And you just said you have the first time for Greece, 2 new girls on the team, and you stepped down as flag bearer and let the ladies go up in the opening ceremony. How was it watching them? Was it a proud moment for Greece?
Yeah, it's definitely a proud moment for Greece and a memorable too, because seeing the girls there, they were so happy, and I'm very glad they have the chance to do that.
Beautiful. And for all the people tuning in at home, I'm sure all your family are watching from back home in Greece. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, yeah, hi to my dad, my grandparents, my uncles, and all the people that support me.
And congratulations and good luck for Greece and the team going through the games. And we look forward to seeing you surf so much into the future, Matteo.
Thanks, and go Greece.
There you go, guys. Team Greece.
I knew I would find my new favorite surfer. What a kid right there, 14 years old, taking it to some of the world's best. The future of Greek surfing is bright. Young Matteo right there, as our surfers are now in the takeoff zone. I like this overview because it really kind of gives you a good look at what these surfers are dealing with. I mean, these waves are kind of hidden in the chops when you're looking towards the horizon, and they perk up quick. And you know, so far, Bruce Burgos has identified some waves that have given him a lot of opportunity. He's got a 4.5 and a 4.97. He's off to a great start here. 3 minutes left. Comes to this inside section. Now he comes through clean. So a completed ride for your surfer in red, Bruce Burgos from Ecuador.
Had a healthy balance of both rights and lefts in this heat, too, which is not easy to do in these kind of conditions. You know, great bottom turn right there. You can definitely see how well accustomed he is to surfing a point break in comparison to a beach break, but he's adapted extremely well here to the shore break. I mean, that was a tough section to go up and over, and there's a good friend of mine from Ecuador too, Aurelio Prieto, who used to be a competitor here at the ISA Juniors and at the World Games as well, so big shout out to Aurelio. His family actually runs a banana business, believe it or not, so Chiquita Bananas, one of the biggest banana sources on the planet. So Ecuador,
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan of Frode Goa as well, surfer from Norway. And that was probably his best wave yet. He's got a couple 1.9, 17, so he's got something on the scoreboard. Unfortunately for Frode and for Dongin, with only a minute and a half to go, it's a big hill to climb. They do both need kind of mid-range 4s, but I think Hunsun right now is going to put a score up there and tries to get that turn in and goes down.
I could see you living in that part of the world, Norway, Iceland, something like that. I feel like you kind of have that Rune Glifberg kind of vibe, you know? So that kind of central, the Eastern European, more towards the north where skating's a big thing too. And there's obviously waves, so you just got to deal with the cold, Chris.
Yeah, I've been to Iceland once, surfed there with an amazing crew. And they've got some extremely talented surfers, and I'm always surprised when I don't see Iceland on the list. So
where's
Team
Finland?
Iceland, let's go. They have great waves, great people, you know, one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. I'm sure, you know, they've had Olympians in the past, so they know what it takes to get their athletes in. So it's just a matter of, You know, sometimes it only takes one person to just stand up and say, okay, I'll do it.
That's what I'm saying. Finland, too. Kalle Carranza, he's half Finnish. Where's the Finnish team,
That's
Kalle?
what I told Ellie. I said, you got to talk to Kalle. Get him involved. Get him on the team. He could do some damage.
Yeah, for real.
29 seconds to go here.
Dude, Ellie and Kalle, dream team duo right there.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one.
1 and 2 on the podium. Let's go.
And congratulations to Kalle Carranza. He's a new dad.
Yeah.
He is one of our fellow commentators here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We gave him the year off to hang out with his new baby, you know. But he's coming back next year.
That's what he said.
And I said it just now, so he's got to do it. Well, that's going to be it here for Repechage Heat 15. It's going to be Bruce Burgos in the lead and your surfer in yellow. Chinese Taipei moving through. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Coming up next, Dr. Yoni Klein representing Israel. He's got a big heat in front of him as well. We'll be right back.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the ISA 2022 World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're live from Surf City, USA. Some of our surfers are struggling a bit in the conditions at hand. Other surfers, well, they're thriving. In this heat, you're going to see Dr. Yoni Klein from Israel, Dean Vanderwall from Belgium, and Jon Jared from American Samoa. All three of these surfers coming through with an incredible story of how they got here, why they're here, and what their goals are in this event. You know, Dr. Yoni Klein, we've seen many times in ISA competition, and this guy is, I mean, he is elite level, an incredible surfer.
Yep.
Especially, you know, when you put him in a good wedging head-high wave, he's got a lot of power. This is going to be a test for Dr. Yoni Klein. I think the waves in Israel, more often than not, are similar to waves here in Southern California.
Yeah.
You know, they get a lot of, you know, wind swell and, you know, kind of days like this where they surf. So Yoni will feel right at home here. And, you know, I think at least on paper, he's definitely the surfer to beat in this heat. But Dean and Jared, well, they've got skills as well. And speaking of skills, nice backside snap for your surfer representing Belgium, Dean Vanderwall. He's 18 years old. And the reason that, you know, he is as good as he is right here, well, he puts in a lot of time in the water, lives down in Costa Rica. His favorite break is Witch's Rock.
Yeah.
You know, it's a world-famous wave and a great wave at that. So, you know, you're thinking, okay, Belgium, where does he practice in Belgium? Well, he practices in Costa Rica.
Some waves in Belgium every now and then, too.
That's true. I'm sure he gets involved when he's home there.
You know, that northern part of France towards Dunkirk, and then you got the southern part of Belgium. A lot of wind swell for the most part. Water's cold, but you can make things happen. But, yeah, Dean's one of those kids that grew up in a great generation of Costa Rican surfers. Malachi Martinez, Tomas King, the McGonigal brothers. And I not only think that he's always been one of the more underrated surfers, but he's definitely gone under the radar for a lot of people because he's always competed for Belgium. So good to see him here competing at the ISA World Surfing Games. In terms of, talent, I think this heat is definitely one of the most stacked ones in the Repechage round 1. Jared from the American Samoa actually resides on the west side of Oahu in Waianae, loves to surf Makaha. He's here with his family too. And Yanni Klein, as you said, has a lot of competitive experience. He's actually competed here at HB before in QS events. So this is a great heat.
And somehow, unbelievably, 5 minutes already gone. I'm always shocked of how fast these 20-minute heats go by.
No, and remember, Repechage heats before used to be 15 minutes. But because this has an Olympic qualification on the line, the implications are higher, so they're getting 20. So before it was like, hey, you paddle out, the heat starts,
you better catch a
wave, and you're basically over. So, yeah, that's how I used to do it. I mean, they were not easy to compete in, those Repechage heats before. 15 minutes. Oh, boy, and no priority back then either.
Grindy.
So a good start here, a 4.17. Good poke on the outside for Dean. He's a tall kid, too. Real good balance of power surfing and aerials. Probably won't see him go to the air too much with these kind of conditions today. But a really difficult section to go up and over right here. Had to actually kind of just tap the lip right there at the end, but literally on the sand, too. So good work. Got a 4 on the board.
Well, Dr. Yoni Klein yet to get involved here, but Team Israel, I'd say make way for them in the top 10. Their lineup is impressive. Noah Lilior, Hila Cohen, Siam Nickerton, Anat Lilior, Yoni Klein, and Uriel Uziel. All great surfers, but that's not what you want to see there. Lots of contact happening between red and blue. That was Dr. Yoni Klein and Joan Jared from American Samoa. So that'll be interesting to see what the judges say there. Not as clear as the previous interference we saw way earlier this morning. Looked like a peak, but thankfully we don't have to make that call. We've got expert judges right above us that have been watching closely. I'd love to get your estimation as to what happened there when we see the replay, but for now, we're watching Dean Vanderwaal, who is out of the fray there. So he's got to be interested as the call is going to be on that one as well.
Yeah, I think looking at the angle again, it's going to be interesting because I could easily see a double out of this. Luckily for either of the surfers, it would be a non-priority double interference if it does happen that way. There is a right and there is a left. And I think the only thing that might facilitate Jared in this kind of situation is that he got up first and he fell at the end. So I don't know. That's a close one. I wouldn't be surprised that Yoni Klein gets the interference on this one, Chris.
Well, we will see what happens. Here is Gerard. Got to be a little bit shook. I mean, again, anytime you make contact, cross over with another surfer, it's not easy to forget about that in a short span of time. And now it's, it almost seemed like a second ago we had 5 minutes off the clock. Now we're down to halfway through this heat. Take one more look at the replay. This is what the judges are looking at, our priority judge in particular.
Wow, I mean, that's a pretty defined peak right there. They're both right on the center. I just feel like the surfer in blue had better inside positioning for the left. I think the lefts have scored higher for the most part today. The rights are good, but that's going to be a close call. I wouldn't be surprised to see a double interference off of that, Chris. So it would basically just equalize things for both of them, which I think would be, in the spirit of fair play, the best thing to happen.
Yeah, and it would actually clear the path for Dean Vanderwaal as well from Team Belgium. But we wait for the call here. Dr. Yoni Klein now activating. You see how just sturdy he is on his feet, super consistent, lots of power, great technique.
Experience, too.
He's 33 years old.
What kind of medicine does he practice, by the way? Do you know?
Just the medicine of shredding. I'll have to dig a little deeper. He does have 2 kids, Kaya and Tiva. He lives in Tel Aviv. His favorite surf break is drone. He's riding a Sharp Ice 77.
So it's a good wave. Catches it on the outside. Decent turn right there. I mean, he's experienced enough to the point where he's competed on the European competitive series for the qualifying series before. So he's been in the situation many times where his back's up against the wall, and a great finish right there in a tough section too. So, you know, I think having that competitive knowledge and the experience of being in a situation similar to this is facilitating that process that he just went through. Let's see if it is, you know, an interference on him or on Jared, because it could be a significant one. The one thing that I will say that Klein has over Jared is that he at least got a start already, Chris. Luckily for both of them, if it was a double interference, that wave will not count for either. Luckily for Yanni is that he got a wave right after, and that's going to be his best wave. On the other hand, Jared doesn't have a single score on the board so far. So I'd way rather be in Yanni Klein's position right now than Jared's. 10 minutes and 20 to go, and if you're Dean Vanderwall, you stay away from that kind of situation right now.
Get away. Do not get involved, because Dean now has that lead. And to your question, Dr. Yanni Klein, he is in the aesthetic medicine treatment field. Akin to plastic surgeon,
yeah,
if you will, but a little different.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, but I mean, there's a space in between too, those kind of gray areas where plastic surgeons won't go. He'll probably do a lot of work in that. Good to see. I think it's a good time to remind and tell our audience that there's a lot of people out there that are professional surfers or that have been, that decided to go to school and do something else with their lives too. A lot of mechanical engineers. I know Isabella Nichols currently on the CT is actually pursuing her degree too, which is great to see. Sophie McCulloch, who's a Challenger Series surfer, she's doing like 3 different degrees. Natasha Van Groenen too. She's got a STEM degree in the process. It's good to see a lot of people actually pursue education at the same time.
It must be nice, right, to be able to choose. Oh, do I want to be a pro surfer? Do I want to be a surgeon? What do I, you know, Dr. Yanni Klein's just one of these humans with so much intelligence and drive. Again, I love all the stories that are involved with ISA athletes coming through. I mean, you literally could make a documentary about each and every surfer in this event. And speaking of documentaries, The Impossible Wave, which premiered last night here in Huntington Beach, tells the story of Fernando Aguirre's impossible dream, getting surfing in the Olympics. Literal doors slammed in his face, and guess what? He kicked right through them. I'm excited for everybody to see the story of the Impossible Wave coming soon.
Yanni got a 5.07 on his opener, Chris. This is going to be underneath that. Tough section right here to manage coming out of just not enough speed when he was going into that bottom turn. And as I thought, it is a double interference on both blue and red. I think it's the right call based off how good the right and the left were equally. But as of right now, Yanni Klein does have the 5.07, whereas Jared only has the 1.5 as his best. And there's another person that I really want to give a shout out to in the sense of education too, Dr. Cliff Capono, professional surfer, and he's also, I think, a biologist. You know, has that Hawaiian background, but also decided to stay in California, go to school at UCSD, works for UCSD right now, I believe. And, you know, those kind of people are, I think, the ones that are really going to pave the way for a lot of us in the future too, actually opening up those doors for education. We're seeing a lot more scholarships for surfers in the future too, Chris, which is something great to see.
Love all of that. And Cliff Capono, an absolute legend. 7:23 to go. You know, I think the double interference, that's the best case out of a worst case scenario. Luckily for those surfers who were given that double interference, or I should say earned the double interference, there's only one other surfer in this heat. If this was a 4-surfer heat, that would be a really tough situation to climb back out of. Yanni Klein, 5.07. I would not doubt that he could get a score in the 7-8 range. He does surf that good in these types of conditions. So still anyone's ball game here with 6 minutes and 47 seconds to go. And the judges definitely have their work cut out for them, because this is not an easy, you know, kind of wave to decipher. There's a lot of really similar looking rides, right? Turn on the outside, pump, pump, weave, snap on the inside. And, you know, it really is that's why we see a lot of scores in that 4 to 5
mid-range, yeah.
Just because that's mid-range style surfing. When somebody does something spectacular, we've started to see some 7s, even a couple of 8s here on the day.
Rio's 9 too. I mean, he had a 16-point heat total, so
that's massive.
You got to look at what he was doing in comparison to everybody else that scored those mid-range scores. So, yeah, I mean, this is a wave that definitely offers up a lot of scoring potential. It presents your best surfing, but it could also present your flaws on a day like this, and it'll accentuate your flaws a lot too. I've seen some of the best surfers in the world have difficulties competing here before, and Rio even said himself that he had never had a great result before here at Huntington Beach. He's won 2 Challenger Series events earlier this year, and he came to the U.S. Open and lost in the first heat that he surfed in. Same thing yesterday against Eli Temperi and against Kolohe Andino. He was one of the favorites to win the whole thing, lost out and was relegated to the repechage rounds, and unfortunately for him, he was able to get 2 good waves in the last heat that he surfed, but I think a lot of people always think of Huntington as a simple wave, an easy wave to surf, but it's so simple and so easy to surf that it makes it hard and difficult to surf.
Yeah, and with this swell that potentially is starting to build a little bit, it really is risky with every wave you take off on, because even if it looks like on the outside it's going to give you some opportunity, sometimes these waves have the tendency to just completely flatten out. So as you see now, Dean Vandervelde, good snap out the back, setting things up nicely. It doesn't look like it's going to take too much effort to make the inside section, but here's where it doubles up, gets critical.
Oh.
And that is very common. Very common on the inside section to just get blown right off your board. It's an interesting thing because it basically goes from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
And we might have had a fin blowout or a board buckle right there. You saw Dean walking in towards the beach to potentially grab a backup. There's been some board carnage here on this inside section.
Yeah, well, what
today.
happens is that when you don't receive the lip line with the same kind of speed that you need, when you're coming out of it, you're coming out of it with a smaller amount of speed, but with the same amount of weight on your board. So the compression that it has on your board, especially close to your fins, is much larger than what you're normally going to see at somewhere like a point break, say a lower trestles. That wave maybe has a larger amount of wave, but it's spread out equally across the same peak. Here it's like if you don't have that same amount of speed going into that last section, it's just going to destroy you. And we've seen that several times today.
Some couple bumps out the back, and I got to give full credit to all of our surfers just being able to see these waves coming through, because from their angle, looking at the horizon, everything looks like a wave and nothing looks like a wave with all these chops and bumps out the back. And you got to make a quick decision if you see something pop up coming at you. You know, that decision to turn and go, that pops up, and it's a split-second decision, which is an inherent quality that these surfers hope to develop.
Now you know how Yaden Nickel felt in the final in 2011 against Kelly.
Yeah, legendary heat.
For
sure.
Kelly.
Maybe not for the reasons that they wanted. As we see now, Jared representing American Samoa by way of Makaha. He's fighting for this inside section, gets over the lump, and again, from above, you see that how fast that wave crumbles around him. Love the look of that board. Something about that big Town and Country logo just gives me a good feeling inside. 2:25 to go as our judges put their score in. We had mentioned earlier the Fernando Aguirre documentary, The Impossible Wave. It was produced and directed by our very own Johnson family. Jay and Jessica Johnson put a lot of hard work into that, and Action Sports Productions. Not only going Hollywood, producing that incredible documentary, but also producing the visuals you see here now. We've got a dream team behind us covering every angle. And the highlights that have been produced at the end of the day have been really fun and cool to watch, and we can look forward to those every day of competition.
Smart move here from Yanni. Only has the 1.6 as his backup, and just to explain to our viewers and our audience, that 1.6 was really a 3.2, but it was cut in half due to the one interference that he has. So Wouldn't say, that it's a bad choice to have gone on that wave, because there's a good chance that he's going to better with just a single turn on the outside. And an important wave here for Dean just to kind of seal things up, make sure to finish on your feet. And as I said that, he goes down again. He's had trouble with that inside shorey so far, Chris. Just can't complete a turn after his first wave, excuse me. He's had that kind of difficulty where you've been seeing somebody of his size and his stature just always be a little bit too tall for that last section, keep his legs extended instead of coming out of it compressed and a little bit lower than you normally want to see him. But I mean, with 40 seconds, he's moving through into the next heat. And what an unfortunate situation for both Klein and Jared, where they had the double interference, and it just seemed like the pressure got to Jared a bit more than it did to Klein. And the experience for the Israeli surfer is definitely going to pay off with 30 seconds to go. It seems like he's going to be moving through.
Yeah, that right there is getting out of a tough situation. Anytime you advance through with an interference, that's like a get-out-of-jail-free card. And he earned it, though, with 5.67. And then that 1.6, the adjusted score after that double interference. Unfortunately, we're going to lose a surfer representing American Samoa, Joanne Gerard. Y&I, though, represented well by Jared.
Wasaid.
Well, another heat in the books here in the repechage rounds, and we will keep pushing through. More action to come live from Huntington Beach, California. This is the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We're rolling through these repechage heats. Big happenings in each and every one. Dr. Yoni Klein squeaked through that last one, even though he did have a double interference. He moves along with Dean Vandervelde from Team Belgium. And more action to come right now, and more big names entering the lineup.
So get a heat right here.
Oh yeah, Brian Perez, Othman Barouet, Sidi Camara, and Joaquin del Castillo. You've got the Pink Panther, one of the greatest surfers ever out of El Salvador, Brian Perez. Has to be the favorite on paper, along with Joaquin del Castillo, but it's hard to even say that because our scouting report is pretty light on a lot of surfers in this repechage round. we might not know their names, but we're going to see their power soon enough. And this is a great international heat as well.
Yeah, CD rips. I've seen him surf before, and strong, tall, goofy footer. But Brian has been putting in the work so far, Chris, and here with his coach, Marcelo Castellanos, they don't have a very big team either, but you've seen him before. This guy knows what he's doing out there in the water.
And he actually was right there in the Olympic conversation.
He was.
At the last Olympic Games, and, had things transpire differently. Maybe if some of the names were taken off the list, he would have been next in line. So very close. And Punta Roca is his home as well as his favorite break. And safe to say on most days, I'd say every day, he's the best surfer in the lineup at Punta Roca.
No doubt. When the waves are firing there, it's kind of a bummer that we weren't, expecting better swell there for the CT event, but I thought he was going to be one of the standouts for sure. Ended up losing to Ethan Ewing in the elimination round, but Brian's one of those kids that has a great heart, loves surfing, and loves his family too. A decent wave to start things off for Brian. He knew that a quick start was going to be a key to success here in these kind of heats. So gained some speed right there, a little setup turn, and bangs the finish. So good surfing right there from the young Salvadorian, only 23 years of age. But, you said that on paper, I think as far as a popularity contest goes, he would be the favorite from, mainstream set of eyes. But Joaquin del Castillo is a real threat to everybody in this event. He's won QS before in South Africa. He's been a medalist at the ISA level in the juniors in 2011 in Peru. He gave Team Peru a gold medal with that medal that he got for himself, too. Here's Brian yet again. Ooh, going big. Oh, rode out of it, too. That chemistry surfboard looks great underneath his feet. And I always asked him, hey, why do you call yourself the Pink Panther? He's like, I just like the name. I said, and it stuck as my Instagram handle, so I kept it.
Works for me.
La Pantera Rosa. Obviously, that's why he has pink boards now, too.
Right. And I like the way those boards look, glowing as he's going down the line. And you called it, that chemistry board is looking magical under his feet. Boom, what happened here? That was
it's a wheelie.
Incredible.
Yeah. He went for a manual and rode out of it basically at the end. It was cool. Joaquin, real quick. That is a good heat, though. I'm interested to see how, Kamara and Bauereth actually approach this kind of thing because City's got some skills.
Here we go, Team Senegal. Big power snap there, going vertical on his backhand, Sidi Kamara. Saw Team Senegal just a few moments ago, all in their beautiful white jumpsuits. Their team camaraderie is among the best of the best. I mean, they are so supportive of each other. That's a long trip from Senegal to Huntington Beach, and it'd be fun to be on a plane with that whole team. You'd probably get some great stories out of them, and they're just, I don't know, they just have this air about them. They're excited to be here. They're, excited to share their culture and their love of Senegal. There they are right there.
Well, they don't get to live this every day, and I think sometimes, especially as somebody that lives in California, we take for granted the amount of experience that we have at big events, especially, the ones that we have almost every single weekend, whether it's NSSA, WSA, USA Surfing, whatnot. Even your local events, too. Those are some things that a lot of these people don't get to have that frequently, So.
One thing you don't want to stand behind Team Senegal at a concert. I mean, it seems like the whole team is pushing 6 foot plus. Super athletic. I mean, this whole squad, men and women, strong athletes. And, obviously capable in any types of ways. We saw what Sharif was able to do just yesterday.
He's gnarly.
2 huge airs on tiny waves. Loved every second of it. 12:30 to go here. Perez in the lead with that 4.17. Yet to see the skills of Joaquin or Othman, but I'm sure we will.
Yeah, and CD from Dakar. Loves to surf a lot of beach breaks. They have some great waves in Senegal, too. They've had a couple of QS events for the African region before over there. And in terms of surfing in Saudi Arabia, obviously developing still, but good to see Othman Bawareth, in the lineup here. And having a country that maybe hadn't had too many exponents before in terms of international surfing competition, I think this is not only crucial, but I think the fact that they're actually representing their country with Olympic qualification on the line tells you something for future events, too. Maybe they're thinking about getting an Olympian eventually.
Well, Saudi Arabia definitely puts a lot into, athletics, and I would not be surprised, and, I'm sure there's something in the works, but they have the capabilities of making an incredible wave pool. And maybe it's already happening. I don't know. If it is, let's go.
I'm down. I'm right there with you. We just do a wave pool tour eventually.
Othman Baraweth is joined by Mohammed Kurdi. He resides in Jeddah. And both of these young surfers on Team Saudi Arabia are just incredible ambassadors. And for Othman, he only really gets to surf when he travels. And City, meanwhile, making full use of that inside section. That was a blistering backside whip. Love to see it. You can hear the cheers coming up from the beach. That's a beloved team among this crew at the ISA World Surfing Games.
City, city, bang, bang.
Boom. There you go.
10 minutes, 30 to go. Brian gets a great wave. Easily going to better his 4.17, and City going to get his best, in my opinion. So now the pressure is going to be on Joaquin and Othman. And this is a great exchange right here. And this is where I'm seeing a lot more development in both Brian and City. That they've not only gotten experience in the mainstream, but they've actually used priority to their benefit too. Great use of priority right here by the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. So a decent start on the outside. He knew that he needed to be patient in this midsection right here and waited for this wave to stand up on the inside. Little setup snap right there. That chemistry board looking great. And a beautiful finish, too. Riding out cleanly. Making sure that the judges saw him as well. And he caught this wave not necessarily all the way on the outside. It was more towards, coming towards that midsection. Some good combos right here. The little setup. And just a strong finish at the end. He's a tall surfer. And then Camaro got a good one as well. But here's a set coming, Chris. 9 minutes and 30 to go. Seems like Del Castillo in position. Boy, he looks out of rhythm right now.
Yeah, this is unlike the Joaquin Del Castillo I've seen in the past. I've watched him perform at a very high level. It breaks like Pipeline,
yeah,
Haleiwa, Sunset. But Huntington Beach, can feel like a haunted house at times when you're just a little bit out of rhythm. It will get you, because these waves are going to be challenging and demanding for any surfer. And that includes the best of the best, like we're watching right here. Perez, 2 of the best snaps we've seen of the day, back-to-back for the Pink Panther. I mean, you think he wants it? I'm seeing full effort right now from Brian Perez. That is definitely going to be the best wave of this heat, if not the day.
It could be definitely up there in the 8s and the 9s. I mean, those 2 turns on the outside were quality. Great surfing from Brian, and easily going to be the best wave of this heat, at least. 8 minutes and 25 to go. And, yeah, I've never seen Joaquin compete in an event like this before. It's super uncharacteristic, and they've got a lot in line with Team Peru as well. They already lost Gabriel Vargas earlier this morning into the repertoire. It's a 6.17 for Brian, so a good score. Puts him way up into first, and now City down to second place, needing a mid-5 to move back into first. But Del Castillo right now, 7.57 is what he needs. And if you're looking at what Brian Perez just did and the wave that he found, for Joaquin to get that kind of score, it would have to be something of eternal magnitude, Chris.
Yeah, and 7:45 to go. So the good news for Joaquin Del Castillo and Othman is they do have time on the clock. Yet to see Othman get involved here. He's just trying to find his spot in the lineup. Meanwhile, City Kamara goes vertical on his backhand. Difficult section to hit right there, but he does it. I believe he did right out, so he will get credit for that turn, but unfortunately missed his chance at the inside connector.
Might better his, 3.57, though. It was a decent turn on the outside. It's a tough section as well.
And here goes Joaquin Del Castillo. I mean, you see it in his style. You see it in these turns. He's a great surfer. And You know, we had mentioned that he does have time to get back into this heat, and this wave right here is going to do just that. Does he ride out? That's a maybe. That's a big maybe, but he did some nice surfing through that outside section, so I think that's going to get him up into second place. Now City's got his work cut out for him. When Joaquin Del Castillo starts to turn things on, he's going to put up some big numbers.
So this is the 617 from Brian. You know, I could have seen the score go a little higher, if I'm honest. Just from a personal perspective, I thought the combo on the outside was great. And a strong finish, too. And, I mean, he rode out of that. So, you know, get a combo, good score, he's in the lead. And then City, this was his previous wave. Some good surfing, too. Nice transitions with his rail. And was able to make it to the shore as well. And this section that he tried to hit right here was tough. And I love the way he just comes off of the bottom. For somebody that big to do that as well, it's not easy. And then this is just the one that he had on the outside. Dug his rail right there just a little bit so he couldn't make the inside connection. But still, a good turn on the outside. And this is more like it from Joaquin Del Castillo. Beautiful transitions, rail-to-rail surfing, just like the Peruvians do. They're great competitors, and he excels under pressure as well. So despite him not managing to ride out completely from this last turn, he did a lot of damage before it, Chris.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice number. So 5.5 to go here. Things are tightening up at the top of the rankings in this heat. Perez, well into the lead of the 14.50 total. City with the 9.26, trying to fend off Joaquin Del Castillo. We're still waiting for a score to drop for Joaquin. The score for Perez now comes through an 8.33.
Oh, so that's the one we were.
Yeah,
okay,
it was.
cool.
I think you and I were both kind of surprised, going, huh?
Yeah.
But what happened is that the score just came through after the replay, so all good there. 8.33, as expected, one of the highest single wave scores of the day of the event, and exactly what you need to do to really grab the judge's attention. Near perfect, and you know I don't think there was anything else he could have really done on that wave. You know. The two snaps out the back, to me, that's where the meat of that score came from. I like the solid finish. It wasn't anything flashy, but he got the job done. And that's the kind of surfing that has Brian Perez really in the global conversation of one of the best surfers in the world.
Well, and for how the waves are, too. Look at his size. This is a big dude. What he's doing here at a beach break when the waves are small and maybe non-consequential in terms of what he normally surfs at Punta Roca and other spots around his house. These are waves that he's not normally used to. So for him to do this and excel the way he's doing that, 14.5 heat total, that's at least a couple of sevens in your scoreline, so he's doing great so far. But the battle for second place is going to be tight right now with 4 minutes to go. Sidi Camara in second has a low score of a 3.83, and Joaquin Del Castillo drops a 4.0, now needing a 5.27. The only bad thing for him, though, Chris, he's in third priority, and it seems like Camara slowly but surely has kind of been moving towards him and taking away opportunities.
Here's another look at that 8.83.
Yeah, so two beautiful turns on the outside. Redirects right there. Just a little tap off of the white water and does a great finishing maneuver as well. Straight up into the lip right there when the wave was already coming down on him too. So great surfing right there and great execution from Brian Perez, utilizing priority to an excellence as well. And now we're going to see the battle for second place. And it seems like we have a paddle battle for positioning. Can Del Castillo kind of break away and get his chance at getting that 5 that he needs right now? It seems like he might. Down the beach.
And now Perez just on a victory lap kind of program. Big front 3 there. Perfectly done on a really tough section. I did not see an air coming right there, but
neither did I.
That's what makes him such a special surfer to watch. And now you see Joaquin Del Castillo. Didn't make that one, but that shows you a little bit more of what he's capable of. And he is still looking for that 5.27. City Camara. Loving the new nickname you just gave him, Mitchell. City, City, Bang, Bang.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And in this heat, it is City, City, Bang, Bang, because I don't think we're realizing the kind of implications that he's having in terms of the rankings and qualification for Paris 2024. Peru is a powerhouse team.
Oh, yeah. They're always in the top 10.
And if Joaquin del Castillo is losing out in repechage round 1. Their title hopes are gone. They're not winning the gold medal even if 2 of their guys get gold and silver. It's just almost statistically impossible when you see the talent level it's in there. So this would be a devastating loss for them. Del Castillo still has a minute 45 to get back out there and get that 5 that he needs, though.
Well, expect the unexpected here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Here we go. City Camara. Nice little section to work with. Good top turn. Nice use of speed there. I mean, perfect placement down the line on that wave. And, just the right amount of power. He's weaving through to the inside section. No need for the Huntington hop. He finishes strong. Senegal going wild on the beach, as they should. City Camara there. Definitely going to improve on that 3.83, and he's going to put some space between him and Joaquin del Castillo. And you said it. This could be a big shocker for Team Peru, but there's still a minute to go, so you never know what's going to happen these last 60 seconds.
Well, here goes Joaquin on the inside. This thing might double up, Chris.
Well, now he needs a 6.36. We need something really big here. Well, he's got speed, winding up. Does he have the section? Blast the fins out. Big, high-speed frontside reverse there for Joaquin del Castillo. Was it a 6.26?
No, but does it better the 4? That's the question. And now with 30 seconds to go, does he have enough time to get back out there and get a wave that's almost identical to that?
This is why the edge of my seat is worn out. It's heats like this. Well, Brian Perez, he's safe. He's got one of the highest totals of the day, 14.50. But now it comes down to Senegal and Peru. Did City do enough to improve on his 2 scores? And did Joaquin del Castillo put himself within striking distance with 4 seconds left? And that's going to be it. Another wild repechage heat in the books. Let's take a look at Joaquin del Castillo's last wave. So he did get a little something out the back.
So that was the previous one, though, when Brian had priority over him. And the beautiful rotation here from Bettis. Tail high, bigger set wave on the outside. So this was what, Del Castillo had down the line on the same wave. And this is the wave that we saw him fall on the inside where he tried the big air, too. So gains the speed right here, but these sections are just so tough to try to go up and over the lip. And when he lands right there, the whitewater just took him out. And then City did better his situation, got something in the 4s right here. Great combo on the outside. And a huge win for Team Senegal. If this shows anything, it means that you can't take anyone for granted or take anybody as an underrated surfer because they'll make you pay, Chris.
Absolutely. Last looks here. This was the final opportunity for Joaquin del Castillo. I mean, he made the most out of this wave. I loved this high-speed reverse. Just in the end, too little, too late.
Yeah, just, it was a good air for how the section was, but that's not good surfing. It shouldn't be a 6.26, so I think it's going to be El Salvador and Senegal moving through.
Wow, heavy implications all around. Still trying to figure out who will be representing one of these 51 nations in the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics. Well, we got a lot of surfing yet to come, and that includes today. Repechage rounds will continue. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
And we're back for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Jose Faulkner, Jack Hinton, and Daniel from Iran is in the lineup, Daniel Bijan, and up against South Africa and New Zealand, and this is going to be a great heat. We've got a little bit more swell that's been pushing through. We've noticed it's been getting more consistent. We got bigger sets. I mean, have a look at this as the guys are just paddling out into position right now. And our surfer in red having a look there, deciding not to go. Now, maybe one of the more tricky things in the lineup, Barton, is going to be that wind that's come into play as well. It's gotten maybe a little bit stronger, but we love seeing that size.
Yeah, look at the size. You can just tell by the amount of white water that is in the lineup. Yesterday, there was never that much white water off a set. And so definitely, and you can see it in that shot as well. You can see the power and the energy that's come through. Great to see that, because it was, in the morning I was thinking we might not get through this like we didn't yesterday, and we got an early finish yesterday. But today, the swell and the size and the energy in the ocean is definitely going to see us through. That wind, as you suggest, makes things a little complicated, but it's almost like when it's like this, that onshore breeze gives you power in the wave rather than an offshore grooming it. So not too bad.
And we saw Jose Faulkner get off to an early start during the break. See what he was able to get up to here on the inside section. Oh, goes for a big air. Doesn't ride out of it, but he's already feeling loose. Gets just a 2.33 on the scoreboard. And then we saw Jack Hinton also get off to a quick start. We're waiting for this score to come through now, Barton.
As he weaves through the white water, the reform's coming, standing up on the inside as he pumps into that, beautiful closeout turn. Great to see the completion as well.
And Jose up and riding once again. Hits the lip. He'll go down. So 2 falls. Feeling a little bit rushed. Feeling really quick in the lineup right now.
It feels like that, doesn't it? You can see that there's urgency, but you've still got 15 minutes, and each fall doesn't really help in any way. It kind of makes you more nervous. You've actually burnt the time. That 5 minutes has been burnt. And you could be really sitting there with priority or surfing a little more conservative, or a gear down from where he is, and consistently taking advantage of that opening 5 rather than kind of that erratic go for it approach. But sometimes being best 2 rides, when I first started competing, 20-minute heats, best 4 rides. So there was no room for errors. And then we went to best 3 and then to best 2. And now that it's best 2, there's a lot of time, and you can have a first 5 minutes, as Jose's had, where it hasn't really gone to plan. But it doesn't so much matter, because you can get those 2 rides in 5 minutes easily.
And that's the same where we can see a heat turned around in the last 5 minutes as well.
Absolutely. It keeps it exciting. And, the consistency of the lineup has definitely improved in the last few hours as well. So that's going to contribute and allow more opportunity.
Well, Jack Hinton got off to a better start than Jose Faulkner. He's put on that 4.67, and Daniel Bijan has dropped in just a 0.60, so there is a full priority rotation rolling at the moment, and it is our surfer in blue from Iran who is currently sitting with that number 1 priority next to his name. It's been great to see him in the mix this week around the contest site and alongside of his brother, Sean. And these two just getting some great waves this week.
And before the event started, I got tipped off about this young South African. I got a message from a friend who said, hey, keep an eye out, watch this guy, he's got a big future.
Paddle now, and a look for our surfer in blue, decides not to go. And I absolutely agree with you. Jose Faulkner has a huge future ahead of him.
Yeah, I haven't really seen much of his surfing, so I'm excited to watch this heat and excited to get the opportunity to call a surfer from Iran. Who would have ever thought that would be the case? It's fantastic.
Absolutely amazing. So waiting for that next set to roll through, and Bijan is 32 years old, actually resides in Dana Point, but represents Iran proudly. grew up in Kansas and is in his second time competing for Team Iran. So we're starting to see that development as well, surfing from a nation that is unexpected.
Yeah, and it's a great example of the diversity and the opportunities that exist here to represent your bloodline, you know, and come to the event and add a nation, a national federation of surfing and have the opportunity to compete. And at the moment, the Kiwi with that 4.67 holding on to first place and first priority. So definitely, you know, having the best of the opening, what do you call it now, close on 8 minutes. It's amazing how quick it goes by every time. It just never ceases to amaze me. You just look up and go, wow, where did that 8 minutes go?
And you can see the divide in the lineup right now as well. So, you know, split peak here. We're going to track with our surfer in yellow off on the left. Nice backhand attack for that first maneuver. Looking to back up his 4.67 for Jack. Nice carve, and now setting it up through the inside. Times it out and rides out of an unexpected section. I did not think we'd be seeing him pop through that.
That was really well done. There was a composure and he had to do a lot of work to get to the point of being able to hit that lip. But it was all looked like it was happening fast, but there was a composure and a control to his energy that made it possible to complete it. We can see here the backhand re-entry on the outside, and this is a classic pier bowl reform. Is he coming through to the inside? No problems getting the connection. Easy as. And look here, it stands up right in front of him, and you can see that little moment of composure before he hit the lip, where he just took a moment, composed himself, blew off the top of that one, and the 4.67, I feel like that's a better ride than the 4.67, and a lot of impact on that inside section.
So scores coming through now for Jack. Now Jose Faulkner, we saw him also take off the pier bowl section on the left. He went down on that opening section. We're going to track with him now as he is maybe going to have a paddle there. So he's just got another throwaway score to it. He hasn't quite been able to build off of that 2.33 that he opened up with. And Jose from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, grew up in the Pelstris community there and has been a standout surfer among, you know, the kind of Groms coming up in that pack for a long time out of J-Bay. I lived there. My husband and I lived there for a long time, so we definitely consider J-Bay home for us. And great to see Jose kind of graduate through those junior rankings and find some good support behind him, some good team settings that would allow him the opportunity to travel. Coming from an underprivileged family and maybe not having as much accessibility to surfing that we would expect from a lot of other people. And where Jose has ended up now in the Challenger Series, he qualified for the Challenger Series for the WSL out of the Africa region, and he has had some outstanding heats this year. He's taken down some pretty big names, and he's definitely starting to grow for himself, I think, this following around his name and people that want to just see him go farther and farther in events. And his surfing is so good. He got the call up to the J-Bay Open this year as a wild card opportunity, which was massive for him.
That is massive.
You know, and growing up there and having surf supers for his whole life, then to be able to actually get out. And he fell out early in the draw, but he put down some pretty solid heat totals. It wasn't that he wasn't getting any waves. He just went down just with a slightly lower heat total than his competitors.
And I just had this flash of a moment of him pulling into a tube, sitting on his board.
Yes.
Is that right? Is that
that's
one?
Jose.
Yes. There you go. I remember that moment. It was bizarre, to say the least. But, you know, having gone to South Africa in 1983 the first time, when apartheid was in full function, and, you know, the black and the white beaches and the segregation and all of that. And coming from Australia, I suppose it wasn't that, you know, different, but it was blatantly in your face. In Australia, there was no admittance of it. It was more hidden, you know, the discrimination.
Right.
When I got to Africa and I saw how blatant it was, these opportunities wouldn't have existed at that point in time for this young man. So, you know, great time to be alive.
So true. Jose now working his way to the inside. Nice carve and setting it up here. Little hand drag. And
yes.
Finishes off. You can hear those cheers from the beach from Team South Africa. And that's such a good perspective because 20 years ago, 30 years ago, this might not have been an opportunity for Jose.
It would not have been an opportunity.
Not at all.
You know?
And now it's a completely, I mean, there's so many challenges, but he has this opportunity out in front of him, and he can continue to build into that and to build into the hope of South Africa as a nation, as an athlete there, and for the surfing community.
Absolutely. And that's, you know, it's a long journey. you know, and you look at the life of Nelson Mandela and what he endured to help liberate his people and create this opportunity that we're watching in front of us. It's a beautiful thing. Here he goes.
Here we go, up and riding again.
Wafts the tail, really looks alive on top of that flat, dead sort of part of the wave.
Gains some speed now as he comes through the inside. Another check turn set up here. And that's just a different angle of the wave that we saw before.
And while it wasn't, the outside wasn't that spectacular, the way he surfed it was. The wave itself didn't deliver that much opportunity to surprise us, but the way he surfed was just beautifully fluid. The Kiwi, he got a 5.5 on that one before, Shannon.
Nice drive off the bottom into the lip for that first turn. Like you said, he's already increased that score line. Put into a 7-point requirement for Jose Falconer. And setting it up once again for the finish, going into it with aggression. And he's staying really steady. He's only caught, well, he did catch one wave before this that was just going to be a throwaway score. So he does have two scores that have counted. But he could be continuing to just build on that score line. As we
very
see.
professional feeling to what he's doing.
Exactly.
Very controlled.
Very controlled. Not making many mistakes. As we see our surfer in blue go down. Down to 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And Jose now with another opportunity. So we're still waiting for his last score to come through. He's already gotten out the back so quickly. And he's hugging that little left into the pier. Nice backhand attack and sharp on the finish.
Sharp. And those last couple of rides, he's just settled into his groove. He looks so comfortable. The board looks super fast through the flats, and it enables him to actually do full rail turns through those flats. We haven't seen a lot of that. You know, there's a lot of pumping, a lot of sort of driving the board quickly rail to rail, but the opportunity to open up a turn and build some space in it and create a real turn through that middle section speaks to good technique and a great surfboard under your feet.
So much that would come out of living in a place like Jeffreys Bay.
Well, it's a very different wave to this.
Very different. But just that engagement of a rail, really wanting to find that.
Yeah,
consistent.
the openness on a Jeffreys Bay wall would put that in your mind, wouldn't it? Yeah.
And to try and find those little pockets of opportunity, even if it's not something as long as a Jeffreys Bay wall, just to find that moment where you could actually release on the rail.
Yeah, and create that openness in the turn. Little catch there from the Kiwi. Cut back into the white water, pumping the board, driving it rail to rail. Plenty of speed through to the inside. This is going to be a nice turn there.
So one score has come through for Jose. It was a 5.57. We're now waiting for this score to roll through.
Pumping on the replay. Off the white water into this second turn. I love the way he whipped the tail. Great control of the board. Aggressive turn. And first and second feeling really comfortable at this point in time. Iranian surfer Daniel just hasn't really got going yet, and really I think the focus would be length of ride and just sort of focus on getting through that first turn and getting that wave through to the shore break and build confidence from there.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock, and our engineer from Iran, Daniel, looking for a score to make it through. He has a master's degree in engineering management and undergraduate in chemical engineering, so double major. As we take a look here at Jose, again, trying to find that rail. Wave goes super soft. He keeps that pressure on the front foot and now glides through this last section, straight into the lip. Looks for that next opportunity as well.
That was that Jeffreys Bay bottom turn, wasn't it? Even there at the shore break at Huntington Beach, which is so tight and compact, but he's still able to drive that bottom turn the whole length of the turn. And great to see that the two Iranians are brothers. And they're here together surfing for their nation, and that's a wonderful thing. I saw him checking, his brother Sean checking in for his jersey, and just the team Iran. I had to take a photo of that because it was something that I don't know that I ever imagined I would see. So these guys are living examples of that growth of surfing.
Jose on his last one. We got a score to drop through. His last score before this, as we take a look at that nice bottom turn combination was a 4.60. Now that one came through as a 4.6. So this is an interesting storyline for Jose because he took off on his first 3 waves. He did go for that air early on as well. Kind of scrambling.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite finding that rhythm. Really excited into the rapid charge round. Maybe didn't expect to find himself here with some of the results that he's had, the heats that he's had this year on the qualifying series and the Challenger series, and that CT opportunity.
Yeah.
And now he's been able to just rein it back in the back half of this heat and start to build the house, like we were saying before.
Yeah, the comfort level's increased, hasn't it? And, you know, I suppose third place hasn't really pushed them and put pressure on them so much, still with the 0.67, the 0.60. So that's allowed him, given him the space and the opportunity to start to build the confidence, grow the confidence. And it's the sort of confidence, sort of surfing that could carry you through this elimination round. Once you're in it for a while. And people keep getting knocked out of that top round and down to you, and it's a long road to the top. I remember in El Salvador, I was coaching Vahini Fierro from remotely, and she went through 6 or 7 of those elimination rounds, having missed her first round because of a COVID quarantining. And so then she was, missed the first heat. She got there right before the elimination round, was unable to put 6 or 7 of those rounds together in a row. And it's a tiring way to get to the top, but it can be done.
It is a very long journey here for the World Surfing Games, but it's a cool opportunity that's provided for
Better
those
than
surfers.
being out straight away, right?
Exactly. Better than that single elimination. It gives these surfers, they've come from so many different places around the world, and really just allowing that space for if there was a mistake, maybe there was a wave where they just couldn't, a heat where they couldn't find the right waves. Gives them that next opportunity to keep themselves in the mix.
And it facilitates the development of nations, doesn't it? And the nations that haven't had the experience, and we know we've got 3 nations here for the very first time, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and Lithuania, if I'm correct? Those 3 nations for the very first time. So you imagine you go to an event and you surf one heat and you're out. It's like it's an emotional experience at that point. But if you have a couple of opportunities, then you've got the chance to go out and experience it, come back in, learn the lessons, go back out and experience it again. So great format.
And that's so much of what the ISA is about, is creating those opportunities, developing surfing in so many different nations, which comes with competitive side of things, which comes with judging. As we come down to the last 5 seconds, we can see our surfer in blue just raising his arms, trying to find out the times and the situation. He will unfortunately be bowing out of competition for Daniel, but great to see him in the lineup. And a well-fought battle from the Kiwi in Jack Hinton out of Mount Maunganui. Drops 2 5s on the scoreboard to take the win over Jose Faulkner.
And only 19 years old, and the Mount's a great place to grow up, and he surfed really well. It was a very composed performance.
Impressive heat. Well, we got another Kiwi coming up next, but we'll go to a quick break before we check out all that action.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these, and we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we're back for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games here in Huntington Beach, California. And flying by in front of us is Edoardo Papa from Italy. Huge finish on the inside in the shore break. And he'll get off to an early start. In the lineup for Repecharge Round 2. We are in heat number 1. We've got 9 heats running for Repecharge Round 2. And we had some quick action during the break from our surfer in white as well. That's Juan Carlos Ramos from El Salvador. And he had that nice turn out the back and got some work done in the foam on the inside as well. Out in the lineup up against our surfer in red, Caleb Cutmore. Speaking of him, he got a wave during that break as well from New Zealand.
Great to see the conditions improve and there be so many waves and so many opportunities right now. Look at that. Fluid motion through the inside. Great style. Cutmore finishing up on the inside there. The Kiwis look composed right now, don't they? There's this calm control. Oh, is that Eduardo again?
No, that's our surfer in blue, Oliver Hartkopp from Denmark. So it looks like everyone got a piece of the action during that break. And this from Eduardo.
A shame there wasn't an outside maneuver because this is when we picked it up, wasn't it? And you said flying through the inside, and he literally was flying through the inside into a beautiful big last turn. With an outside turn, that was going to be a great score.
Well, scores to come through all around. Priority will get set as the surfers get themselves back into the lineup. Italy, Denmark, New Zealand, and El Salvador in the water. Eduardo, Oliver, Caleb, and Juan. All of them into the second Repecharge round, which means that they either made it through their first main round and then lost in second main round, or they made it through the Repecharge round that's just run and they're surfing for a second time today.
And not a bad thing because you'd have that experience from that first Repecharge round.
Actually, some of those surfers probably surfing for a third time today because we did finish out main round 2. Since it got so slow yesterday afternoon, we couldn't run heats.
Yeah.
There just wasn't enough opportunity for those 4 surfers in the water to have 8 rideable waves coming through.
Yep.
So they called it off a little bit earlier yesterday afternoon. So some of these surfers have been around since early this morning.
Yeah, like we have.
Like we have.
Great days at the beach, though. No one's complaining about a long day at the beach. That's as good as things get.
We have a pretty dreamy job, don't we?
Oh, to get the opportunity to talk about surfing and to watch young people's dreams come true in front of your eyes and share the story with the public, with you out there who can't be here physically is a wonderful opportunity.
Have a look at these sets rolling through. I mean, this is so different than what we were seeing yesterday at all or this morning.
Totally. There's definitely more of a line. There's way more white water when the waves break. It just feels stronger. And so conditions definitely heading in the right direction.
Some of those clean sections, too. We've got that wind that's come up. I did have one of the surfers earlier on today. We can see our surfer in yellow right now waving his arms, Eduardo, to try and find out the situation and his scores, a 5, 6, 7. But one of the surfers came in earlier on and said that it is so difficult to hear when they're out of backline.
Yeah.
Because that wind is up today.
Yeah, and you can see it on the surface of the water, but even though you can see it, it's not until you see an umbrella or a flag on the beach wafting in the wind do you realise the strength of it. And so as the commentator announcing, the wind's blowing back and the sound some of the time is not getting out the back to the competitors, so they're not sure of what's going on. But Eduardo got the 5, 6, 7 for that ride without an outside turn. Could have easily have gone excellent, but the signs were good, and it shows that the judges, if you're you're thinking, well, that was good. I didn't get an outside turn. I nearly got a 6. The judges are liking what I'm doing.
So true. 2-turn little check to big turn on that outside section. Throws in the combo, and now he's looking for that finish once again. He'll go on his backhand rather than his forehand like his first wave and sets it up nicely. Just kind of explodes in the whitewater on the way down.
Unfortunate there. We've seen that a lot. It's a dumpy, powerful shore break. But the outside, now he's had 2 rides, one where the outside work was great and the inside work not so great, and the reverse on that opening ride. So, the goal's got to be to put those 2 together, those 2 rides that he's had, and complete the inside, get the outside turn. And given the surfing that he's doing, he is a great young surfer, 20 years of age, born in Pescara. Favourite surf break is Lanzarote. And Canary Islands, never been there. Have you been there?
No, I have
No,
not.
I've got to go there too. That's on the list as well.
One day. For sure. Grew up surfing in the Adriatic Sea of Italy. He started surfing when he was about 10 years old, as we track now with Oliver from Denmark. He goes down on his backhand on a big section.
Yeah, powerful attempt at a re-entry there. He was late, but better late than never, and you may as well go for it out there, and the incomplete means that he's still out the back. So you haven't sort of, it's almost better in my mind if you miss the outside turn to fall or to cut off that wave and be back out the back, get into that priority, rather than ride it all the way through and try to wring a score out of it, especially with, it's only the early stages of this heat.
Yeah, rather save the time. There's not a lot of time in these 20-minute heats.
Yeah.
Save the time, get out the back again, and wait for one of those sets, especially now that we have the sets rolling through.
Yeah, great to see the consistency.
So our Italian, Eduardo, he learned how to surf thanks to his dad, who is a lover of all water sports, windsurfing, stand-up paddling, kite surfing. But in particular, Eduardo fell in love with surfing there in Italy. And he travels, across the European Pro Junior Tour, which has been great for him to kind of build in some places in those rankings and get some good experience against some of the best coming out of Europe. As we see our surfer in red, Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand. Got some nice work done on the outside. Keeping it smooth as he comes through to this section and needed to finish it off. Oh man. He was there. I thought
he had it
100% Caleb had that.
And shows what the nerves can do.
And just checking the board as well. I mean, that little bit of backwash that kind of converges together.
Yeah.
Looks very, very difficult to keep control in.
Totally. 217 on his first ride as well, and we thought he looked good there, so the incompletion's really hurting the Kiwi.
Eduardo had this one.
Driving through. Look at this stand up in front of him. Snaps. This is that earlier ride into the inside section. Last turn explodes him in the whitewater, and everybody having some difficulties with this shore break. But I'm really loving the style of Caleb Cutmore. Tall, goofy footer. Outside work was nice. Little foam climb there as he comes through. Drops down into the lower line of that inside section. Gets the re-entry in. Looked like he had it. You and I, Shannon, thought it was in the bank. Unfortunately not. A 3.60 though to go with the 217 has him up into second place.
10:30 on the clock. Oliver with a nice snap to start.
Big, powerful surfer.
Yeah, super powerful.
Has a presence on the wave, doesn't he, in size? And you can imagine that on a big open face.
He's looking for a 3.01 to take the advancing position over Caleb. Scores come through in the 2-point range, so it's not going to scratch into his requirement to advance, but he does move into that third place position. Just builds on that heat total a little bit. Eduardo doing really well with that 5.67 and a 4.30 as we see Juan Carlos. Nice attack to start. Sticking with this foam, really working hard to make the connection through the flat section. A little bit of rail work here, and
wow, that shore break is getting gnarly.
It's getting gnarly.
I swear it is too.
I had to swim with some of the judging crew and the beach announcing crew and Jess Grimwood yesterday, and we were down a little bit farther south of where the South Peak is, and they took out some surfboards, and I kind of was looking at it, and there was a lot of spectators down because it was, it's a summery autumn day here in the weekend. Saturday afternoon. So many people in the shore break that I decided not to take my surfboard out because it was just the heaviest shore break ever, and it was picking up more and more. And so I imagine now with that tide, which we knew would be increasing through the afternoon, that shore break is going to become pretty gnarly.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Juan Carlos gets a 2.67, but it's enough with that 4.170 opening ride to take him into second place. And I suppose El Salvador is a great example of money, government support, and those sorts of things coming into the surf culture, them recognising the value of the surf culture to their country, to their surfers, and we're seeing the results of that. Obviously, the ISA Games have been held there. A lot of events have been held there in Surf City, and it's really, I'm seeing it in the performance here of Juan Carlos. The investment into surfing really paying some giving great results.
I couldn't agree more as we take a look at this last one from Juan.
pumping here. Look at the energy and the froth in this inside section here. Give it to me. I want it. I want it. And he pumps through. The inside section stands up. There's a low line. Look, that he kind of free fell. He came off the top and the wave had separated almost into two separate waves, and there was a higher part to it and a low line to it, and he hit the lip on the high part and then free fell down into that low line part of it and just got exploded.
Yeah, just absolutely got exploded. The Team El Salvador is stacked for this one. So there's only 2 surfers, just 2 men represented. But his teammate is Brian Perez, who is an exceptional surfer.
Yes.
Had the call up as a wild card for the CT event that ran in Surf City this year.
Panther?
The Pink Panther. That is a guy you should follow on Instagram.
I
Every
do,
single
actually.
one of these surfers we should be following on Instagram to see more of their stories, as we see Oliver now cutting through. A little bit of white water on the face of this wave, sucks up the sand, and he just punches it so nicely.
Yeah, beautiful turn, great completion. And there was good energy, but he didn't, not too much energy, you know. Oh, and talk about a lot of energy.
Juan Carlos, he's got himself in that second place position. He's looking for the lead. A 6-point ride will do it. I like the way he stomps that back foot, makes the adjustment after getting blown off of his last wave. Now the Italian getting the work done on the outside section, and he goes down.
That was a little rush of the blood, wasn't it? There was an urgency to try and climb that foam and get something more out of the outside section, and he just overcooked it that little bit.
Talking about our surfer Oliver from Denmark, he grew up just north of Copenhagen. He learned how to surf on tanker waves from ships that were passing by the narrow stretch of water called Øresund. Absolutely insane. Later on, he moved to cold Hawaii, which is a location in Klitmøller in Denmark. I'm assuming it's got some fun waves. It's just a very cold version of Hawaii. But imagine that. Imagine not really having proper waves breaking on the coastline, but then seeing these waves coming off of the tankers. You hear those stories in Texas as well, in the Gulf. There's, some surfers that ride the waves that are coming off of those tankers. That is someone that really wants to be in the ocean.
Totally.
To think of that?
Well, I would do that. I would love to do that. Ride the tanker waves. I've seen the Texas example that you've mentioned, and I was like, oh, that would be so fun. It's the type of thing you could do with your kids and all catch a wave together and ride it forever.
Now imagine that in very cold Denmark.
Yeah, that's takes things to the extreme as well, doesn't it?
So great. Love hearing those stories. He's always frothing to get good waves in the cold. He loves exploring the cold corners of the north, of Lofoten in Norway, of Iceland, Sweden, and the Faroe Islands, as we take another look at how he got his style developed by surfing a lot of cold water waves.
It is so beautiful in that part of the world as well, so picturesque, pumping through the inside, great turns, building speed into this inside section, and times it beautifully. Perfect execution, powerful, strong surfing.
Nice snap for that first section. Scores to come through now for last of white for Juan.
Pumping into the inside, snaps it there. A little more of a conservative approach to the inside, just to make sure, he knew that outside turn felt good. The rhythm and the energy through the middle was good, and he just wanted to control that inside, and milk what was in that score without getting too crazy on the inside.
So situation remains the same. The Italian Eduardo is sitting in the lead. The El Salvadorian Juan Carlos is sitting in second. He dropped in a 3.9 for his last wave, so it did increase his backup score and put a little bit of a higher for requirement on the back of the field. Oliver sitting in third, and Caleb sitting in fourth. Caleb Cutmore got the call up to the team. He hasn't been competing for a little while, the Kiwi. He's been studying in university and hasn't been focusing on the international competitions that a lot of surfers in that kind of late teenage to early 20 range are focusing on, especially growing up at the Cutmore family, competitive family out of New Zealand. His dad, Cam, is one of the owners in Backdoor Surfboards.
Righto.
Or Backdoor, the surf shops.
Yep.
And so, grew up in that full contingency. And so it's fun to see Caleb back into the jersey with a good section in front of him. That was the kind of turn we've been waiting for.
Yeah, he waited with the priority a long time for this wave.
Absolutely. He's chasing a 4.47 to get himself into the advancing position, and with a style and a turn like that on the inside, he's going to shake things up.
I think he gets it. I think that was, it would be interesting to see the straight-on view of that and assess it from there. But the outside turn was big and strong. Might have been a tad controlled almost, like tiny little control in there, just because it was an important moment in the heat. You fall on that one, you might write the heat off. You go to the bottom of the priority roster and you didn't capitalise on your priority after waiting so long. So he waited a long time. He showed maturity to control the first turn, the closeout, got it all the way to the inside, and then a really spectacular inside turn.
Scores to come through now for last of red, as we see yellow looking for something fun to finish off with. He's already sitting in the lead, but it's not a super safe lead. A little bit of a bobble there as he comes through the inside and somehow manages to stay on his feet. He's going to kick out on dry sand, nearly. Will he have any fins left?
That was one of those completions that there are kind of question marks around the completions. He was sort of paddling his board to make it look like he did complete it.
Yeah, and really to try and sell it to the judges as well.
Exactly, and then by the time he stepped off, he did step off onto the sand with the wave, so that gave the impression of completion. Great to see the desperation to try and find those incremental tiny little points, get the judges to give you those because it can make all the difference in the end. Going to be interesting to see where that wave of Caleb Cutmore comes in at.
And I mean, it's so important on an individual perspective because these are elimination rounds now. Bottom two surfers are knocked out. But it's also important on that team perspective. They want to be doing the best they can for their own personal result this week, but so importantly as well, they want to help that team jump themselves up in the rankings and be in contention for that Olympic position.
Yeah, so a third's way more important than a fourth.
Exactly.
Every little placing matters.
Every little placing adds more points at the finish, even if it's a loser's round.
I really like the style of Caleb. It's he's just a classic goofy foot style, really. Let's see what this inside looks like. Pumping, driving, and this last turn hits the lip perfectly, times it, lands it beautifully. I feel like it's got to be a 5. The 447.
Raglan local, he's just got it, a 6.83.
There you
I just
go.
loved it.
And rightly so. Watch this little overcook here. Snaps it. Oh, and there was the energy, and Nelly sort of went over the handlebars, as they say, and then he held it, and he's sort of doggy paddling this one in and trying to stay with it, steps onto the sand to try and sell it positively to the judges.
I like that, the overcook. That's a great way to describe it.
He nearly went over the handlebars. He was so frothy and so like the head was in front of the body almost. The mind was there wanting to hit it. Come on, and it just kind of made things get a little disjointed at the end, but he managed to control it. He's in second place. The Kiwi's taken first.
Italian down into second, chasing a 4.77 to take the lead away. But the requirement, because of that score from Caleb, jumping him up into the lead, now puts third and fourth chasing 6s. And those are big scores today. Now, we've just seen Caleb get one of those. The 6.83 is higher than either of those requirements.
Here goes Oliver.
But it's going to take a good section out the back. First hit.
Oh.
He's going to ride out of it. All right, now let's see what he can get done on the inside. He's putting in all the effort, and that wave just does not respond for him.
No, that's Juan Carlos was looking for 3.9. Oliver was, the 6, and Oliver was looking for the 6.57. They don't get it. I think first and second are safe.
First and second safe. New Zealand and Italy advancing through. Our surfer in white with one more shot on the inside from El Salvador. Well, that's an interesting one. Now, we'll see if we can get another angle on that wave possibly and let you break it down, Barton.
Yeah, I wonder if that was after the siren or within the time frame because it looked like he got some good work done.
Yeah, you know what? It must have been after the siren. So heat already finished, and that's a shame because with surfing like that, it could have been maybe, if it was within the siren.
That was a super competitive heat, wasn't it?
That was great.
Yeah, all 4 of them should be proud of their performances.
And what a great heat. Seeing the Italian and the Kiwi advancing through into the next round, unfortunately losing our other 2 competitors, but they'll be down on the beach cheering on anyways. We'll be right back with more action for the ISA World Surfing Games right after this.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. If you haven't been here before, there's a whole lot going on in Southern California because there's just so much happening in Southern California all the time. There's great surf. There's so many fun activities around. So get down here.
You know, having come from Hawaii and sort of being in a small community, and you know, it's pretty quiet where I am, and I don't leave home much. You know, I was amazed on Saturday evening, Main Street. I just walking around looking at people, enjoying the vibe, and there's just the energy's just buzzing in this town.
Buzzing. These 4 surfers are buzzing right now because they have the opportunity to surf right there under the pier. Tao Rodriguez from Panama, Shun Murakami from Japan, Keone Lasa from Venezuela, and Romeo Chavez from Colombia. They would have seen that pulse in the action starting to come through over the last couple of hours, giving a little bit more opportunity, and seeing some of those big scores come through from those big closeout sections as well. So you can imagine that their energy is buzzing just as much as Main Street was the other night.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like that on the beach too, with the teams and the flags and the spirit that surfing brings, especially when you come together as a team, which is a rare situation in surfing.
And getting off to a quick start now. Tao Rodriguez with that opening turn. Little foam climb here, and he's got a good section opening in front of him.
Wow.
Puts on a clean finish.
Only 19 years of age.
Only 19 years old. Shun Murakami with one of my favorite turns I think I've seen this entire event just now. Looking for that inside as well. It's a shock to see Shun into the elimination round this early on, but he's already come back fighting. For Shun, as we wait for scores to come through, in his main round heat yesterday, he actually did not catch a wave.
Oh, I heard about that.
It was very slow, and he didn't make that kind of decision like we were talking about or you were mentioning before to maybe move to that inside section and just take off on something in the shore break.
I've actually done that. I've scored a 0 in a heat. The World Masters in Rio. Here we go. Beautiful outside turn. Great style and technique. Looks so mature and powerful. Floats the white water, comes through to the inside, lines up the closeout turn. It was a beautiful flaring frontside re-entry on the outside. Here's the turn you were talking about. I agree. That's all I've got to say. I agree.
I value your opinion highly, Bart.
I think that was the best outside turn that I've seen as well. It's going to be super interesting to see where that goes. Nice backhand re-entry on the inside. The majority of the points are going to come from that outside turn, and that was breathtakingly good.
And what a comeback, you know, the mental comeback from not catching a wave in his heat yesterday, of feeling that heaviness and the disappointment for the team and everything, and then to know he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders coming out now, especially being that he was one of those front runners in the Olympic conversation heading into Tokyo. Right? He was one of those provisionally qualified surfers that ended up losing his qualification because one of his own countrymen actually qualified ahead of him.
Yep.
But incredible, and now for him to come back and to get out and get a turn like that in is really, really great. We'll get back to those scores in a moment as they're starting to come through from the panel. But in that last heat, we had a great exchange, and we're going to catch up with Jess Grimwood now.
The Kiwis, the New Zealand team are ready here. Congratulations, Caleb Cutmore. That was a really nicely surfed heat, very well put together. And how did that 683 feel under your feet?
Yeah, it felt all right. I'm still just getting into the flow of things, but the first turn felt a little bit, I was a bit nervous, but then the last turn was good, so stoked I made it.
And you have competed over here before. You were just talking about the fact that the last time you were here was for the World Juniors in Huntington in 2019. Is it something that helps you through these stages of ISA competition?
Yeah, definitely. Just having a slightly familiar break. I haven't spent heaps of time here, but have done the World Juniors before, so sort of familiar with what to expect. So, yeah.
And you've got a really fresh New Zealand team. I mean, you can see them all behind us right here. They're really frothy. Is there like a special thing going on with the team at the moment with the passion and maybe the training together?
Yeah, no, it's been good. Obviously, Billy Stearman and Kehu Butler couldn't make it because the Challenger Series. So we got a young team, but been having some good card games and a bit of banter. So it's been, yeah, really nice.
Great. And for everybody back in New Zealand at home, would you like to say anything for everybody supporting and watching the team?
Yeah, thanks to all my sponsors for helping me get over here. The Vinks, Rip Curl, Sticky Johnson, FCS, Backdoor. And yeah, big thanks to Mum and Dad, my brothers, and yeah, just everyone for supporting back home.
Beautiful. There you go. Team New Zealand and Caleb Cutmore taking that win. Beautiful. Good luck going on to the next round.
Thank you.
Great to see Team New Zealand keeping that competitive energy hot with the card games at night.
Interesting to see these opening scores. A 7-1-7 for Tao Rodriguez compared to a 7-1-0 for Shun
Now,
Murakami.
that is very interesting. Now, do you think because of the angle of the camera where we saw that turn from Shun, it was kind of that higher angle?
Perhaps. It looks spectacular, and it was done at high speed, and it was a bowling section that he hit. And in my mind, I felt like the scores might have been, it's very close. It's almost like a draw there between those two rides. The outside was definitely in Shun's hand in my mind. And the inside, well, that was there was the backhand re-entry from Shun, which was a little bit rushed and almost mistimed, but I don't know what else you could have done because that was more the wave than you or his performance. So that was, here we go. Here's that again. Look, there's that big bowling section. He times it beautifully, hits it critically, more critically than you maybe needed to. You could have nursed that a little more, but I thought it was really impressive. Now, this inside, there's nothing through the middle. No work through the middle, and it's just into an inside foam climb.
Where we have seen a lot of that inside section actually stand up with a bit of a bowl, as we take a look at what we saw from our surfer in blue. He misses that outside section.
Which was a terrible shame. It was a big wave, wasn't it? It was overhead. And the waves are picking up here. The swell's getting bigger. Manages through to the inside and then gets a beautiful last re-entry, but gets exploded.
And then we saw our surfer in yellow, Keone.
Gets a nice off the top there. Obviously, the wave and the speed and the commitment in that turn not in the same league as the Japanese surfers, and then while he's trying to find that inside section, kind of got a bit confused and muddled up there and didn't make that connection. As we see Team Japan, they're all lined up. They're very kind of disciplined looking there in the way they're standing.
They've been one of the first teams on the sand every morning as well. Down here super early, super prepared, definitely taking that discipline into account.
And having the Olympic Games in your home country would make you aware of what this is, what these opportunities are. If you weren't there and you didn't experience it, you most probably wouldn't understand how important it is. And perhaps they all look, their uniforms were neat, they all looked tidy, and it was just the presentation of themselves there as a nation was so professional.
It's absolutely true. Taking a look at the list of surfers from Team Japan there, Kanoa, Mahina, Shino, Shun, Keanu. That is a very stacked team. And the only difference there is that Keanu has come in to replace Hiroto. Whoa. As we see quick attack from Shun Murakami.
He is on fire. He is looking like in his best form. And I suppose the wake-up call of not making it through, not catching a wave, beautiful inside turn, great ride. That's going to be two solid waves and really solidify the Japanese surfer's position. Dominant position in this heat.
Very.
And he looks so fast and quick on his feet and the way the board's moving. I feel like he should have got the better of the opening exchange. I'm just going to say that.
I'm with you.
Good.
Yep. we can agree on that.
If one of us is sticking our neck out, we both may as well.
Nah, I thought that opening exchange was absolutely exceptional from Shun. Great surfing as well from Tao out of Panama. Incredible surfing. But there was just something to it that had that kind of, that it made me want to get in the water and try and do something like that. That little bit of drive to it,
Totally, 100%. And we saw Tao on another one there, trying to back up the 717. And potentially there was, Shun is more, there's an when there's an expectation of a performance from you, sometimes it's harder to live up to that. And if you don't live up to the expectation, the score can come underneath a little bit.
Our Team Panama flying the flag and cheering on Tao, who's currently leading the heat with that single score of a 717. He does have another score to drop through now. We're waiting for that backup as well for Shun Murakami. Keone sitting with a 4 as his high score, and then Romeo sitting with just a 1.17 on the board.
Yeah, the Colombian really hasn't got going yet in second priority, the Venezuelan in first priority. So those guys, this is a really important priority right now with 7.5 more or less minutes on the clock. You know, there's definitely 2 rides in that time. The 4 of Keone's is maybe not going to be enough to count in this heat. He would, if I was there, I'd be thinking, well, I still need 2. And I've got 7 minutes to get 2. I've got priority, so it's enough time, but this next wave needs to be banked.
Taking a look here at last of our surfer in white, Shun Murakami. We're still waiting, and scores have just dropped in for this. It's a 6.9.
Well, there you go. And I suppose that in the balance of things, that total, heat total as he finishes up on the shore there, and he surfed that wave beautifully. Look at that. How's the speed and the flare in these turns?
You know what his bio says?
What?
Speed and radical turns are what his surfing is all about.
Oh, we can see that. He's
very truthful.
And he wasn't lying, was he? He wasn't making that up. Pumping through to the inside, last inside turn. A big inside section. It stood up really tall on that inside. So you put together those 2 outside and that inside, and you can see how those 2 scores get close together.
Oh, that was really good from Keone. This is the moment he's been looking for. He waited for that wave for a while.
Yep.
Great outside section. He's looking to put on a backup score from his 4.0. Only the second wave he's taken off on, and he gets all the work done on the inside.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
There was that moment where he thought the work was done, and he kind of, the concentration, here we go. Romeo.
Just lost that concentration for a moment. Romeo now up and riding. A couple of backhand snaps into the foam. Ditches those fins.
There are some ripping goofy footers in this heat, that's for sure.
There's a lot of, I feel like we are just seeing the goofy footers take control of Huntington today.
Wow, great surfing. And this is, this is when, like, people get dropped down to the elimination round sort of unexpectedly, and all of a sudden in an elimination round you come up against, in a heat like this where all 4 of the guys are putting on a display. We said that, both blue and yellow in first and second priority, but in third and fourth place in the heat, both needed at that point in time to use that priority well, and they both did. It's going to be really interesting when those scores come in to see where everyone's positioned for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a crazy heat. So the only surfer that I'm kind of want to pay close attention to right now is our surfer with that first priority next to his name, our surfer in red.
Yep.
He's got that 7.17, but he only has a 1.13 as the backup score. So because of that, the requirements are only in the 4-point range.
And he could go to 4th place.
He could go to 4th place as scores start to come through. Now, last of Keone is still coming in. Last of surfer in blue, Romeo, is a 3.83. So he's back on the board, and he's up and riding again. Now got some confidence. He got, this is that score, right?
So it was the lack of outside size in the turns on the outside, wasn't it, that kind of kept the score down? Because the inside work was good. Again, that kind of, you could have finished that one a little more powerfully.
And a paddle now from Tao. So remember, he only has that 1.33 as his backup score. Just to take off.
That was some pressure. Do you feel that was kind of, the decision was made under pressure there to catch this wave? There's better than that out there. But the inside's been great.
Nice little float to finish. If he can,
oh no, he
stay on
didn't finish.
It just looks like it's nearly impossible to finish off most of the waves.
The timing has to be perfect on the shore break to make it, doesn't it? Because it explodes. It's only small, but it's violent.
It's super violent. It's so powerful. It's funny because the outside section is quite soft and kind of lackluster.
Yeah.
Those bigger sections that are coming through definitely have some punch to them. But then it's that inside, the closeout, that's actually really hectic.
And there's another 4-point ride.
A 4.13 for Keone. So that does increase his heat total, but it's not that. He only needs a 4.18 to take that position away from Tao, but we do have the other score coming through. So at this stage, smart decision maybe from Tao to just get that backup score and replace the 133, but still.
Yeah, it still was. I don't know, how much does it improve on it by? A point or so? It wasn't really. It'd be interesting to see when there it is, a 2.93. So it did.
Right.
It just improved a little bit, but it still leaves you vulnerable.
So true. I was thinking into maybe that 3-point range.
Yeah.
As we see Tao now up and running again. That's going to be... Wow.
The
I mean, what
victims
else
of
are you
the
supposed to do,
shore
you know?
Victims of
Good
the
on
shore
ya.
break. Stay low. Come out of that thing, authoritatively.
Yes.
Stamp your claim on the heat. But this has been a really good heat, hasn't it?
This has been fun. The last 2 heats, it's definitely turned on. Everyone's getting waves. Shun in the lead. He's got that 7-1-0, backed it up with that 6.9. So Team Japan is pretty much sweet. They're in a great position.
Yes.
Looking at a 14-point heat total. That's a good place to be in. And then our surfer in red, we're now waiting to see if his last score will improve on the 2.93. It doesn't. It falls in shy of that. Deemed incomplete on that last turn.
So there's a vulnerability to Tao's competing, isn't there, where we're seeing him now get a little frantic, a little scrambled under the pressure of this moment, and rightly so. It'll be a great, you hold on, you get through, it'll be a great experience, and there'll be a lot to learn from reviewing the tape later.
Great surfer, 19 years old from Rio Mar. He's been competing for a long time. He enjoys skating, snowboarding. He loves driving in his car, listening to his music, playing a little ping pong.
Sounds like a grommet to me.
Sounds like a cool grommet who enjoys some things outside of the ocean, but probably spends most of his days surfing in the warm water at home in Panama.
Riding a board of some kind, right? Whether it's a skateboard or a snowboard or a surfboard.
Down to 1 minute, 23 seconds on the clock.
Shun's got priority, so that feels good for him. Second priority is Keone, and third priority is Romeo. So the goal would be to get away from White with the priority and create some open space. So with that minute, you've got the opportunity. A 5.98 and a 6.28, and from the quality of their surfing, they're both capable of getting those scores.
Down to 55 seconds on the clock for our surfer representing Venezuela, Keone, and our surfer representing Colombia, Romeo, to have an opportunity.
And if the results stayed as they are with 40 seconds to go, you would think it's a fair representation of the heat so far. It's exactly kind of how things have played out. But here we go.
One last shot, chasing a 6.83 to take the win, chasing anything above a 2.93 to secure his position in second place. Goes for that finishing maneuver, and I'm going to say he rode out of that.
Yeah, I think he rode out of it.
I think we were good. We were good to go on that one.
Here we go.
10 seconds on the clock. Yellow with a shot. I really love Keone's style as well.
All four of these guys have got great style. There's the countdown. The clock's nearly done, but he's not.
He just needs a 5.98. Oh, that's the way to stick the finish.
I need to see a replay.
We need to look at the replays. A 5.98 is one of the higher scores of the heat. Now, we've got a couple sevens. Those had really exceptional outside sections.
Yes, exactly.
Very exceptional.
That's what it'll come down to, won't it? Because the inside was well done. It'll come down to whether there was enough on the outside to match those scores. It's a 6, so there's 3 rides better than that. Which would make you feel good because you go, well, it's not. I'm not looking for the best wave of the heat right now.
That's a great perspective.
Yeah. And for a judge, they go, well, there's been better than that in scores and in surfing, but where does it come in? Does it go to a flat 6?
Now for Romeo Chavez, he's on the long paddle back in, and will have a great week ahead of him supporting Team Colombia. They've got a fully stacked team, 3 guys, 3 girls, and waiting for those scores to come through now to see. Will it be Tao Rodriguez of Panama or Keone Lassa of Venezuela? Let's take a look now at Lassa of Venezuela.
Oh, that was a good turn outside. Nice backhand re-entry off the closeout. Some sort of pumping here. Needs to start getting onto the rail. There it is. Bang off that rail. Comes around. That could be a flat 6. There's every chance.
The judges are definitely considering it because they're taking their time. We haven't seen a score roll through. They're looking at those replays hard.
The Panamanians look like they want to celebrate. They feel like it wasn't enough. I'm not convinced. I feel like it's right there.
Waiting for it all down to the last moments.
Shun was super impressive, got to be said.
Super impressive. Absolutely loved it. speed, radical turns, everything he said he wanted to do, he did.
Yeah, and under pressure in this elimination round. And
that's right.
If he went out now, it would be a surprise and really hurt the Japanese team.
Oh, yeah, and the Japanese team is one of the most stacked teams in the mix. They've got 2 Olympian medalists on the men's side and on the women's side. They've got very stacked teams in contention to actually win the overall team gold, as well as to take those individual men's and women's for those Olympic positions.
Are we still waiting on that score?
Now we've got one score that's come through. Last of Tao was a 4.13, which increased his second place position and jumped the requirement to a 7.18 for the Venezuelan Keone. It's no longer a 6-point ride he's chasing.
I don't think he gets that. I think that might have just pushed it that little bit far.
Scores in, it's a 5.3 for Last of Keone, so he wouldn't have gotten the requirement anyways, but such a good effort coming down to the finish.
Yeah, it was a great heat. Congratulations to all of those goofies. They put on a fantastic show and set the standard for an overall heat. I've not seen such a competitive heat perhaps. So
yeah,
things are starting to heat up, Shannon.
Starting to heat up here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We got more action to come. It was Shun Murakami and Tao Rodriguez that make it through into the next round. Cote and Mitch Salazar in the booth right after this.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Proud Source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Sunday, Sunday, Sunday here at the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote with Mitch Salazar. And we're into these repechage rounds, and, well, they're flying by, but I'll tell you, each and every heat has a storyline that weaves in and out, and this one is going to be more of the same. Manuel Selman, Giorgio Gomez, Liam Wilson, and Perry Saganos. Greece, American Samoa, Colombia, and Chile. Before we get to the action, let's go down to Ben Way, standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Very much, Chris Cote. I'm here with Team Japan, Shun Murakami, winner of that round 2, heat 2. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
まあ結構緊張な顔してるね。
まだ緊張し、まあこの先長いからすごい大変だなと思ってます。
I said, wow, you still look like your face is nervous even though you won. And he said, it's a long road from now. まあ昨日メインラウンドで負けたら、俺、もうシュン君が負けてる初めて見たかも。で、repechageのラウンド1、波全然来なくて、 で今日はもうかなりもうコンディションが変わって南おねりが入ってほとんどグーフィーが出てたそのフロントサイドのグーフィーフットのアドバンテージが出たかな
今日は本当にピアの横のレフトがすごい良かったのでもう最初からその波に乗ろうと決めてて、狙ってた波に乗れたので楽しくヒートできました。
So I was saying, I don't think I've seen him competing for about 7 years, never seen him lose. He lost out, went to the rep 1, no waves came in the rep 1, he was just losing it. So here's the round 2, and I said, today we've got that south swell that moved in. Him being goofy foot, did he get an advantage having his front side? And he said that pier left looked really good the whole time. He just wanted to get that, and he ended up having a fun heat. じゃあ、おめでとうございます。これからも本当頑張ってほしい。
頑張ります。応援お願いします。
で、それ応援している方にちょっと一言お願いします。
多分波も少しずつ上がってくるので、もっといいサーフィンができると思うので、楽しみにしててください。
ありがとうございます。He said the waves should be getting bigger, it should be getting easier, and he looks forward to doing his best. ありがとうございます。またよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you boys.
Arigato Benway, a man of many talents. Multilingual, Shun Murakami, the Murakami mob coming through. And speaking of coming through, liking what I'm seeing here, the waves are picking up. You know, just when you thought it's safe to pull out your groveler board, think again. The power is with us. And this heat right here is going to see an uptick. The tide's coming in. This inside section taking no prisoners, as always. But Mitch, I think that swell's starting to show up that Surfline had forecasted, and it's looking good.
It is, and you know, with that little wind swell that we're going to have tomorrow, it's going to be really peaky too. I think we're going to see some great waves, but back to the action. This was a great wave by Giorgio Gomez, straight up and over the lip, and we haven't really seen that big of a turn on the outside since I want to say Rio Waida's turn earlier this day. So, you know, I'm excited to see what kind of score he gets off of this one. Giorgio from Colombia, but actually originally from Jupiter, Florida, so that central coastline of Florida. Loves to surf beach rigs a lot, but has slowly but surely been getting into big wave surfing a lot lately too with his sister Izzy, who's also on the Colombian team.
Talented family right there for sure. 15:30 on the clock. Here you see scores are going to be starting to trickle in after that opening salvo of waves. And you can just see, you can kind of almost see a distinct energy change. A lot more white water through this mid portion. That means that, you know, these waves are not doing the traditional break on the outside and then kind of dissipate and then break again on the inside. They're starting to push all the way through, which I think is a good sign because it just gives our competitors an easier ride to that inside section, and they're going to need to be set up and ready to go when that inside section pumps up, because we've already seen broken boards and some wild wipeouts on the inside.
You know what's something that would always get me pumped up to compete to, Chris, was the sun. Having the sun out, having sunlight, it was something that completely changed the game for me, regardless of how good or bad the waves were. And earlier today, it was a little gloomy. We had that little June gloom up in September, too, and I was a little bit down. I was like, you know what? Waves might not look as good as they actually are. And the sun comes out, waves get funner. I would personally say that despite surfing in trunks when it's gloomy, it's way nicer surfing in trunks when it's sunny outside. So I think these gentlemen out there are having a great time. And look at the score that Giorgio got, a 7.5. So you know he's having a good time himself. And not only is that one of the most impactful turns I've seen on the outside so far today, but it really showed the size that we've been seeing as far as development goes today, Chris.
Truth. And look at that score, 7.5. You called it. That was a great wave. And, you know, the judges do give a lot of credit to surfers who have the ability to recover from wild maneuvers. And while, you know, it's not technically spelled out in the judging criteria, if you're right on the red line and you're able to pull it all back into control, you're going to get a lot of credit from the judges, and that's exactly what Gomez did on this wave, or on that high-scoring 7.5.
Yeah, it's the disappearing act, and you explode in that white water and you kind of disappear for a little bit. It adds just to the kind of performance side that we see from a lot of our surfers, and get on Giorgio on making the short break connection too, and he's been putting a lot of time in the gym. Giorgio's been putting in a lot of work in the gym besides just surfing. Also a great stand-up paddle surfer as well. Loves to race and loves to surf on SUP as well.
Yeah, the Gomez family definitely takes advantage of all the opportunities the ISA has We do have stand-up paddle surfing and racing all around the world. Check out isasurf.org for more information on some of our other events. We've got the Adaptive Surfing World Championships coming up. That is an incredible showcase of some of the greatest athletes on planet Earth. And then, of course, the SUP events, longboard, shortboard. And if you are interested in a different path, into the world of surfing, we do offer judging classes and certifications. So there's a way for anyone to get involved. We have an army of volunteers down here at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. It can be as simple as coming in, volunteering, and, who knows, get your foot in the door and you're traveling around the world with us.
And, just putting it out there, you get those kind of certifications and you want to get them to good use as soon as you can, too, because that kind of experience and that kind of knowledge, it's perishable if you're not putting it to good use, too. So might as well get out there and start using it as soon as you can, because not only are you going to judge some of the best surfers in the world, personally, as soon as I started judging around 6 or 7 years ago, Chris, I became a better surfer myself. I felt like I was getting better with my surfing, and I feel like I'm just much more content with what I'm doing out there in the water.
Yeah, in teaching, sometimes you're actually learning more than you're teaching. I don't know if that's a bumper sticker or something, but it made sense in my mind. So here's a great overview of what we're looking at here in the afternoon. It is 2:15 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. 4 surfers in the lineup. 2 surfers, well, they'll be moving through in these wild Repechage heats. 3rd and 4th place surfers, well, they're going home, and we've already seen a lot of talent bow out of contention. But the good thing is, in ISA events, more likely we're going to see all the teams sticking around all the way till Saturday. Some of the women in this event were also competing at the Supergirl Pro that was just down the road in Oceanside, California. So we're going to see the beach filling up with female teammates as well. Already saw a bunch of teams, the female sides of these teams showing up early this morning. So we're at about full capacity in the competitors area, and that means 51 nations have come together, over 147 surfers, all with 2 chances, double elimination surfing here. And for a lot of these surfers, this is their second and final chance. With 10.5 to go, who's going to make it out of Repechage Round 2, Heat 3? Will it be your surfer in white, Giorgio Gomez? Looking good for now with that 7.50. It's one of the highest marks of the afternoon for sure, but everyone in this heat still has a chance. Looking forward to seeing Manuel Selman get involved.
The Olympian.
Quite the athlete for sure. And Liam Wilson, representing American Samoa, always comes through with great performances. Saw him in Japan a few years back, the ISA World Surfing Games. I believe he had the last heat of the day. It was getting dark. It was just him, his dad, his fellow American Samoa cheer squad. I mean, all the way till pretty much midnight. Just really cool to see the support that Liam Wilson, his friends and family have shown him throughout his ISA quest.
I love to see him put his heritage to good use too. He's both Kanaka, Hawaiian, and he's also American. He's also Samoan, so he knew that he wasn't going to make it competing for the United States. He sought another path, and the surfer from Laie on the north shore of Oahu, doing some great stuff. As you mentioned, graduate of Cam High School. That is not an easy feat to do, and it's almost nearly impossible to get into that school too. So congratulations to Liam, and a great family too, not only surfing heritage there in the water with his father being a great surfer as well, but I also think it's very inspiring for him to kind of prove that there's other ways to do it than just the mainstream way that a lot of people try to do the QS route. Go out there, explore your different options, and do what's best for yourself, Chris, because sometimes we see a lot of people kind of conform to, the things that we normally see, but there's different ways of making it.
Yeah, fully agreed there. Your priority right now, Selman, is out the back. He's in control of the lineup, but he doesn't have any numbers on the board yet, so he's going to play the patience game. I think he identified some bigger sets right when he paddled out. He didn't get one, so now he's just going to hold on to that top priority spot and kind of get his pick of waves. The nervous part of that is he's only got 8 minutes and 17 seconds to go.
So
you don't necessarily need 2 waves to advance.
No.
But I would say in this heat with these 4 surfers, you're going to need 2 decent scores.
There's a much better chance of you making it with 2 waves than just the one, and word of advice to a lot of people watching online and competitors that are watching, get an angle of the waves from the pier too. You want to see what the waves are doing, breaking from the outside. You want to see the midsection from up top, and then what the shore break is doing. I think it gives you a different perspective and a really unique sight of what this wave does at Southside HB.
There's Wilson again. Nice quick snap there. I'm looking at these waves, and this to me just looks like pure summer fun.
Mm-hmm.
Has to be a little bit stressful competing in conditions like this where it's pretty unpredictable, but I mean, for a free surf right there, that section that Wilson just had, that's exactly what you want when you're flying down the line. So nicely surfed for Liam Wilson, representing American Samoa. He had a backside turn on the outside, finished nicely with a big frontside snap. That's going to be a decent score.
Well, it's going to add more pressure to both Siganos and Selman, and there you see a 3.77. So Manu now needing a 5.54. Siganos now needs a 2.05 to return back to second place. And with 7 minutes to go, I think Giorgio, despite only having the one big score of a 7.5, being in first, you'd probably want to be in his shoes right now, Chris. Just under 7 minutes to go, he has one of the highest single wave scores we've seen all day long. And I think from, you know, those kind of alternate routes that I was saying of people wanting to go not maybe the mainstream kind of way, Giorgio's one of those people too, because despite his success of competing for Team USA and other different sports, including SUP, he knew that his Olympic path, wasn't going to be through Team USA. His father's Colombian, he has that heritage and the citizenship, decided to compete for Colombia, and look at where it's gotten him. He's got an alternate pass in terms of economic funds, and he's pursuing his dream still, and he could make it eventually.
Yeah, Colombian's a rising force in the world of surfing, and it's about time because, you know, Colombia for a long time was kind of a mysterious place. The coastline, you know, you see it on a map, and there's nooks and crannies all the way up and down, and now they're starting to open up a little bit more exploration. Of course, there are secret spots down there that none of us know about yet.
No.
But, you know, it's definitely becoming more of a destination, and from what I'm told, it is a beautiful country, not only in its natural beauty, but also great architecture, incredible food, the people. So put Colombia on your list of places to visit. I have a huge list now. Every time I come to these ISA events, you know, you look down the line of these countries represented here, and
now you want to visit all of them.
20 plus that are on my list starting now. So 5.5 to go. Giorgio Gomez in the lead, and just as expected, I mean, you got to be kind of concerned right now for Manuel Selman, yet to ride a wave. He's held on the priority since the jump, but now he's only got 5 minutes left.
Yeah, still holding on to priority number one. Needs a mid-5 at the moment to move up into second place, but I think both Siganos and Wilson are very aware of what Manu's capable of. You don't even see Liam in yellow there on screen because he's so far away. He's just looking to back up that 3.77 or maybe even get something better than that. A 4.74 would give him the lead. I think that's pretty far-fetched right now due to his positioning. And I think if you're Gomez, despite Manu being in fourth and not having caught a wave so far, Chris, you still want to be applying pressure knowing that he's capable of getting that 5 and even matching your 7.5 too.
Yeah, with 4.5 to go now. It's amazing how fast time goes when you get into these, you know, 5-minute warnings. And then you see a lot of water pushing through, incoming swell. And it looks like Manuel Selman has identified something. Nice wall coming through. And even though this looks like a closeout, it's going to have some opportunity for Selman. Nice. Tail-free snap to start this wave. Here's where he's got to have a big finish. 3:45 on the clock. Kind of utilizing that upper, flatter portion of his board to push through this flat spot.
Oh.
And can he ride out? Wow. Harsh finish there for Selman. He's got 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. But Wilson is just chipping away here on this inside or the outside section. He's had some, you know, flatter-faced waves on the outside, but he's made use of them. And now he's going to get that transition to the inside.
Smart.
2 for 1 there. Just put enough pepper on it. Didn't overpower it. And Segunas now getting involved, surfer out of Greece. He's got a 3.5. He only needs a 2.05, so this could flip everything. But check it out now. Liam Wilson with a 4.5 to 3.77. He made the ask a little bit bigger for Perry. And that was a wild ride there. Yeah, it would have been really hard to ride through all those chops to get down the face. So Selman at the moment needs an 8.27. He probably got something, I would say, in a 3 or 4 range for that last wave, just one turn out the back. So tense moments for Team Chile. And Giorgio Gomez looking like a lock, and you know, your eyes are transfixed on the 7.5 that he got right from the start of this heat. That pretty much cleared his path into the next round.
Smart surfing right there, though. Didn't push too hard. Neither he just wanted to get a backup, and it was a necessary backup, too, with 2 minutes to go.
And we got a bonus chop hop.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm a fan of that.
I still say death to the chop hop, honestly, but, you know, that's just me. They do help with alley-oops. They do help with alley-oops. I will say that with practice.
True.
2 minutes to go, though, and I'm interested to see where Selman's score goes because it's an important one right now. Strong turn on the outside. I wouldn't say that it's going to be the 5 that it was needing at the moment or at that point in time, but it's definitely going to be a mid-range score. It's got to be better than the 3.5 that we saw from Siganos. And Wilson, as of right now, did recover priority number 1. So with 90 seconds to go, he should be moving as closely as he can to Manu Selman and taking away any kind of opportunity for scoring, Chris.
And the energy from Liam Wilson's dad, as you saw on the screen right there, it is palpable. You can feel it through the television.
He's on the other side, though. I think it's a risk letting him go. We can't get into it, though.
Ouch. Heartbreaker right there. Not that that wave looked great, but
it was a chance.
It did have something on it, and we're still waiting for scores for Manuel Selman's first wave that he got literally with, 5 minutes left, but now with 54 seconds left. The score does come through. It's a 3.55. You were spot on there, Mitch, but time's going quickly. Can he sneak this wave from under the priority of Liam Wilson? Well, that wave goes underneath him. 38 seconds left, and he does need a pretty decent score, a 4.74. That's by no means a gimme. Is it possible?
Yeah, it is. And dude, I'm so surprised that Wilson isn't even paddling over. I know that there's not many set waves coming through, but I would still be moving as quickly as I could towards Selman. 15 seconds to go, though. It seems like it's going to be all she wrote, Chris. Big, big upset. Another Olympian that's going down today.
Oh, my goodness. Full credit, though, to Giorgio Gomez and the surfer on screen now. Liam Wilson, American Samoa, surfs his way through a tough repechage heat. Gets the finish under the pier. He's fired up. Laie in the house. And a shocker for Manuel Selman. Generally such a steady, solid competitor. That wave right there literally came in 15 seconds too late. So we're going to take a break. Congratulations, Giorgio Gomez and Liam Wilson making it through. Unfortunately, we lose 3 and 4. And more action to come. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, crowdsourced alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Crowdsourced bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, California, 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we've got some heats on our hands. Right there, another shocking finish. We lose a top contender, Manuel Selman, but full credit to Giorgio Gomez and Liam Wilson. Colombia and American Samoa represented. Isaro Elizondo from Panama, Caleb Rapson from Barbados, Michael Zog from Switzerland, and Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador. Another international superheat. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, why not give me your picks? Who do you think is going to get through this one?
I like Izzy a lot in these kind of conditions. He's done well here at the QS level before. Ooh, the other one's a tough one. I like Mikey Zog, the way he's been surfing lately, and especially coming from, Costa Rica. Despite representing Switzerland, he's grown up in Costa Rica his whole life, so I'd put Mikey Zog in there. Why not? But I'd have to say the favorite in this one to me is definitely Izzy Elizondo.
Good call. Good call right there. But as we know, these are very unpredictable heats.
Expect the unexpected, that is for sure.
Yeah, that could be our secondary mantra behind
for the ISA.
A better world through surfing. You can just add it, right? A better world through surfing and expect the unexpected.
True.
That's what these events seem to do. I mean, we've already seen some huge names relegated to these repechage rounds. And we have a whole secondary, or I shouldn't say secondary, just a different podium. It'd be podium 2, and that's just up the beach where we've been running heats all day long. We do have a camera down there. We are gathering highlights from that area. You can see all the results on isasurf.org, probably where you're watching right now, but you can, poke around and find all the results, get the bios. One element of the ISA World Surfing Games that I love is learning about all these competitors that about half the field I don't know much about, and I try to study this stuff on the daily, and they do a great job of just giving their stories, sponsors, hometown, all that information. And
paddle battle.
It's also a great way to find new places in the world to surf. Elizondo, Panama in the house. Big power snap to start. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, is the crumble now is helping push these surfers all the way to the inside without the need of, well, that's what I meant by saying get ready for that inside section. That was an absolute explosion.
Dude, my joints.
Isaro didn't expect that.
My joints felt that. It looked like white male shore break on steroids.
Call the chiropractor after that one. That was a pretty brutal wipeout. He grabbed his board and he's right back out there. But that's the finish that we've been talking about. With 15:30 to go, Gomez came through. The big victory in that last heat. He's standing by now with Jess. And we'll get back to that shortly as we see a bird's eye view of our competitors. 72-degree water, 80-degree air. Call this local summer here in Southern California. And it's an endearing term, in the summer. Obviously, there's plenty of tourists coming in and out, and we love it. But this is really, this is when kids go back to school, visiting.
Everybody's
friends,
back to work, yeah.
Back to, respective homes. I mean, we get tourists year-round, so it's not like it's a real local summer.
Yep.
But it also kind of describes the weather. I hate to tell a secret about California, but our best months are September and October for waves and weather.
I don't know. Well,
don't start.
Okay.
You're entitled to your.
No, I'd rather not even talk about it because I feel then I'd be revealing
You don't
our
want to
secrets.
jinx it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you for that.
let's just,
Nice
you
of
know, keep it like that. Lock it with a nice little key. And, you know, who locked it down? 4.17 Izzy Elizondo. And that's what I was saying. The amount of experience that he has here as both a junior and as a QS competitor, it's noticeable. And you had never really seen too many Panamanians succeed in the United States before. I think he's really the first one, him and John Carlos Gonzalez, that have been, you know, more mainstream. Best surfer to ever come out of there, though, is Gary Saavedra, you know, one of the pioneers of surfing in Latin America. Same generation as Martin Paseri and Kale Carranza. So if it weren't for Gary, Izzy probably wouldn't be here today.
Try to reset the pretty cool. I was talking to one of the young surfers from Team Ukraine, and I was, you know, probing him a little bit. Who do you want to meet? He goes, I want to meet Ali Gonzalez.
Really?
In Panama. Of all the names, I go, yeah, actually, that's a good one.
Did he tell you why?
He just said he likes his style. You like, you know, his
afro,
his hair, his
yeah.
look, and he just wanted to meet him. And I said, well, when you do, tell him I said what's up. He's an awesome guy. It's a good choice. 13 minutes to go. And look at this. I mean, this is just another example of, you know, kind of the feast or famine in that last heat. We saw Liam Wilson, who got second place, catch a bunch of waves. Manuel Salmon only with one wave. And now we're kind of looking at a situation with nearly halfway through this heat, 3 surfers without a wave ridden and only 1 score on the board. It's a 4.17. So Elizondo now lucky that he got involved early here, because that's going to take some pressure and stress off his back.
Yeah, and we're close to hitting the high tide, too, which, I mean, there's not a huge difference between the low tide and the high tide, 3.4 to 4.4. But in terms of the consistency, I think it is going to slow down just a bit. 12 minutes to go. You have the 2 goofy footers out there in Rapson and Zambrano, and then 2 regular footers in Elizondo and Zog. And you'd be thinking that the majority of them would be wanting to go on the forehand for the most part. But I think when it comes to the best waves that I've seen so far, at least in the last few heats, they've all been lefts. And there you see Izzy, 18-year-old from Santa Catalina on the Pacific side. Some great waves over there, a lot of reef breaks, and then you have the good beach break of Playa Venal pretty close by too. Watch out, Izzy. Ooh. Playing with fire right there.
Well, you look at the priority, though. He's the only surfer that's on the priority board, but he's in 4th priority, so we'll see what happens.
Probably be a priority interference, though, on his behalf.
Oof. It's not what you want to hear in
No.
this heat. You know, if I had a 4.17 and, you know, time was where it is now, as you see Caleb Rapson there with a nice series of turns. If I see someone in my peripheral vision and I don't need that wave and the wave doesn't look that good, I'm out.
You should
Play
be.
it safe, you know, until the very end at least, but you got half a heat to go. No reason to push the envelope on
Exactly.
a pretty, not a poor-looking wave.
But mediocre one, at least for now. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, we'll see what happens.
seems like Mikey interested here and Jonathan too.
This could be a nice little run to the inside. He gets caught behind that hump. And is Zog out as well? Yeah, it looks like the similar scenario on the left as it was on the right.
So just to explain what happened there, we're probably going to see the replay of it between Izzy in red and Jonathan in blue. Despite Izzy being in priority number 4, there hadn't been priority established between 1, 2, and 3 so far. So that meant that it was still fair play between the other 3 surfers in terms of positioning and them wanting to establish positioning within the heat so far. But they have higher priority than the surfer who's in 4th at the moment. So that's why he has to give way, because he still has unconditional right away. Here it is. So Izzy stands up first, but look at the way he kind of engages on the left, and that is easily an interference to me. Like, he did not let Blue establish positioning on the wave that he had a right to. And unfortunately for Izzy, he's probably going to get a priority interference, which means that the entirety of his second wave is going to be taken away, and that wave will not count either.
So it doesn't matter even if you spray your fellow competitor?
It's a total bummer for Izzy, because he was surfing good, and as I told you before, I thought he was the favorite to win this heat too. And the youngster, 20-year-old from Barbados, Caleb Rapson, with a nice combo here on the inside too. So that should be now probably the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that was great surfing right there. Caleb Rapson and rewarded 4.77. So yeah, Elizondo does get a priority. So right now just sitting on a 1.5. So his score chopped in half. And Caleb now back at it. He makes the connector. So that could have goes down the inside, but it almost seems like that gave him an energy boost when he heard the announcement. He goes, okay, well, now I have an advantage. Zambrano now. I mean, he's built for it. Powerful surfer out of Ecuador. Ecuador has been the host nation to many ISA events in the past. It's a great spot for a surfing competition. It's consistent. The infrastructure, all of that is in place, and
weather's always great.
Yeah, and a lot of great surfers and water people from that area. Outdoor lifestyle.
So with 8 minutes to go, I'm just looking at the situation now because I thought that the 4.17 was Izzy's best wave. I don't understand why the 1.5 is in his scoreline right there. But yeah, just a bummer for him. I don't know why he would have done that. He might not understand the rules yet to a certain point like that. So hopefully somebody can explain it to him, somebody from his team. I know that Javier Swain, the former professional from Peru, there it is. They changed it. So, yep, still has the 4.17, which is now going to be his best wave in his scoreline. And seems like this is the last wave he caught, the one tag on the outside. But it's just a bummer, Chris. Now he's fighting for a spot in second. It's going to be really hard for him to move up into the top two after hearing that interference call. So if it were a normal interference, I'd say he's still in the gunning. With the priority interference, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, you saw the look back there. Now he's aware of the situation at hand. And, I think when you watch that wave, a lot of times your first instinct is, well, if I'm up first, then it's my wave.
Yeah.
And it was so close. Maybe, it's conjecture here, but maybe he felt like he was up first again. But, I mean, here he is sharing a wave again. He's playing with fire, so he looked back and he saw Zaug behind him. And you don't want to do it twice in one heat play that much.
Actually, if you do that twice in a heat, you need to come in because there's no way you're making it anymore, and you're just making things more difficult for everybody else. So you're just interfering even more. It's just unsportsmanlike conduct. So Izzy, I mean, he's a great surfer. Unfortunately for him, he just made one small mistake that could easily cost him this heat. Good finish right there, though. So let's see where that scores.
If he drops an 8,
8s are late.
It's in business.
Yep. Caleb
Rapson, Team Barbados. Sticking to that pier bowl left. And we'll see how the connectability is. Pretty simple there. Didn't have to do a lot of bumping and hopping, but I feel like the pier bowl end section, that inside shore break over under the pier, is a lot more kind of meaty and closed out than down the beach a little bit. Not that you can really choose when you're up and riding on a wave, but maybe I'm thinking lean towards the right on the inside if you want a better chance at a finish. Just the last 3 or 4 waves we've seen over in that kind of under the pier section has been kind of gnarly. So 5:29 to go. Rapson in the lead for now. So our surfers make their way back into the lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, standing by now with Jess.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, Giorgio Gomez from Colombia, the ever patient and great performance from you, a 7.5 and a 3.43. Were you feeling the pressure out there when you only had the 1 point backup?
Yeah, just because any of these guys can go and get 2 4s or a 5 at any time, and so I really needed to kind of get a backup just because I've seen guys lose with a high score and then they can't find a backup. So yeah, I was a little bit pressured, but I had a good time though. I'm glad I got to be able to showcase my surfing a bit, and yeah, had a lot of fun out there.
Beautiful. And a little bit of a different piece of equipment that we've seen come up past the podium already this morning. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about the 2-fin?
Yeah, so I'm riding a 2+1 right now, and it's kind of like an MR inspired a bit with a beak nose, and it's made by my Shaper Ruminer surfboards. And yeah, it goes good. I like it. It's 35 liters almost, so
I'm almost 200 pounds, so I need all the help I can get. So, yeah, I might as well, embrace being heavy and just ride a bigger board. So.
Well,
Giorgio Gomez there. Some good equipment selection. 2+1, basically 2 big side fins with a little trailer in the back. It really creates a kind of a nice, loose, springy feel. I would say more often than not, that's a free surfboard. It's not super reliable through turns just because it can get squirrely. But in watching that heat of Giorgio, proved my whole theory wrong because he was ripping all the way through. You do get a lot, that speed burst that comes with riding a twin fin and controlling it. Well, that's up to the driver, and Giorgio did a great job at doing that.
Yeah, you get a lot of drive off of the bottom for sure, but as you said, sometimes it slides out just a bit too much. I'm a big enthusiast of the 2+1. I have a round nose fish right now. I also have a MR California Twin by Mayhem too, so I'm really pumped on those kind of boards. I know Duke Aipa and Mayhem are coming out with a collaboration, I guess you could call it, a board that they're making together. I think there's kind of a stereotype and something bad that we look at when you only need to ride thrusters or high-performance surfboards in competitions. I don't think that's true. I think Kelly's proven us all wrong when it comes to that.
And our current WSL world champion, Felipe Toledo, won on a quad.
True, and a dark arts board, too.
That's right, the first ever carbon surfboard, Sharp Eye, Dark Arts, collab. The first non-PU board to win a world title.
There you see Mikey Zog, 26 years of age, from Malpais in Costa Rica. Loves to surf that area of Witches Rock too, but surfs a lot of beach breaks, Mikey. Here's Gato, Jonathan.
Jonathan Zambrano's competed for most of his life. It seems like I've been seeing his name on many heat sheets.
Ooh.
And it's because of surfing like that. So that was a make. You saw him just kind of signify to the judges by standing up on his board and kind of doing a little bit of a bottom turn, like, look, I rode out of that turn. Give me my credit. But Caleb Rapson there with those 2 solid numbers, 4.77 and 3.3. He's in the lead. Zog now with the 5.6, second highest score, or the first highest single wave score of this heat. I mean, he's a powerhouse. I don't think you would underestimate either one of the Zog brothers because they're built for it. They're built like linebackers.
Yeah.
But they're light on their feet, too, and able to excel in any conditions.
They got that kind of Scandinavian gene in them. And, with just over a minute to go, Gato only needs a 3.84.
And our flag bearer's not giving up on his surfer.
That's Tao Rodriguez, competed earlier today. I don't know, Chris. It's a close score. He might get this. I mean, he basically needs a 4. It was a strong turn on the inside. And I think Mikey recognized that. He knows the 50 seconds to go. His low score is only a 1.13. Got to get rid of that as soon as you can right now.
Well, he's got priority, but he's going to try to leave the pack, get down the beach a little bit.
Or paddle in as soon as you can. You got 30 seconds to do it. You just need to stand up and do a widget to better the 1.13.
I'm so glad you said widget. I haven't heard that word in long enough. And basically...
Oh, he got it. He got it.
Oh, my goodness. Jonathan Zambrano comes through just above the cut. A 4.4 and a 2.80. He's got a 7.20 total clutch surfing there.
What is Mike doing? 10 seconds? You got to hustle now. Oh, my God. He needs a 1.7.
3, 2. Watch for the hands to leave the rail.
No.
Oh, no. Team Switzerland suffered a blow there. Michael Zog, an incredible surfer, had a solid 5.5 score, but the backup was just not there. So, again, don't worry about the words on paper. It's all about what happens in the water. Another upset, unless you're Caleb Rapson, who battles back, and Jonathan Zambrano with the buzzer beater. We're going to lose Zog and Elizondo. But there will be more surfing to come after these brief messages. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
We are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2022 edition. The path to Paris 2024 starts right here in Huntington Beach. Will it be Alan Cleland, Logan Nickel, Leandro Castillo, or Ricardo Delgado? Peru, Dominican Republic, Great Britain, and Mexico represented here. Surprised to see Al Cleland Jr.
Me too.
in the repechage round, but yet again, we had Rio Wyatt in here, Griffin Colapinto, so it doesn't matter what your name is. It matters what your last heat was. So some of the biggest names in this event are in the repechage round, and that's a testament to the depth of field we have here in ISA competition.
Well, and how difficult it is to master surfing in Huntington Beach as well. And Al already has a 6 on the board. I met Logan Nickel yesterday. Really nice kid from, that area of Cardiff. Loves to surf, and he was talking to me about how warm the water was. He was wearing a 2 mil though, but he said it had so many holes in it, and it was such an old suit that it didn't matter. It was basically like surfing in trunks. And, Castillo and Delgado, the 2 Caribbean surfers out there too. A big heat for them, Chris. We got Delgado up and riding.
Yeah, Ricardo Delgado. He's been on our radar, or kind of right in the middle of the radar. Not necessarily under the radar, but right in the middle there. We've seen him in multiple ISA events in the past, and so
especially the juniors too.
Yeah, back in the lineup now. A couple unforced error there for yellow and white.
It's crazy to me to think that, since the success of Brian Toth and Dylan Graves, I think Alejandro Moreda also did some great things for Puerto Rican surfing. Carlos Cabrero, obviously, I would say the person that kind of started that whole movement.
Definitely.
Otto Flores, too. But there hasn't been the one person that's, really, really stood out since Brian. I think Tothy was the person, as far as the Challenger Series goes and the QS rankings, he has been the highest one.
This was during the break.
Junior.
One of the turns of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that.
You know what I always found funny about Al is that growing up on Pascuales in such a heavy wave as gets a good floater on the inside too, just doesn't seem like he completely rode out of it, is that he's such a complete surfer. He's really good at surfing small waves. He was just over on the East Coast in Virginia Beach and in North Carolina at the Outer Banks Pro, and he surfs those waves just as good as he does, 15-foot Pascuales. And I'm always amazed to watch him surf. And, growing up in Mexico myself and watching him develop into the kid that he is now, it's been something truly amazing. Watching him, Johnny, Sebastian, all these guys, and having, the older guys in front of me too. Gale Carranza, David Rutherford, Angelo Lozano, and then all the Sailita guys, Adrian Rodriguez, Diego Cadena, Adan Hernandez, which you remember too.
Dylan Southworth.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good generational jump in terms of talent, I feel, between Al and Seb and all those guys.
Quetzal.
Yeah, our coworker.
The list of surfers, that we've seen out of Mexico in the past decade is incredible, and it's only a matter of time till we're going to see that Mexican flag, represented at the Olympics, represented in the WSL. I think at the moment, Al Cleland Jr. has the best shot. He's had some big results on on the East Coast run of QS events. He did really well in waves like this, which you wouldn't necessarily expect. Like you said, a surfer from an area that's kind of more known for big, scary barrels. But he's got all the airs, beautiful turns, power surfing, and traffic on the 5 freeway. As both surfers now not wanting to give way. And if I'm the surfer in red, I believe that was Al Cleland, even though he's a strong kid, Leandro Castillo, he's a big guy, and he's built tough, and you're probably going to want to give way when he's coming down the line at you. I don't think there was any interfering happening there. It was close, but they kind of both looked like they were in control of what was happening on that wave. This is sure exciting to watch.
Yeah, it was between yellow and blue, and if somebody did establish priority at the beginning of that, I think it was blue who had higher priority, so I think yellow did give way in time before he actually interfered. So get a call right there, and Castillo is a big dude.
Playing with fire, though, if
we saw it in the last heat already.
Yeah, and there is a kind of an element that when there is no priority at the beginning, it's whoever stands up first, really. But in this case, both surfers are going left. Now they were kind of playing cat and mouse down the line, and this is about as close as they got right there. I think that was a good decision for yellow to get out of that wave because, it was pretty obvious that blue had a better line. And you don't want to try to block somebody, especially this early in the heat. You don't want to take yourself out of the running.
Exactly. I can understand the risk at the end of the heat when you're needing a score or when you're needing to advance, but not at the beginning. Don't put yourself in that situation. It was decent exchange there. Yellow had the one big turn on the outside. Blue had a decent combo with the one turn on the outside and the one shorey connection too. And just going back to Al Jr. real quick, second-generation professional surfer too. His dad, Al Sr., a great surfer. I think this is where we kind of see those developments really come into fruition between, the experience of the father paving the way for the youngster. And I also think that Al Jr. has taken a lot of inspiration from people around him as well. People that he grew up with both in Pascuales and in Mexico, and people that he's traveled with since a young age, because I remember he, got sponsored by Vans when he was 12 or 13. That was 7 years ago. Now on the Quicksilver team, I think it's a good fit for him. I think he's got a really bright future ahead of him.
I agree with you there. 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Surfers standing by before they catch the next wave. That gives us the chance to go back to the beach where Jess is waiting with a performer from that last heat.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, Caleb Rapson from Barbados. Grindy heats at the moment, but you did what it needed out there. How was it feeling in the water?
Yeah, it was really hard, very bumpy, and wasn't many waves in that heat. So, yeah, it was tough. Just had to do what I did and made it through. So, I'm happy about that.
And it is really tough conditions when you have to go back through the repechage as well. It's a couple of extra heats for you to surf. Does it change the way you think about your heat strategies and the ongoing days of competition?
Well, not really. Just do it heat by heat and, yeah, just get the job done.
I love also the passion and the camaraderie that you guys have in Barbados. You guys have each other's back a lot. And do you get to do a lot of training and preparation for the games together?
Yeah, well, all of us are on different schedules pretty much. Some of us on Challenger Series, some of us on the QS. And yeah, when we're back home, we all come together and we do as much training as we can in preparation. But other than that, yeah, we just, whenever we see each other, it's like a reunion and we just, work hard and we're here now. So it's just to get the job done and that's all that matters.
Well, that's it. And all that matters in that heat is your heat win. Caleb, any words for everybody tuning in at home in Barbados?
Yeah, I just have to say thank you for the support from back home. Yeah, everyone that's watching, thanks for watching. And yeah, thanks for supporting Barbados. Get there.
Beautiful. Congratulations and good luck moving on through the rounds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get there. I think that Bajan accent is really cool.
Yeah, the Bajan invasion is real.
Yep. 9:39 to go. Al Cleland with a 6-point ride gets himself into the lead. Sitting in fourth priority for now with Leandro Castillo up and at it, straight into the lip, maybe just trying a little too much, too quick.
Guess what, Chris? It was a priority interference. We have 2 back-to-back heats
Oh, man.
With priority interferences.
Hey, you got to keep it clean. You know, I feel like Yellow had a long time to kind of see what was happening and make that decision. I don't think he had a really good line towards that right. It's all in hindsight, of course, as we've got another Zog brother. Sven coming up.
They're
That's
built.
a nice-looking board right there, too. A dumpster diver.
He's got 2 of them.
Ooh.
You could ask him to ride the other one.
Might be a little too many liters for me. He's a bit stronger than I am. 8:47 to go. So you were talking about Logan Nickel. You mentioned he's from Cardiff. That's not Cardiff by the Sea, California. That's Cardiff in the area of South Wales. And he works at the Porthcawl Surf School. He is the Welsh national champion. He is riding 4th surfboards. I'm really liking his sponsor list. A lot of companies, Welsh companies that I haven't heard of, but I'm excited to hear more about. Animal, PSG Audio, Visual Obsessive Disorder Hardware, Skins Wetsuit.
You know Skins Wetsuit.
I do know Skins Wetsuit. He likes surfing, working out, and eating. I like two of those things. I'll let you figure out which one. 7:50 on the clock. Alan Cleland, a.k.a. Al Cleland Jr., a.k.a. Lil Al.
Or Changuito.
Changuito. Hope you just didn't trick me into cursing.
No, that's Little Monkey.
Okay. Fair enough. We're not going to be allowed to call him that for much longer. He's getting bigger and bigger with each event. And speaking of going big and riding out, Leandro Castillo left a little bit of doubt in the ride out. I think he did enough to kind of maintain his control there. He's putting together a good heat right now. Leandro Castillo from Dominican Republic. He's already sitting on a mid-4, and I think that's going to be right there. But I like his placement in the lineup. This left from up the beach a little bit is kind of looking like the call right now, at least from where we're sitting here on the couch.
I think the kind of activity that he's had in this heat so far, knowing how slow it's been in the last few heats in terms of the actual waves have actually been, a much better strategy than I've seen so far, especially when you look at what Manu did in a couple of heats ago. I think this is just much smarter. You're giving yourself better opportunities and making it through the heat. And a good finish right here by the surfer from the DR.
Bam.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, he rode out.
Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. And now you have Castillo, who's just throwing 100 miles per hour, just like another Dominican player out there. And as I said before, I think they've been so noticeable in terms of baseball prospects that they've had in terms of Major League Baseball. But they have had some surfers within the top 30 in the QS. In the regional rankings of North America, I think they're going to have a surfer on the Challenger Series pretty soon. It could be Castillo. It could be somebody that maybe works out a lot with Manu Selman, because for a lot of people that don't know, Manu was born in Chile, but he's lived the majority of his life in the DR too. So he likes to root for them a lot too.
So with 5:50 to go, waiting for scores to come through for Leandro Castillo. Team Dominican Republic features Feliz Astasio, Eva Mota, Sauri Perez, Leandro, Christian Padilla.
Great surfer.
Brianna Rodriguez. Solid team there.
Yep. They had a QS earlier this year too. The kid from your area, Levi Slauson, did really well. I think he made the quarters or the semis.
He's a hammer.
Yeah, he is. But it goes to show you that, they're trying to develop more events within that area so people from the Caribbean don't have to travel to mainland North America to be able to compete in those big events in the qualifying series too.
Truth. Well, with 5 minutes to go, this truly is a team-first type of format in terms of Paris 2024 qualification. From the WSL side of things, we're taking the top-ranked 10 men, 8 top-ranked women. And here's where things get interesting, and you dig deep into the ISA qualification for the World Surfing Games. At this event, your top finishing team is going to have an allotted spot, but they can do with what they please. And they'll most likely be determining that probably at the end of 2023, just kind of seeing how things shake out. And then for a lot of our surfers coming from Latin countries, 2023 Pan American Games. I believe that's where we saw Luca Macinas.
And Daniela Rosas, too.
And Daniela Rosas get their spots in the Olympic Games. The host nation of France will be granted slots for a male and a female.
That's if they don't qualify already before.
Right. While it does seem pretty complicated, as it should be, talking about the Olympics here, the universality place, that's really a cool rule in my estimation, because that gives a country that doesn't have, a lot of Olympians and a lot of, full teams, let's say, it gives them a chance to field a surfer in the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. And that slot to me right there is super intriguing, because that's anyone's game, and that could be a dark horse surfer from a rising surf nation that just wants that one opportunity. And it's going to be really cool to see what happens next. And speaking of that, I'm excited to see what Al Cleland Jr. has for us on the inside. Winds up, quick little 5-0 floater there.
Dude.
Makes use of a tricky inside section and rides out clean.
Yeah, Nichols going to get dropped down to third place right here. And Logan, hasn't really been able to break the 3-point mark so far. Good surfer, but I think he's just had a difficult time in selecting the right wave so far. His backhand is definitely his strength, I feel, at least based off of what I've seen. 3 minutes to go. I'm just going to put it out there into the universe. I think it would be something exceptional to watch Al Cleland Jr. compete in Paris 2024 in Tahiti.
Agreed.
Those kind of waves, right up his alley, Chris.
Logan Nickel now has something to work with here. Nicely done on a messy section.
Right on cue.
He's using a lot of energy to get to the inside. So 2 tough sections to work with, but he made full use of them. So a nice 2-turn combo. Watch out, Delgado now. Fiercely contesting this wave from out the back. Strong backside snap to start this wave. He needs an 8-2-3. Blast the fins out, but comes disengaged from his board, and he goes down. He's got a tough hill to climb. That is a huge number. We've only seen a handful of 8s throughout this entire competition.
At least he went for it, At that point of the heat, he knew that if he wasn't doing something big, he wasn't going to get an excellent score.
Go big or go home.
Yep.
A minute 50 to go. Alan Cleland now jumps back up into the lead. 6-point ride paired with a 4.67. He's in the business. Leandro Castillo, Dominican Republic, represent 4 and a 3. Nickel still in the conversation. Needs a 4.86. A pretty sizable number.
Waiting for the score, though. It was a decent wave. Had the one turn on the backhand and then the redirect on the foam climb at the end.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting call.
So still waiting for that. 80 seconds to go. You'd think that Junior's just probably going to move away and let everybody else kind of do their thing. Maybe not get in the middle of that. And I'm interested to see what kind of score Nickel gets, because if it isn't the 4.86, it's probably got to be pretty close. Maybe just underneath if he doesn't get it. But he's right in the mix still. And here's Junior's last. This came in the 4-point range. Just a little decent poke on the outside. He knew he just wanted a backup score. Redirects right. And then I love the way he just gained speed off of the bottom right there. And as you said, a little manual 5-0. Little grind at the end. And then Nichols' wave right here, the one turn on the backhand under the lip. Maybe not as explosive as I remember. And then this is a really tough section here at the end. Kind of gains some speed and goes up and over the whitewater. So basically, is it a 5? I'd probably have to say no, but I would think it's his best wave.
It's going to be close as time winds down here. 15 seconds left. Unfortunate situation for Ricardo Delgado. He's a great surfer, but just pushed it a little too far into interference territory, and he was dinged. That's going to make it really hard to advance through any of these heats, just due to the sheer talent level that we have. So Alan Cleland will move through, along with Leandro Castillo, Mexico and Dominican Republic. Will be adding points to their scoreline for their overall team conquest. And we've got a couple more heats left on the day. Repechage rounds will continue. We're going to bring Shannon and Barton back in to call the rest of the day. Can't wait to see what happens next. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
If the world could be real all around. Yeah, if the world could be real all around. We'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the action here at the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games presented by Visit Huntington Beach. And there you can see the teams running down in support of our surfers from that last heat with some nail-biting finishes, as we expect to see. Team Mexico there with a very giant Mexican flag. And it's great to see all of that camaraderie and team spirit together today for day 2 of competition. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by none other than the world champion Barton Lynch. And Barton, I mean, as a grommet, you came down here and you paddled out and surfed in the 1996 World Surfing Games. The first time it was the World Surfing Games, is that correct?
Yeah, the first time that the top professionals were able to compete in the event. So that was a special moment. Look at the speed and the power of the flow of this young man.
Shay Allen getting the work done through to the inside, connects together, and he'll put that opening score on the board.
Nice starter.
Maybe not a total grommet back in the day when you competed here for the 1996,
No,
but
it's kind of an old bloke by then.
kind of an old bloke. But a great experience, I'm sure.
I retired from the World Tour in '97, so it was right towards the back end of my career, and it was a great opportunity to surf for your country and to be a part of a team, which is not something that you've done very often in your career. And coming to Huntington Beach, I'd had success here in the US Opens and didn't really have success in the ISA Games. I can't even remember how it turned out, but the fact I don't remember it means it didn't turn out real good.
Didn't quite go in your favor.
No.
Well, we're very thankful to have you back in the mix this week with us here at the ISA. Shannon and Barton in the booth, and it's been fun to have you calling some of the action.
Yeah, we got to do the Olympics together. That was a great time, and I've surfed in the ISA in '96, and then I coached Australia in Costa Rica and Peru as well. So I've got to surf for my nation, coach my nation, and now I get to commentate the games. So yeah, it's exciting to have been a part of it on all those different levels.
It's really incredible. It's an incredible experience that you have to share with us as well. And for so many of the others kind of in that space that have been able to wear all the different hats, it's not something that everyone, I think, has the ability to do within their surfing careers. So it's really cool to have you, having worn those different hats, competitor, coach, all of the environment, and now to be able to share, especially with some of these nations that are new to the ISA, to be able to hear some of the insights that you have this week, I'm sure is a great thing.
Yeah, it's exciting for me, and I suppose surfing was wonderful. Coaching the team was stressful. That was a really, there's there's a lot of responsibility in that area of management and coaching. That the surfers wear a lot of responsibility, but it is a team effort, and so coaching was really interesting. Calling the heats and being here with you on the couch watching the surfing is a pleasure compared to some of the stress that's involved in the other areas. It's one of those ones where, and we've done a lot of commentary, so you're comfortable in that space, and it's a joy, it's a real pleasure to still be involved in the sport, still be around the sport. Having started in, my first year on tour was 1983.
Amazing.
So it's a long time. I've been around it and watched it and seen it, and it's been my life.
Yeah.
And so to give back is amazing too.
So good. Well, Shay Allen opened up with a 5-point ride.
Yep.
Guillerme is sitting with a 2.50. Sven with a 1, and we're waiting for Dimitri to get his opening ride. Barbados, Portugal, Switzerland, and Greece in the water. And Guilherme now getting started on his second wave. Nice opening turn. Can really see the conditions have come alive here at Huntington Beach over the last few hours into this afternoon, and he's going for that strong finish. Can he ride out of the whitewater? Impressively, he does it.
Well done. We've seen a lot of people come unstuck on the inside, and they've done good work all the way, and then it just takes that 0.5 or possibly more at times if you don't complete that inside.
Shay Allen, just a quick look in and out, has a kind of scope around to see where his competitors are sitting as well. He opened up with that 5. We're now waiting for scores for last of red to drop through. That'll factor through as one of his better scores. And tracking with live action, blue, Dimitri from Greece. Just a quick in and out as well. So some of those waves quite deceptive. Thinking maybe, you know, you don't know what's going to happen on the inside when you take off on the outside.
No, you have no idea. And those couple of waves particularly look kind of small, didn't they, even at the takeoff? So I suppose we're in the early stages of the heat, so you want to get going. You want to catch waves. You want to get a couple under your belt to take that pressure off. And sometimes that you get, if you're too rushed, you might end up missing the set because you've gone something that wasn't quite so good. You've fallen down the priority roster that little bit, and when the set comes, you don't get your chance. So, you know, wave selection is still such an important part of competitive surfing.
Taking a look at the 5-point ride from Shay Allen.
A couple of nice turns on the outside and a real constant speed to the board. Look at the way it just zipped through the inside, got there that couple of inside turns, and that'll be a good benchmark for the heat because I feel like we've seen rides where that might have scored a little higher perhaps. It was a good ride, 2 outside, 2 inside, so that's going to keep, the judges will keep that initial ride in mind to keep the scale throughout this heat.
So true. Guilherme had a look at this one, came through as a 4.90. So that set himself up in the lead at the moment. Shay's opener was that 5-point ride, which is the high mark so far. And looks like blue up and riding once again. Little cut back here, just some transition work as he weaves his way through to the shore break, and it stands up solid in front of him. Tries to stick the landing, just gets caught maybe a little bit too far leaning back. And Sven Zog from Switzerland cutting back after that first section, pumping super hard to make it through.
Give it to me.
The true Huntington hop. Definitely asking for it, isn't he? Makes it down the staircase under the pier. That looked like the heavy finish.
Yeah, it looked like an awkward finish.
Very awkward. Shay Allen, nice carve, throws a lot of spray. A little bit of back and forth. And isn't going to amount to anything on the inside. So a good bit of action there.
Yeah, a lot, and like you said, a lot of waves still, lots of opportunity. And that's really, as a competitor, for me, it never mattered what the waves were like, as long as there were enough of them. You know what I mean? It's more about the quantity. If there's enough for all 4 guys to get a wave, and it's you know, no one gets left out, then you feel like it's an even playing field, and that's what we've got right here. And even though, you know, the waves aren't perfect, it's an even playing field, and all of the surfers are in the same boat. They're in the water at the same time, and it doesn't really matter what it's like. It's whoever makes the most of that moment who gets the advancement. And so, and in this particular round, 3rd and 4th, your ISA World Games is over.
So true. It's all down to the elimination rounds now. Guilherme representing Portugal, his home break. Costa de Caprica, 20 years old.
And I've surfed that favourite break of his too, and that is a fantastic right-hand point.
Ooh.
Colchos. Oh, it's a beauty. It's a really good wave, and that area is so wave rich.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock, and all scores have rolled through. Shay Allen jumps into the lead, Guilherme down into second. In that last heat, we saw a great win from Team Mexico, and we'll catch up with Ben Way now.
Thank you very much, Shannon Hughes. We're here with the winner of that rep round 2, heat number 5 for Team Mexico, Alan Cleland. Felicidades.
Gracias, aquí contento de pasar el repechaje, vamos con todo.
super stoked to pass the repechage, and he's giving it his all. So you sat on a 6.0 for a good half of the heat. You kind of let the rest of the field move around you. And when did you decide to get into action to get that second wave?
Yeah, first of all, that was probably the most stressful situation I put myself in. Yeah, so I got that first wave pretty much right off the bat when the horn blew, and then I sat. I thought there was going to be some bigger sets. I thought there was going to be a better wave. I was looking for a good score, you know, a healthy score, and it just kind of never came in. And I saw a couple waves come in, and I was like, oh, there might be a better one, so I let him go by. And then by the time there was like 4 minutes left, I was like, okay, I should definitely go on a wave. And then I got that 4 or whatever it was. And
Did you notice a lot of difference in energy with that new south swell, the current pulling toward the north a little bit? We noticed there's a ton of sets and then there's huge lulls. So were you trying to manage your time a little bit?
Yeah, so definitely before my heat, I saw like back-to-back sets right away. So that was another thing why I sat. I thought there was going to be a bigger set, but that lull came in and it just never really came in, I guess. And then, yeah, the new swell is kind of hitting, and it looks like it's a pretty big, long period. So it looks like the next couple of days is going to be fun. And, yeah, hopefully just keep it going and having fun and here with the whole team representing. So stoked.
Right on. Y finalmente un mensaje a tus fans, tus amigos, los familiares, todos.
Sí, pues un saludo a toda la banda en México allá, aquí andamos representando y pues gracias por todo el apoyo. Un saludo a Pascuales, a Puerto, a Acapulco. Ánimo banda, aquí andamos.
Ya estás peinado para atrás. All right, thank you guys. We're back in the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben Way and Alan Cleland Jr. putting on a great performance, making his way through the repecharge rounds, and it feels like he's just really stoked.
And he's another that you're surprised is actually in that repecharge round. He's a fantastic surfer. Griffin Colapinto's in there as well. So we've already seen some carnage and people that we wouldn't expect get sent down in the second round to that repecharge round. So pressure's on.
Pressure's on. Pressure's on so much. There's Olympics on the line. There are team medals and individual medals on the line, all for the end of the week. And every one of these surfers is hungry to walk away with a piece of the prize. Shea Allen, he did well to open up with that 5. Falls, it looks like he just slipped right off the wax.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a good wave. But it sort of stood up for a moment, didn't it? And then when he hit it, it backed off and it sort of shrunk and flattened out. So I think it looked to me that it was a confusing moment. And then the way it panned out for Shea, it obviously was.
For our surfer from Switzerland, Sven Zog. He was born in Switzerland, but his family moved to Costa Rica when he was just a couple of months old, and he was just raised in paradise. He owns the Tico Brothers Surf School and spends his day surfing and fishing and just as much time in the sea as he can. So proudly representing Switzerland. But his bio was actually written in Spanish, which threw me off for a moment.
Well, that's, same. And looking at Shea Allen's information here too, he said that he always competed in the ISAs as a junior. And since then, he's more transitioned into coaching and teaching surfing, but still loves to compete. And it's interesting, I think we mentioned it yesterday too, when you're a coach and a surfer, you're made to think about things more than you would if you're just surfing. And as a coach and someone has to explain it to people and share it with people, you need to go a little deeper into things than you may ordinarily. And so that coaching part of it, we see it with a few people. It's an advantage to them in their surfing because here goes Shea. Let's see if it's an advantage right now.
Well, here we go. Freed up under priority, sitting at number 4. So he's just taken off under the rest of the pack. Got that first turn. Now he's looking for something dynamic on the inside, and he's going to disappear with it.
There wasn't much outside, was there? But the inside was looking great. And at a point I was about to say, well, that looked like a worthwhile. Oh, no, maybe not with the incomplete.
Yeah, definitely got to have that complete on the inside. Dimitri now pumping his way through. Hits the lip, and he's going to go down as well. Dimitri, half Greek, half American, resides in Malibu. He's used to going right. It's great to see him going left today. And Guilherme sitting in the lead from Portugal. Connects with the section on the outside. Now starts to get that extension out of his legs, open up a little bit more, and has a very sandy section in front of him to finish.
Nice.
And he nails it once again.
Nice. 4.9 to 4.8. So looking to build on those scores, get over that 5, break through that barrier. Still the best wave of the heat with Shea Allen by that 0.10. But in the end, that 0.10 can make the difference.
5 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah, that anything like there, such small scores sometimes make that difference, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, and you're obliged to try and wring every point you can out of those waves. And looking at Dimitri from Greece and representing Greece via Malibu, big guy, strong guy, tall. So, you know, for me, the advantage for he would be to be on the set waves. Find a face that allows your size to come to the fore and do those big maneuvers. If you get those smaller waves that don't have that big open face on the outside, it almost feels like you struggle a little bit from that point on to try and get the score out of that half decent wave. So I think wave selection will be the key for Dimitri to try and get out of that. He's had the 1.6 and the 1.4, and I feel like he's actually got them to the inside too, but they haven't had enough outside to warrant that effort to get to the inside. So here's a set on the way. He's in third priority though.
He may be able to swing on the outside. He is a little bit deep as the rest of the field was. See if this is going to turn into something good for him on the inside though. He's going to stay committed to it, getting that pressure on that front foot. And now looking for that one snap under the lip, and he goes down in a shallow section. Now we've already seen at least one board snap today by coming down pretty much on the sand.
Exploding on the sand. And it's great with that above angle, so you can see the wave breaking and the sand churning, and you can see the power in that shore break.
Yeah, it just hits that little gutter. It goes from being deep to shallow so quickly. Pitches over. I mean, if you go out there to go swimming, you're in head-high water so fast.
Yes.
Especially on these higher tides like this here at Huntington.
With that outside sandbank and then that deep gutter through the inside, and then the shallow sandbank on the inside. And I suppose they break on the outside and then they rebuild energy through that deeper water and then explode on the inside again.
Geroid McDade getting ready to paddle out in the next heat from Ireland. And we've got three more heats left after this heat. So we'll be wrapping up the day with the finish of Repecharge Round 2. We have been running heats at the South Bank as well throughout the day. You can follow those scores at isasurf.org. Click on the event on that opening page, and that'll take you into all of the different things, from the live feed to those score situations, to be able to follow through with the schedule. There's also team bios, where if you're at home and you're listening in and you're like, whoa, there's a surfer from Switzerland and Greece in the lineup right now, you can go online and check out the entire Greek team, the entire Swiss team, and read about what surfing is like or where they've come from in their home nations. And it's just so cool to see some of these nations as well fielded out with bigger teams than we've usually seen. More women involved than ever. We've got 44% of the draw this week is women. Right. Now, that's not quite that full 50%, but with the ISA having equal numbers of 3 men and 3 women available per team, that's a very good percentage of how many women there are present this week. And we haven't even gotten to see them in the water yet because there's been a QS running down the road. So the women will be out there tomorrow. As we take a look at Shay Allen, got a little work done on the outside, redirects here on the inside, and he's eyeing it off on his backhand. Nice lip line float to finish, and he'll be replacing that 287.
He sure will, and he's a great surfer. I like the style and the technique, but he's able to create that speed and flow in his surfing. These conditions don't lend themselves to flow. You know what I mean? Because the waves are kind of segmented.
They really don't.
And the middle section's hard, but this guy is able to just sort of link the dots together. Like a ball in a pinball machine, and just link the whole thing together beautifully and create definitely a better score than 2.87, no doubt about that.
Currently sitting in second position, looking for a 5.34 to take the lead away from Guilherme Ribeiro from Portugal. Now for Sven and for Dimitri, they currently sitting in positions chasing a 4.61 and a 6.27, but that's about to change as we see the score coming through for Shay Allen. Down to that final minute as well.
Well, that flew by. We say that all the time, but it really did. And it's even faster when you're a competitor.
So much faster, and so much faster it seems when there's 4 surfers in the lineup.
Yes.
As opposed to a man-on-man heat with 20 minutes.
Yeah, because there's always action. There's always someone surfing, so there's always something to entertain you, occupy you, and all of a sudden the times whiz by in a man-on-man heat or a woman-on-woman heat. They may be sitting with the priority waiting for those waves. You don't see as much action.
Sven now chasing a 6.36 as he goes down on the outside. Guilherme building momentum. through to that finishing section, and he goes down as well, so he's not going to increase his lead. Now, Shea dropped in a 4.63 for his last wave, so that increased the requirement on our 3rd and 4th place positions to just be out of reach. And they've put together a great campaign this year at the ISA World Surfing Games, but knocking out in repecharge round 2 will be a tough loss, but they've got their teams to support as well now for Switzerland and Greece.
Absolutely, and Portugal and Barbados, right from the start of the heat to the end of the heat, they were the dominant two, so well deserving their advancement.
Well, we got more action to come. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back from the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, proud source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
And we're back for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Repecharge round 2, heat number 7 in the water. Gerard McDade from Ireland, Casper Haminga from the Netherlands, Jackson Obano from Nicaragua, and Jeong Seol from South Korea. No waves ridden yet, a few minutes down on the clock, and as I say that, someone is now paddling into a wave. Looks like our Irish competitor in Gerard.
Or to be sure it is.
There it is, your heritage coming through, Barton. It's funny to hear you with an Irish accent. And look at this finishing section. So got a little work done on the outside, gets the 2-turn combination to sew it up on the inside.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Great answer back now, or an answer to start out his campaign for Jackson out of Nicaragua. Just pumping through, and now looking for this finish. A little bit of a tricky wave to negotiate in there. It had some lips to it.
Yeah, it's like ship sterns, but mini.
Exactly.
Going the other way.
Yes, that looked terrifying, actually.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen a barrel yet. I feel like there's an opportunity on some of these little insides to fight with the correct line to get a little tube time and doggy door out. The judges haven't seen it, and that could be something that as time goes by you might be looking for something different to show the judges, and there's definitely some really hollow sections. I suppose the hard part's getting out once you're in.
Yeah, just making that commitment and then seeing if there's even a doggy door to sneak out of.
Yes.
If it's not that real thick lip or that real sandy one. Some of those sections have so much sand in them.
They really do.
Scores in for opener of our surfer in red from Ireland, a 5.00. Now waiting for first of yellow as White Kaspar from the Netherlands is up and riding. He learned how to surf at about 13 years old. Didn't have waves on offer very often at home. Had to wait weeks sometimes between swells, but he had been bitten by the bug anyways. As we see Jeong Sol from South Korea. Great style and approach that outside section, and just gets caught up for a moment there in that little bump, and he'll go down.
It was looking smooth until the catch of that rail. And that's a great story of Casper Hamminger. And the fact that, you know, imagine living somewhere where you get a swell and then you don't know, you get to surf a day or two and then you don't know when the next one might be. I mean, I've always lived where there's something to surf. You know it's coming at something, you know, there's always going to be something. To know that it might take a while, a week or two, or you would surf your brains out when those waves are there.
You would be so into it. Jackson on the inside, and a solid finish. Comes out with the disappearing act. And that was a heavy section. So scores to come through for Jackson. As we wait for those scores, we saw a surfer from Portugal take out the win in that last heat, and Jess Grimwood is with him now.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. It is Guilherme Ribeiro from Portugal. Congratulations. That was a really hard heat, but you fought really strong and you managed to come up with the win.
Yeah, exactly. I think I haven't been showing all my surfing because I think I went to the rapid charge a little bit too early. I have so much more to give. And yeah, now it's I have to do more hits to get it into the final, but yeah, just gonna keep trying to give my best and surf as well as I know how to surf.
Yeah, and a great heat win for you. And Portugal have such a strong and passionate team, especially the men's and the women's now are looking really, really, really strong and coming in tough. Do you guys go home together as a team and then review your day and your results?
Yeah, completely. We are Portugal, we are a force, we are surfing with a heart, so we are all together in this, and we really want to do a good result here, so yeah, let's go Portugal.
Yeah, absolutely. And so many new countries and surfers here at this ISA Games. Is that something that you've been able to enjoy as well socially? Have you been able to meet some new surfers from different countries?
Yeah, I've been doing the ISA contest since I was really young. I was doing the juniors since I was, I think, 13, so I've been able to see a lot of different people and know more about the other countries, and yeah, I'm just used to it, and yeah, let's go.
Beautiful. And any last words for the people back home in Portugal?
Yeah, I can say in Portuguese. Yeah. Obrigado a todos que estão aí em casa a apoiar. Que ir para as repescagens um bocadinho mais cedo do que eu pensava, mas bora lá, o sonho continua, a equipa está unida e vamos Portugal.
Beautiful. Team Portugal doing well. Well done, Guilherme.
Thanks.
Team Portugal is so stacked this year, Barton. Having a look at, well, we'll get back to that in a moment because we see Caspar now up and riding. He's sitting with a 1 on the scoreboard. He's now looking to build on that, find a little momentum. If he can make it through this section, that was challenging, but it's not going to amount to any scoring potential.
It was disappointing because he built the speed beautifully and it was all going to plan. He didn't get an outside turn, so it was always going to be restricted in terms of how high the score could go. But the speed was there and he was S-ing his way through the dead spots and then just caught that rail. It stole all the speed and momentum and he didn't get the inside turn, so that one would be a throwaway.
So true. Team Portugal has Guilherme Fonesca as well as Guilherme Ribeiro, and then Frederico Moraes, Kikas, who we've seen on the championship tour for a number of years. The women's team for Portugal is absolutely stacked. They have Teresa Bonvolo, who won a Challenger Series event this year, is an Olympian. They have Francesca Valesca, who is one of the younger ones that's coming through that pack, but she has been so on fire. She's one of those front runners coming out of European surfing now. And Yolanda Sakira, or Yolanda Hopkins, who was also at the Olympics and is an absolute powerhouse, just knocking on the door to qualify.
You know, it's amazing. Oh, here we go. Again, another wave. So he's paddled back out and gone straight into this one. Casper into the inside.
Oh, he makes all the adjustments he needed to on that one.
Yeah, that was good surfing and showing his potential. And it's interesting when you said that about Yolanda. I was going to say exactly the same word. She is a powerhouse. That is a young lady with so much fire and energy and power in her surfing. And we're going to see big things from her as her future goes on.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see the women hit the water. Probably tomorrow we'll see the women in the draw as we take a look at the replay here from last of red. And just coming from a wave that pretty much disappeared into nothing and then turned into something again here on the inside.
Two-turn combo on the inside. Bang, bang. That was really well done. It's got great style.
And then yellow, Jackson, had a piece of the action.
Pumping and driving, a big, powerful guy. You can see the size of those thighs. I feel like I'm looking at Oki, Mark Okalupa or someone there. And then that inside, that was the one we were talking about. And he tried to get the board up. Most probably didn't get it up high enough so he could sit and float down, and it just ate him up. Another angle. I noticed a different wave through to the inside. The one after it, bang out of the top. Two-turn combination on the inside. Learned from the previous mistake. Got up nice and high on the lip and successfully negotiated the waterfall.
That looked really cool from that drone angle. That was definitely a waterfall. And Droid on this one again, just putting all that energy in. So his high score is a 5 and a 4.
And this wave, he milked the 4 out of it. There wasn't much in that wave. It didn't really have a big outside. They most probably down the priority roster and going, oh, well, I may as well get a second score, try and keep the momentum going. As we see Casper come through to the inside, and all of the surfers have tidied up the back end of their rides in that last exchange.
A 3.63 for last of Casper. Has him sitting in second, chasing a 4.38 to get the advancing position. Jung So from South Korea is sitting with just that 1.83. Now, he's been super patient before catching a second wave.
And the reason he's most probably been sitting so long is that we haven't seen a real set. Doesn't feel like in this heat yet, you know. So he got the priority, got to the top of the roster, and when that happens, you're obliged to use it, to sit and wait and make sure it delivers you the sort of wave, the sort of score that's something you can keep at the end of the heat. And that's why he's been so patient. He's against 5s, and there's a 5-5 in there as well. So it's not like you wouldn't look at those scores and be concerned. I'd almost rather have the priority and be aiming for a 6 or a 7 and something bigger than those 5s out of this priority, and you'd be in a great heat, a great position in the heat.
8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're about 45 minutes away from that peak high tide. So I was wondering if maybe we were on it, but we've still got a little bit of time to go.
Yeah, well, it felt like we were on it.
Yeah.
It feels like, the consistency, the shallowness of that outside bank seems to have filled up. We've seen that. It was only a foot in the change of tides, wasn't there?
Right.
So it's amazing what a foot of difference can actually do.
Yeah, it's been a huge difference in what we've seen today. Strong paddle. Will this wave break? Not quite. Now our surfer in blue is going to continue to hold on to priority. Kind of a paddle battle between. Actually, I think we just saw a 3rd and 4th place priority possibly change.
Yellow paddling for that one. Jackson.
And our surfer in red with 2nd priority. He's going to opt to take a look at the left.
And so now he goes down to 4th priority for something that doesn't improve or change his position. So a mistake there from our heat leader. And you can see now he's trying to erase that mistake by riding something else and forgetting about what he'd just done wrong.
Right. Having some decision making now.
Yeah.
Maybe sneak it on the inside.
And the more you paddle, the more active you are, the more sometimes your energy can impact those sitting there and waiting, and all of a sudden they feel pressured because they feel like they're wasting time, but they've got to do something because your energy's active. And they'll end up making a mistake. And so there's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of opportunity for you to impact your opponent and the way they're feeling through the way you behave and the way you act. And sometimes that's, especially at the highest end of professional surfing, that manipulation of your opponent is something that you're conscious of the opportunity to do, and you want to try and do that. Everybody paddling.
Up and riding. Our surfer in blue. He's waited a long time for this wave. He does have 1st priority, so yellow's going to kick out of that, and that's fine. He's now going to cut back and try and hit that finishing section, but he goes down.
And we've seen the falls at the end be really influential on the end result of your score. So a long wait, 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, so a long wait there for not the reward that he was waiting for.
He is 18 years old. He's been surfing for about 5 years now. He usually surfs at Jungmun Beach. but he's from Jeju Island in South Korea. And he's just got really cool style, but a couple of those, he's waited so long, he's just got those 2 throwaway scores on the board now. He's got a big requirement of a 6.17.
And especially when you sit, and the body's, you're sitting on your surfboard, it's like sitting in a chair. And then you go to get up out of sitting in the chair and you go, oh, my back, oh, my body, I feel stiff in the hips. And sitting on your surfboard's the same, has the same impact.
I was thinking of that this morning when we had that restart. We had one heat that, had a restart, and surfers only caught a wave after sitting for at least 15 minutes, as we see our surfer in white go down on that opening turn.
Had the first priority. It was a great turn, and the tail just drifted a bit too much, sent the nose around too far, and it dug in. He came off the front and essentially wasted that priority. And now our heat leaders back to the top of that rotation, first and second in the heat in first and second priority, 5 minutes to go. The recipe now for those two guys, there's a 4 and a 2.5 they want to improve on and put more pressure on their opponents.
Jackson with a chance. Big section in front of him. Doesn't offer him any kind of lip line to try and break through, but he'll stand up for him now. In the shore break. Drives out the bottom. Quick snap, 2-turn combo.
I could see that coming. And looking to improve on that 2.5, which is why he went that wave. He's thinking, if I could get a 4 and add a 1.5 to what my opponents need, that'd be a powerful move right now. But here's a set coming through the lineup, and the incompletion on the inside, I don't think he did improve, or ever so slightly, because there wasn't an outside maneuver and there wasn't really an inside. So I don't know that he's going to improve, taking himself out of the lineup all the way to the shore and left the surfers in third and fourth out the back. So dangerous moment or situation there.
Dangerous decisions. The score comes through as just a 2.1, so he doesn't improve the situation. That'll remain the same for him. Now, White's taken off on a couple of waves, but hasn't, even gotten into a turn. So those are like less than 1 point rides. Straight into the lip. Nice and vertical from McDade on that opening turn.
And definitely the opening turn. Oh, is this going to back off and give him a chance to find some green face? Not really. And an incomplete at the end too. So there's the door opening for third and fourth that little bit.
All right, fourth place. Jung goes down, but finally found some more rhythm as well. I mean, I feel like he's getting some nice fluid work done, but what's it going to take for him now on that finishing section where those mistakes are being shown?
Yeah, he needs the 6.17, so it needs a big outside turn. Without a big outside turn or 2 on the outside, you're not getting that score. You could go to the air on the inside and perhaps, but really if you're going with the odds and you want to make sure, it's all about the outside. Get that work done and then deal with the rest of it after that.
Taking a look from the iconic Huntington Beach Pier. Some spectators out there enjoying the sunshine today and that cool ocean breeze. As we see a big takeoff. Casper has been charging.
Yeah, he's going at it. He needs to complete. If he was completing these big turns he's going for on the outside, there would be pressure on. He's looking for a 4.38. Completed that, got it to the shore. The score was there. So the story of this heat so far is that the completion of opportunities has been a little bit loose around the edges, and that's allowed the lead that was created early to be held onto.
Having a look again at last.
This inside's going to be good. Boom! I mean, it's a small wave, but you get seriously injured in those situations.
Oh, yeah.
So
you're going to be spitting sand out of your teeth.
that's right, or your teeth out of your mouth.
Yeah, one too. Maybe both.
Pumping, driving, trying to find that inside, hoping that wave kind of the white water would back off a little bit and give him a nice clean face to hit. Look at the size of that. Disappointing.
What could he have done differently on that?
I think it needed to go up a little bit earlier perhaps, or even, because it did look like where he hit it was a little bit before the closeout section. Like he was kind of here and the closeout was just a foot over. So maybe there was even a moment more at the bottom and then hit the actual closeout part rather than the pitching lip part. Easy to say. Hard to do.
Very hard to do. 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Now scores in for last of red, a 4.37 with the fall on the inside. So the judges well rewarded that vertical turn out the back. He has increased his lead. Hasn't quite broken through that 10-point heat total, but he's just on the brink of it. And then Jackson still sitting pleasantly in second. Casper chasing just a 4.38 to make a difference. He's charged it on 3 different sets without being able to capitalize on that first section.
And perhaps every one of them with a completion through to the inside would have been the score he needed. So there's some missed opportunities there. He's been on set waves too. So the rhythm that he didn't really have at the start, he's found good rhythm at the end and just hasn't completed them.
And that's where we're seeing that score for our surfer from Ireland in red as a 4.37 for that one flick turn for that start. If Casper in white had been able to do one of those turns, he'd be sitting in that 4-point range possibly.
And his wave was bigger and the turn was bigger on the last one we watched, and that would have, that could have gone anywhere really. Could have gone up into the 6s and 7s with a completion on the outside and some good work because he looks strong through the middle. There's the heat. It's ended. Our early leaders held on, but there was some gallant efforts to try and reel them in.
Well, the Irishman, Gerard McDade, advances through alongside Jackson Obando. And we've got more action to come. 2 more heats left in the day for day 2 of the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned and we'll be calling all the action.
Deep in the Rockies, at the base of Idaho's Mount McCaleb, Proud Source alkaline spring water is naturally filtered by thousands of layers of ancient volcanic soil, leaving it mineral-rich and deliciously vital. Proud Source bottles are made of infinitely recyclable aluminum as part of our effort to eliminate single-use plastic.
Welcome back to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games here in Huntington Beach, California. We are in Rapid Charge Round 2, Heat number 8 in the water. Oscar Urbina from Costa Rica, Siam Nekrintin from Israel, Shulu Zhang from China, and Steph van Noordenen from the Netherlands. Looking for an opportunity to advance into Rapid Charge Round 3.
And well delivered again.
Thank you.
I'm glad that's your job, not mine.
That's a challenging one, I'll admit that.
It really is, and at no event more than this event, given the international spread of competitors. Shulu Jiang, 14 years of age. We saw him surf yesterday, and he was impressive. So I'm excited to see him again and see what this young guy's got to offer.
I had the same impression, seeing his name on the list again, thought this is great. We get to watch him surf again. We get to see if he can maybe figure out a little bit more of the competitive side right now. He's so young, just 14 years old, to be competing on this world stage. But his style and his approach to surfing is just fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And we've seen China's approach to sport in general across all of the different sports, and the way that they identify talent, identify body shape and size to a particular discipline or a particular sport, and groom people for those sports and those roles. And it makes you imagine surfing being treated like that, because surfing's really been a very footloose, fancy free, around the edges type of activity, and people just surfed. and it wasn't something you identified the physical nature of a person. Went, you'll be a good surfer. You've got the right physique and the right, mental mindset, all that stuff to be a surfer. And so it's going to be really interesting to watch China's approach to surfing and how that influences the world of surfing, whether they approach it in the exact same way that they have other sports. And so exciting to have them involved in surfing and see what the influence that brings.
I had a chat with one of the young girls, goes by Jenny, who's on the team, and it's just such a cool, it's a youthful team coming out of Team China. A lot of them are from mainland China, but now reside or spend a lot of time living in Hainan at Ryu Bay, which is where that great left-hand reef is. Spend some time training together. And it's exciting to see the development of where the Chinese nation is at now with their 6 surfers in the draw in comparison to witnessing them a few years ago in Japan when the Olympic conversation opened up back in 2018 for qualifiers, or sorry, I believe it was 2019 for the first qualifiers for that event. Now to see the development just 3 years on for China is outstanding.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a really interesting. All of it's interesting. What the Olympics, that broad diversification of geography of where surfers come from. Look at this. All 3 of them are right next to each other.
Full paddle battle, and the Costa Rican Oscar wins out on his opening ride. Nice looking wave as it's coming through to the inside, and he goes in for a huge maneuver. It looks like he's going to ride out of it and kick out right before the sand. That was awesome. Now Siam from Israel looking for this section. Nice little drive off the bottom. Setting it up. Big float to finish. And that's a good exchange.
Great start. I'm sure the Costa Rican Oscar Oberna is stoked that he got the better of that paddling. There were 3 of them all paddling together, and it could have gone any. They're the sort of situations that result in interferences at some points. And he was so fast to his feet, and he really made the most of that wave, and the inside turn was massive.
It was huge. That was a really solid section.
Was, and he just belted it at exactly the right time.
Scores coming through now for that opening exchange. And we'll give you that situation as soon as we have it. Get a little feeling for where things are sitting.
Here we go. Here's that paddling. Look. Whoa, that was risky business right there for all involved. Here we go. Pumping through. Snaps. It stands up beautifully in front of him. Weaving his board rail to rail. Goes early to the lip. Hits the lip early, and it gives him time to flare the tail out. Land it cleanly before that exploding lip behind him, and completes it.
Now up and riding. Xu Lu from China. Pumping through to the inside. Goes up for that big snap attack on the backhand, and he'll ride through clean, so he'll have a score to come in. Now, results are in from that first exchange. The Costa Rican gets the best of the exchange with a 617. It was a 4 for this in Siam from Israel, now getting a backup score behind him. And he goes in for a big double-up finish. Now Steph from the Netherlands looking to build on that 1-point ride. Foam climb to start. And he needs to find that green open face as he comes in under the pier. And he just almost has a quarter there as he heads towards the pilings.
Yeah, those pilings are terrifying, covered in barnacles and mussels. And, you know, over the years we've seen people get tangled up in there, and it's with a big swell from the south pushing through the pier. It puts a whole nother complexion on surfing at Huntington Beach.
It becomes quite terrifying.
It really does.
Oscar now with that 617 for his opening ride. 2 snaps on the outside. Now he's redirecting to his forehand for the finish. Lots of sand in the face of that wave, and he goes down on a big section.
He really threw it at the lip, didn't he? And he ended up a little bit straight-legged, and the body was out from the board, and the nose caught, and it was over. It was disappointing because that would have been a second score that would have really put pressure on everyone else.
Really takes a lot of commitment to decide to go for it on those end sections.
Well, and you have no choice. You must go. You cannot avoid that in any way, shape or form. And the outside turn and that are where your points are coming from.
Scores in a 3.53 for Oscar. secures his lead, gets him close to that 10-point heat total. Siam with a couple of 4s now. He has increased with a 4.73 for his last wave. Waiting for first of yellow to come through as well. He did finish off on the inside. Let's take another look now at the 4.73.
Foam climb on the outside, got stuck for a little bit at the top of that one, but found this nice little connection pumping through to the inside section. He's timed the insides perfectly, got the completion. Both of those opening rides were impressive. Here's our young Chinese competitor weaving around, backhand snap out of the top of that, looking for the connection. 14 years of age, looks like a little grommet, but surfs like a much older, much more mature competitor. You could see there the deliberate focus on completing that ride.
Siam built his score line with this one.
Little snap out of the top. Most probably had time to put more into that snap because he pumped it for a couple of seconds before he got to the closeout. So maybe could have made a little more of that. And in the end, when the conditions are like this, you are talking about these little minuscule advantages and opportunities.
And a nice forehand wrap, and then this is where things got a little bit sticky heading into the pier. And then we saw this last one from our surfer in red, Oscar.
A couple of flaring backhand re-entry, Shannon, through to the inside, driving into this last section. Oh, got slammed there on the sandbank, really went at it, but he's got those couple of scores and he needs to approach it with that aggression.
Yeah, he's freed up now to be able to do that. And we'll go ahead and cross down, catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Hey, Shannon, thank you. I do have from Team Ireland, one of the most fun-loving teams around, Garage McDaid. What's the crack?
Not much. Pretty stoked to get through that heat. It's pretty tough, but yeah, happy to make it through.
And you guys are seriously one of the funnest teams around the contest. I mean, you can see the flag and some of your team members behind you. You've been doing the ISAs for a long time. Does that put you in that kind of unofficial manager's position for the team?
Yeah, we have an epic team. Like, we all get on great and everyone's pretty good crack, like, so it's good fun. I mean, yeah, I've been doing the ISAs from juniors and stuff, so I suppose I've got a bit more experience at doing them than the rest of the team, so try to help them out, but they're all so good and know exactly what's going on, so you don't need to help them with too much. It's pretty epic.
Beautiful. And you've surfed at HB obviously a few times before in your life. How was it going into this afternoon's heat with a bit of the wind and the swell kind of a little bit trickier?
Yeah, well, this is my first time here, but so like I've been getting used to it for the last week or so, and yeah, it's so hard to figure out even what board you want to surf out there. Like, out the back you want like a normal board, and then you got the hole, and then you have to like want an epoxy to get through that, and then you want a normal board again so to get the shore break. So yeah, it's pretty hard to figure out, but yeah, it's good fun trying to figure it out.
And I've got a little bit of insight. I know your dad, Ray McDade, would be tuning in at home. Do you have anything you want to say to all the guys cheering on Team Ireland?
Just thanks if anyone actually stayed up this late. I know it's super late at home. Maybe people are in the pub, so they might be watching it. But yeah, thanks to all my friends and family at home that are watching and supporting the team. And Iram's just getting in the water now, our other teammate, so we better go back down and support him on the beach.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Good luck going into the next round.
Thank you.
Huge for Team Ireland. They've got a stacked team. They've got 3 men, 3 women. Gerard, Iram, who's coming up, Tom, Una, Maya, and Holly. Having a good time down there and just enjoying the experience.
It's funny he mentioned the pub, because when we went for the World Masters in Ireland, in Bundoran, a long time ago, and I think that town has a reputation for having more pubs per capita than any other place. Here we go. Yellow up and riding, our young Chinese surfer. Shulao pumping, waiting for it to stand up in front of him. Small guy, but mature, and he's competing and manages that inside section well.
That was very well ridden. Scores in, it's a 5.00. Now he's still sitting in that knockout position in third, but he's only chasing a 3.73 now, Barton.
Yeah, the fives really put him into contention. And the 5 is better than the surfer ahead of him, both of those rides. So you look at it on best one and you go, okay, I've got a better wave than he on one wave. So really I'm in an advancing position if I can just back it up. And so I was staying at the hotel. It was a lay day of the event. And I went out and said, is there something I should go and do? Is there something I should go and see? She goes, oh, love, just go to the pub, fill yourself up a stool and get a pint. You'll have a good day doing that. And I was like, well, but I want to see something. Yeah. There's pubs in Australia. I don't need to do that, But it was such a part of the culture.
Yeah.
It was a classic. They're
That's
a
so
great
funny.
bunch of people.
That's so good. It's such a beautiful place. I mean, the rolling green hills, the castles everywhere, beautiful water.
Postcards kind of everywhere you look, really, isn't it?
Everywhere is postcards.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place to visit. And one of the best accents around. I do sometimes struggle to understand.
Yeah,
if it's too strong.
Totally.
It's a challenging English language accent.
Nearly as challenging as Fernando Aguirre's, and our faithful leader of the ISA. Sometimes, it's the excitement in their voice. You know what they're saying through the excitement.
Yes.
Rather than really completely getting the words.
Well, speaking of excitement in Fernando's voice, we got to witness the Impossible Wave last night.
Yeah, we got to see the world premiere of that film. Here we go, up and riding.
Some live action now, and he goes down on his forehand. That was also an impossible wave.
Yeah, that was never going to be one of those ones that may never, really you could have just sat and waited. And we look at the priority, white in priority.
Here we go. Maybe a little corner that'll pop up. And it's our surfer in, I believe that's red. Hard to see late in the day like this. And there we go. Now just cutting back and trying to decide left or right. It almost looked like there was going to be a good left at the start of it, but now it's a left on the finish. And he absolutely attacks the inside section. Maybe rode out of it. The umbrella in the way, not entirely sure, as he was down by the time we saw him again. Looking to improve on a 3.53.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that replay. We can see that top of the tide definitely having an influence now, Shannon. It's not, it's not breaking as much, and when the sets break, there's not as much white water and power and strength in them, and so use of priority becomes even more complicated because it's kind of hard to differentiate between an average one and a good one. And look at the paddle on the way back out from Oscar. Look at the feet kicking, recognizing the importance. This is do or die this round. It's an elimination round. Third and fourth. Their event is over.
Now, he's done well on that last wave. He increased the scoreline, so he would have finished that turn off on his feet. He's got a 4.10, which improves on the 3.53. So that takes him into a more substantial leading position as we have another look.
Nice cut back to start. No lip work, nothing standing up in front of him, and the majority of the points coming from what happens down the inside here. He had fluidity through most of the ride. Nice closeout re-entry. He did get the completion, as the score told you. And, the majority of that score coming from the inside work.
Down to 3 minutes, 42 seconds on the clock. And a 3.73 requirement for our Chinese surfer, sitting with a 5 as his high mark. And a big requirement for our surfer from the Netherlands, Steph, chasing a 6.20.
Yeah, that's a good score and a good wave on a day like today. The real battle right now with 3 minutes 20 is between second and third. Siam has the priority in second place over third. So I'm imagining, yellow's got some distance, and white, we can see white sitting over there near the pier by red. I would not be that far away from yellow at this point in time. With priority over he, I would be right by him and not allowing luck to influence it, because the use of priority, the closer you are to your opponent, if you're near them, he's making that paddle now, he's sort of getting closer to him. He felt me, because you don't want to leave that enough space that they can get a wave without, while you've got the priority over them, and you're sort of almost sloppy in that sense of using that priority, and you don't use it in an aggressive fashion, and all of a sudden they get the wave and you're in third and you're out because you didn't use that priority properly. So you can see again, he's still moving towards him. Shulau's job now is to get away from him and maintain enough distance away from white so that he can't control him and he can find the score that he wants. So these are those important parts of man-on-man surfing. Good size set wave here.
And we'll track with our surfer in fourth priority. In red, Oscar goes in for a big hit on that first section. And he'll make that connection easily through here. Wave has a little bit of bump to the face of it. We'll see if he can get that clean connection and actually find some green face. And he's going to hold on to that wax with his toes.
Yeah.
Very well for the finish.
And the outside maneuver was strong. Big face, big set wave, good outside maneuver. The middle part really didn't add much, but he got through it, and then he got the inside turn and completed it. Bettering the 4-3 is a distinct possibility based on the size of the outside move and then the completion on the inside.
1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. No priority on the board. Everyone took off on that wave.
That's what I was going to say. We did see the other guys on the, to our left of screen, south on the bank, paddle into that one as well.
Scores to come through for all 4 surfers. The only one that we got a good look at was our surfer in red, who's already sitting in the lead, trying to improve on a 4.10. White, back in the lineup, now has priority. Still, for the moment, sitting in second place. We're not sure if surfer in yellow was able to get a wave that could amount to a 3.73. He may have, because I can't see him anywhere.
And it's one turn on the outside, and, and even if you connect the inside and get a turn on the inside, you'll get that type of a score.
And he's the one closest into shore. He's got the farthest paddle right now. He had to get there doing something.
He had to get there, for sure. Here we go on the outside.
On the outside, White up and riding. White's last wave just a throwaway, less than 1 point. He could be on his way to a score here. Nice outside maneuver. Finding speed. Nice execution on the finish as well. He's looking to increase on a 4.00 as his low score.
Well, there's every chance he did that as well. So the balls are in the air at the moment. The judges are juggling them, and they're going to come up with their scores. And this heat's just ended, waiting on scores. Have we seen a score for Shulo yet?
Scores have just come in for Shulo. It's only a 2.41.
Oh.
Whatever he did, it was not enough to get him that 3.73 to get the advancing position. We do have a score as well coming through for a surfer in blue from Steph from the Netherlands, who is an under 18 Dutch champion and is now 19 years old representing the Netherlands here. But it doesn't look like that score will be enough to take him into the advancing position. So I would say Oscar and Siam advancing through into the next round. We do have one more heat to come today. Repecharge round 2, heat number 9, coming up right after this, and we'll be finishing out the day.
Now if the world was as real milk, in magazines we'll see more celebrities doing things like these. And we'd realize there just can't be so many number ones in town, you see. If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, and we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.
Welcome back to the final heat of the day for the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. There's so much on the line this week, including the opener for the qualifiers of the Paris 2024 Olympics, and these 4 surfers would love to be there. Indonesia, New Zealand, Puerto Rico, and Ireland in the water, with Daniel, Dwight, the 3Ds, and Irom looking for their opening rides and just getting themselves situated. We do have a score to come through for our surfer in red. And our surfer in white now up and riding on his backhand, Daniel Farr, the Kiwi. Little back and forth as he works his way through.
Powerful back and forth.
Very powerful back and forth. Throws a bit of spray there with that cutback. And comes not unstuck. He actually sticks it on the finish.
Fantastic opening ride. The energy was there, the power and the strength, the completion. They were great signs for Team New Zealand on that opening ride.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. And we've got scores rolling through. Just a 2.17 on the board for first of red. We do have first of yellow to come through as well for Dwight Pastrana. And for our surfer in white, Daniel Farr, for that last one. So we're not sure what our surfer in yellow, Dwight Pastrana from Puerto Rico, got up to, but we did see him paddling back out as we kind of came back from that commercial break. So he got a wave that connected all the way through.
And interesting to see Daniel Farr there look at a shore break and this opportunity to get a second score quickly. I feel like strategically that's a good idea.
Having a look at what we saw, what we actually haven't seen yet for first of Dwight Pastrana.
Nice snap on the outside, flatter face from the beginning, but comes through to the inside, stands up in front of him. It looked like a difficult section. There was a step along the face of that, but he managed that closeout re-entry perfectly. You can see the glare here in the afternoon as the sun sets over the ocean. Bang on the inside, beautiful turn.
Great way to start off. So a 5-point ride for first of Daniel Farr from New Zealand. Still waiting now for first of yellow to roll through. And it's been cool to see the change of the Kiwi team at this year's ISA World Surfing Games, because a few names that we're used to, 2 Olympians in Billy Stearman and in Ella Williams, would typically be competing on the team. They're not here this year, as well as Paige Harrop, longtime championship tour veteran. And they're giving that opportunity to some of these younger surfers to be able to have this experience and start that new name for Kiwi surfing.
The way he built speed through that was as good as it gets. It was so fast, the board was searing rail to rail. And at a point, the judges, when they're trying to differentiate between rides, compared to just hopping the board through, doing the Huntington hop as it's been coined, you know, that weaving rail to rail is technically so much better. And I suppose the 5 points that he got for that, there wasn't much on the outside, and there was a good inside turn, but you know, a point or more, I think, of that score came from the way he weaved the middle section. It was beautifully done.
So well done. Now talk to us about that weave. How much of it comes into play with the equipment that they're riding, kind of being able to facilitate that in comparison to just paddling out on any bit of equipment and being able to generate that?
Yeah, the equipment's critically important. And then at the same time, so is staying connected with your fins through your back foot. Yeah, and the natural tendency when the wave flattens out is to move forward on your board to try and get the nose down and to push it through stuff. But if you lose connection with your fins, you can't possibly do what he just did then. You need the connection with the fins, and you need everything to be coming from the back foot, getting the squirt out of those fins, pumping and driving them, and he did it beautifully.
I love that breakdown. I've never actually heard that explained so well.
Yeah. Well, see here? See how you go to the front foot there and you start bouncing? But if you stay connected with the fins and drive from the fins, technically that's much better surfing.
Wow. Okay, well, great finish there for Dwight Pastrana. I mean, he made it through that section. He had a big finish on the closeout. But there we can see that back foot is...
Look at that.
Right there over the back of the fins. He's keeping his foot on that tail pad as well.
And driving from the back of the board, creating speed and power and opportunity where it didn't exist right then. And technically, the surfing that he is doing right now, Daniel Farr, in the middle section, maybe the best surfing we've seen. I don't think I've seen anyone manage that middle section in that way like he is.
I love that. And actually just paying attention to what we saw from Dwight Pastrana now, a great turn to finish off with. We'll see where the judges go with the score. But his back foot was actually moved forward into that middle part of the board off of the deck pad. And then as he kind of, to be able to pump through and do the Huntington hop to make it through that section, as he came through to that little shore break bit, he then slid his foot back over the tail pad to be able to execute his maneuver. Where for Daniel Farr, he really did just have his foot stuck to that deck pad over the fins the entire time.
And technically, that's a much more, that should be a much higher scoring way to approach the midsection of this wave. It's difficult and it takes great technique. And he did it really, really well. As the speed, I didn't think he was going to get through it, did you? There looked like this part where...
No, there's no way.
He was almost behind the wave. And somehow through the squirt of his board and the technique, he got himself in. Look here.
That's so flat. We have seen...
Look at this. He's behind the wave nearly there and somehow miraculously created speed and opportunity to get to that inside section through brilliant surfing, great technique and brilliant surfing.
Scores through as we track with this of Pastrana. Here you can see him. He's going to have to shift that foot back because he's just shifted that foot back over the tail pad.
It's funny that we just got that. You asked me how and why, and we kind of got a great example of exactly it. And when people disconnect from the fins, move forward, start bouncing, really to me that doesn't score anything. But the way Daniel Farr did it, I'm impressed by that, and I'm actually giving points for that middle section when you can do it like that.
And it's those transition moments. And here at Huntington, it's so accentuated, the transition of making it through a flat section, where in some breaks, even if you're looking at a point break or something, it's those little moments of doing a single bottom turn rather than a double pump or something.
Yes.
I feel like Rio Waida, the Indonesian surfer, Olympian, who we've seen in the draw, had a great heat today. He's one of those surfers that the conversation around him over the last year has been that his transitional moments have been absolutely effortless, and that sometimes it maybe even gets missed because he makes something look so easy. The way that Daniel Farr is making those sections look so easy is showing how incredibly difficult and how technical their surfing really is.
And if you can make the difficult look easy, that needs to be respected and rewarded. That's right.
And that's so much part of that flow of the conversation, right? The flow part of speed, power, flow in the criteria.
Absolutely.
Is making the difficult look easy.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of the dance of surfing, is those that can make the difficult things look easy. And then there's a need to make the easy look difficult at times in certain maneuvers. And my mind goes back to Mark Occhilupo winning the US Open here. Great final against Tom Curran, and he goes for a closeout re-entry, and when he lands, he falls back and his foot comes off the board, and you see his foot, and then the board goes back onto the board and he gets up. It was a mistake, technically a mistake, but it was dramatic, and it gave him points. He made a mistake and got points for making the mistake. But so there's this management of those areas, that there's a time to make, like we said, a time to make the easy look hard and a time to make the hard look easy. And those who can do those two things the best and create the drama in the performance are the greats.
And that's so much of what we love about surfing, right? I think as fans, is seeing those dramatic moments come together.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, 10 minutes on the clock, halfway through our last heat of the day. Daniel Farr sitting in the lead. He's got a 5 and a 3.57 for his last wave. Dwight Pastrana is sitting in second with a 2.83 that he opened on and a 4-point ride as his high score for his second. For Danny from Indonesia, a 2.17 and a 1 on the scoreboard. And for Irome from Ireland, just a 0.63. So those two just haven't been able to find themselves in a position with a good wave yet.
No, not yet. But the good news is that they're both got first and second priority. So this is, again, we're at the halfway mark, just over the halfway mark, and this priority is a critical one. You turn it into a score that matches, it's a 5 or better, and you're right in the heat. You use the priority, it comes under what your opponents have had, you make your way back out, you're in third or fourth priority, you've burnt a few minutes off the clock, all of a sudden you're down, you're in the final 5 minutes and the pressure's on, and so this moment here for those guys in third and fourth, but with the first and second priority, is a really important exchange. They need to turn this priority into a score that matches the others, and it'll be game on.
Game on. Well, I've just been handed the schedule for tomorrow. We've been running 2 full days of men's surfing because down the coast, the Supergirl Pro has been on the QS 3000, I believe, for the women's qualifying series. So we wanted to honor the fact that quite a few of the women in the draw this week would want to be competing there. That'll wrap up today, and we will be seeing the women run all day tomorrow. So main event on for women's round 1 and round 2 will be running between both podiums, and the men will have a day off.
Oh, completely off.
Completely off for the men.
Ladies' Day.
Ladies' Day on broadcast. We're going to be broadcasting here at podium, the North Podium. The main event, heats number 1 to 16 for women's round 1 will be running here. The back half of those heats from 17 to 32 will be running at the South Podium. And then we'll flip that for round 2, where the back half of round 2, heats 9 to 16, will run here in the second half of the day. And the first half of that will run on the other podium for the second half of the day.
Gotcha.
So big day for some of these women, the young Kiwi squad.
And great to see. It's interesting to see the 2 flags, the traditional people's flag, the Indigenous people's flag of New Zealand, and then the red, white, and blue. So both sort of elements of that community, and New Zealand has done an amazing job in respecting its Indigenous people, its Indigenous culture, incorporating that into the fabric and the fibre of the nation in general, and perhaps a better job than most other nations in the world have done to date, and really setting a benchmark for other nations. You know, the national anthem has the 2 versions in it, the two dialects almost in it, you know, so yeah, I think that's such an important thing, and great to see them flying both flags.
Down to 7 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock. Ocean's gone a little bit slow.
High tide.
High tide.
The top of that tide.
That's right.
And the inconsistency in around the top of the tide, less opportunities. The 5 and the 357 and the 4 and the 283, the best 4 rides of the heat. But you, at the start of it, you would have thought, well, I've got those and maybe I'll replace them by the end. You know, but as the consistency, all of a sudden you start going, well, maybe I'll be holding on. I'll definitely be holding on to that 5, most probably, you know.
It could be. Taking a look at our surfer sitting in 3rd place position, Danny Widianto from Kuta in Bali. This is his very first time joining the ISA. He was really excited to be part of Team Indonesia alongside of Rio Waida and Kutut Agus, 2 other names that we've become very familiar with in professional surfing. And there you can see that priority board off of the judges' tower, which is a great thing to have that, especially on days like this with the onshore conditions where that audio is sometimes hard to actually get out from the beach announcers to the surfers in the lineup.
That's how they know what priority they're in, and they don't need to hear it, they can see it. And as it changes too, you don't need to wait for a commentator to say it. You can see it change instantly on that board and be ahead of the game in terms of that information. And it's one of the, back in the days before priority, in the earlier days when I first started, there was no priority and there was just a rabble. And you could paddle to the inside. You could be as aggressive with your opponents as you wanted to be. And then they thought, we've got to stop this and sort of get rid of the hassling and turn it more into surfing. And they put a buoy, a priority buoy or a buoy out in the lineup, 50 metres outside the lineup. And you had to paddle out and around that buoy to get the priority. And it was a dangerous thing. You could be gone minutes trying to get the priority. And then in time they realised that's ridiculous. I was involved in a heat with Matt Hoy where we agreed to not go for priority.
Really?
And I said to Hoyo before we paddled out, I said, mate, let's just not do that. Let's take turns. We'll know whose turn it is.
Yeah.
And he looked at me like, oh, I'm not trusting you, mate. You're too much of a competitor for me to. I said, mate, I know I'm that way inclined, but you've got my word. And we went out and the priority judge sat there the whole heat, didn't do a thing, and we took turns. And that was one of the instrumental heats in abandoning the priority buoy, and the allocation of priority came in off the back of a couple of moments very similar to that. And now you get it allocated and you don't have to waste time paddling out around a buoy. So it's evolved, that part of the sport has evolved to the point where it's very gentlemanly now, but no less strategic, because the management of priority and the use of it as one of the primary strategic weapons, I suppose, a competitor has, or assets.
That is so interesting, because now I'm thinking of the fact of you paddling out. Now, maybe some places you would obviously see there's a set coming, and so you kind of know, okay, you've got to get out around that priority buoy to get back in position to have priority for it. But imagine you're out there paddling around it, and a set rolls through, and your fellow competitor is on the way back out. They can just turn to go on a set that you're maybe then too far out to catch.
That happened a lot. I would only ever paddle for as soon as my opponent would catch a wave, I would go for the buoy.
Okay.
The minute, so that I had time to get there and back before they were back out the back. And you would watch people butcher their that opportunity. And
it would have to be extremely strategic.
Or the other thing you would do is make them come with you. And I would paddle slow enough that they thought they could overtake you. And you would drag them out and around with you so that you didn't leave them in the lineup.
Right.
So there was a lot of strategy when the buoy was there, and the way you managed and when you paddled to get that priority was strategic. It was if you did it well, it was strategically great, because at that point in time, not a lot of people were aware of how to do that and how to use it strategically. They just, you would see, I would get to the lineup, and as I would get to the lineup, they'd start to paddle out, and I'd be thinking, fantastic. You just don't, you know what I mean? I would always go, the minute they caught that wave, I'd be off and out and back before. I would never leave that lineup open to them.
Yes.
Yeah,
because if they're on the inside and you're paddling out the outside, then it's fine, because neither of you are going to be in position for it.
And if you take them to the buoy with you, you're good too. Here
now,
we go.
Priority at the moment is, yellow's up and riding. He's under third priority. We're going to track with our surfer in possibly white. Yes, that looks like Daniel Farr, the Kiwi. He was sitting under fourth priority, but he took off down the line. And he's got a great float and taps it to finish. He'll ride through and look to secure his lead. Danny now with an opportunity. Now he's been chasing a score to get into that advancing position. It's been a very quiet heat from him at his very first ISA World Surfing Games, and he sticks the landing.
We like
and the emotion comes through.
Yeah, he needs a 4.66. And, he surfs great. I love how sharp and fast and light on his feet the young Indonesian is. Quota Beach, in a lot of ways, Quota's a beach break, so sand bottom. It sometimes has some great shape, but not always.
Okay.
And so these type of waves would have some similarity for him. Although Huntington's, it's a unique wave. It's got it's a character all of its own.
It really is. Down to a minute, 30 seconds.
Oh, geez, that went quick too. I didn't realize we were that close to the end. They needed that ride. Be great to see the replay of that, see if we think he's got somewhere near that. Daniel Farr looking to improve on that 3.57, and he did well to get away from the surfers with priority and get a wave from fourth priority that had the potential to improve.
And Irom from Ireland, he's also waiting for a score to drop through. Just had that 0.63, so that was a really patient heat for him as well. Just, took off on that one wave, didn't get anything substantial out of it. And now, Dwight Pastrana trying to secure his position. He needs to increase on a 2.83 to put more pressure, even more, on the field.
Well, he's on his way to that.
He's definitely, look at that wrap. That was beautiful. Coming through to the inside.
Oh, no.
That was a hectic section.
That just needed to be managed, though, in a floater style on top of your board, not some sort of throwaway kind of attempt at something radical. He's going to improve, I think, anyway. There was enough work on that wave to improve and up the ask.
30 seconds on the clock. White has priority, our heat leader. We're still waiting for his last score. Judges have a little bit of work to do here.
He improved a little bit. 4 points.
All right, there we go. A 4.0 for Daniel.
Dwight's going to improve somewhat, you would imagine. And then we've got Dunny's wave and what that actually came in as. There's the heat's done.
The heat is finished. This wave will not count. We'll see if Daniel Farr hangs on to the lead as we're waiting for scores to drop through.
Dwight needed a 5.01 to overtake him. I don't know that I saw that much in the wave, particularly with the fall at the end there. That might have stole a little bit off it.
And we are waiting for those scores to come through to see if we will have a change in the leaderboard. Now, last of Dwight Pastrana, a 4.60. That jumps through as his second, actually as his highest score. Danny now chasing a 6.43 for his last wave. So that's a bigger requirement than he
score,
had
yeah.
on the scoreboard before this.
And we didn't get to see it on the replay yet and digest it exactly. In real time, the inside was powerful. Let's have a look. Oh, there's Surfer in Blue finally getting some action, getting a chance to show what he's capable of. The Irishman through to the inside. Float around. Oh, you see the board landed and the tail tweaked
That looked like
out.
a tricky one for the knees as well. He's chasing a 7.97, so he won't be advancing through with that one. This was last of Daniel Farr, the heat leader. This one came through as a 4.
So impressive through the middle. Nice big turns on the outside and on the inside. Great heat from the Kiwi.
Great heat. And scores in for last of the Indonesian.
Here we go. Let's look at this. Oh, nice flaring outside turn. Smaller wave, not a lot of size in the face, but that turn was made better than the section most probably would have allowed most people. Through to the inside. Big inside turn. Makes it, completes it. Is it a 6+ though? I don't feel like it was.
It's a 5.67.
Oh, so close.
It was so close that it then made his requirement only a 2.93. So such a small finishing had he been able to get himself another wave, and that was such a scary finish for Dwight Pastrana, but he scrapes through in second position, and he will be advancing through. Unfortunately, Irome from Ireland is out of the contest alongside of our Indonesian and Danny Widanto. But a great performance, and what a way to finish things out for the Kiwi. Finding some solid waves on the finish and just getting that moment with the flags.
And his teammates, quiet moment. Doesn't look so quiet in there though. Good job. Great surfing.
What a day of competition here for day 2 of the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. Barton, it's been a pleasure as always to call to action with you. And
Likewise.
for those of you tuning in, thank you so much for watching today. Tomorrow we're going to have a huge day of women's action happening between both podiums. It'll just be the women all day long. I'm very excited for that. And stay tuned now for some highlights on today's action.
We're going to ground zero chops in Tahiti. Who would have thought? Nobody.
The setup in Teahupo'o is magic, you know? It's amazing, like the nature is there and the locals are amazing, like the vibe is crazy over there.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
You go to that end of the road and it's sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful, tropical. The colors of the sun hitting that hill, lighting up the palm trees and the mountains and the different hues of all different color spectrum as the day moves on and changes. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think it's gonna be very good.
If the world could be real all around, yeah, if the world could be real all around, we'd show you how it only took like 37 takes to get this cool looking milk shot done.